Crime and Punishment, Disc 9.
He talked for 3/4 of an hour, being constantly interrupted by their questions, and succeeded in describing to them all the most important facts he knew of the last year of Raskolnikov's life, concluding with a circumstantial account of his illness. He omitted, however, many things which were better omitted, including the scene at the police station with all its consequences. They listened eagerly to his story, and when he thought he had finished and satisfied his listeners, he found that they considered he had hardly begun. "Tell me, what do you think— Excuse me, I still don't know your name," Pulcheria Alexandrovna put in hastily. "Dmitri Prokofitch." "I should like very, very much to know, Dmitri Prokofitch, how he looks. On things in general, now, that is, how can I explain? What are his likes and dislikes? Is he always so irritable? Tell me, if you can, what are his hopes, and so to say his dreams? Under what influences is he now? In a word, I should like—" "Ah, mother, how can he answer all that at once?" observed Dunya. "Good heavens, I had not expected to find him in the least like this, Dmitri Prokofitch." "Naturally," answered Razumikhin. "I have no mother, but my uncle comes every year, and almost every time he can scarcely recognize me, even in appearance, though he is a clever man. And your 3 years' separation means a great deal. What am I to tell you? I have known Rodion for 1.5 years. He is morose, gloomy, proud and haughty, and of late, and perhaps for a long time before, he has been suspicious and fanciful. He has a noble nature and a kind heart. He doesn't like showing his feelings, and would rather do a cruel thing than open his heart freely. Sometimes, though, he's not at all morbid, but simply cold and inhumanly callous. It's as though he were alternating between 2 characters. Sometimes he's fearfully reserved. He says he is so busy that everything is a hindrance, and yet he lies in bed doing nothing. He doesn't jeer at things, not because he hasn't the wit, but as though he hadn't time to waste on such trifles. He never listens to what is said to him. He is never interested in what interests other people at any given moment. He thinks very highly of himself, and perhaps he's right. Well, what more? I think your arrival will have a most beneficial influence upon him." "God grant it may," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, distressed by Razumikhin's account of her Rodya. And Razumikhin ventured to look more boldly at Avdotya Romanovna at last. He glanced at her often while he was talking, but only for a moment, and looked away again at once. Avdotya Romanovna sat at the table, listening attentively, then got up again and began walking to and fro with her arms folded and her lips compressed, occasionally putting in a question, without stopping her walk. She had the same habit of not listening to what was said. She was wearing a dress of thin, dark stuff, and she had a white, transparent scarf round her neck. Razumikhin soon detected signs of extreme poverty in their belongings. Had Avdotya Romanovna been dressed like a queen, he felt that he would not be afraid of her. But perhaps just because she was poorly dressed, and that he noticed all the misery of her surroundings, his heart was filled with dread, and he began to be afraid of every word he uttered, every gesture he made, which was very trying for a man who already felt diffident. "You've told us a great deal that is interesting about my brother's character, and have told it impartially. I am glad. I thought that you were too uncritically devoted to him," observed Avdotya Romanovna with a smile. "I think you are right that he needs a woman's care," she added thoughtfully. "I didn't say so, but I dare say you are right, only—" "What?" "He loves no one, and perhaps he never will," Razumikhin declared decisively. "You mean he is not capable of love?" "Do you know, Avdotya Romanovna, you are awfully like your brother, in everything indeed," he blurted out suddenly to his own surprise. But remembering at once what he had just before said of her brother, he turned as red as a crab and was overcome with confusion. Avdotya Romanovna couldn't help laughing when she looked at him. "You may both be mistaken about Rodya," Pulcheria Alexandrovna remarked, slightly piqued. "I am not talking of our present difficulty, Dunya. What Pyotr Petrovitch writes in this letter, and what you and I have supposed, may be mistaken, but you can't imagine, Dmitri Prokofitch, how moody and, so to say, capricious he is. I never could depend on what he would do when he was only 15. And I am sure that he might do something now that nobody else would think of doing. Well, for instance, do you know how a year and a half ago he astounded me and gave me a shock that nearly killed me when he had the idea of marrying that girl, what was her name, his landlady's daughter?" "Did you hear about that affair?" asked Avdotya Romanovna. "Do you suppose," Pulcheria Alexandrovna continued warmly, "do you suppose that my tears, my entreaties, my illness, my possible death from grief, our poverty, would have made him pause? No, he would calmly have disregarded all obstacles. And yet it isn't that he doesn't love us." "He has never spoken a word of that affair to me," Razumikhin answered cautiously. "But I did hear something from Praskovya Pavlovna herself, though she is by no means a gossip. And what I heard certainly was rather strange." "And what did you hear?" both the ladies asked at once. "Well, nothing very special. I only learned that the marriage, which only failed to take place through the girl's death, was not at all to Praskovya Pavlovna's liking. They say, too, the girl was not at all pretty. In fact, I am told, positively ugly. And such an invalid, and queer. But she seems to have had some good qualities. She must have had some good qualities, or it's quite inexplicable. She had no money either, and he wouldn't have considered her money. But it's always difficult to judge in such matters." "I am sure she was a good girl," Avdotya Romanovna observed briefly. "God forgive me, I simply rejoiced at her death. Though I don't know which of them would have caused most misery to the other, he to her or she to him," Pulcheria Alexandrovna concluded. Then she began tentatively, questioning him about the scene on the previous day with Luzhin, hesitating and continually glancing at Dunya, obviously to the latter's annoyance. This incident, more than all the rest, evidently caused her uneasiness, even consternation. Razumikhin described it in detail again, but this time he added his own conclusions. He openly blamed Raskolnikov for intentionally insulting Pyotr Petrovitch, not seeking to excuse him on the score of his illness. "He had planned it before his illness," he added. "I think so too," Pulcheria Alexandrovna agreed with a dejected air. But she was very much surprised at hearing Razumikhin express himself so carefully and even with a certain respect about Pyotr Petrovitch. Avdotya Romanovna, too, was struck by it. "So, this is your opinion of Pyotr Petrovitch?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna could not resist asking. "I can have no other opinion of your daughter's future husband," Razumikhin answered firmly and with warmth. "And I don't say it simply from vulgar politeness, but simply because Avdotya Romanovna has of her own free will deigned to accept this man. If I spoke so rudely of him last night, it was because I was disgustingly drunk, and mad besides. Yes, mad, crazy. I lost my head completely. And this morning I am ashamed of it." He crimsoned and ceased speaking. Avdotya Romanovna flushed, but did not break the silence. She had not uttered a word from the moment they began to speak of Luzhin. Without her support, Pulcheria Alexandrovna obviously didn't know what to do. At last, faltering and continually glancing at her daughter, she confessed that she was exceedingly worried by one circumstance. "You see, Dmitri Prokofitch," she began. "I'll be perfectly open with Dmitri Prokofitch, Dunya?" "Of course, mother," said Avdotya Romanovna emphatically. "This is what it is." She began in haste, as though the permission to speak of her trouble lifted a weight off her mind. "Very early this morning we got a note from Pyotr Petrovitch in reply to our letter announcing our arrival. He promised to meet us at the station, you know. Instead of that, he sent a servant to bring us the address of these lodgings and to show us the way. And he sent a message that he would be here himself this morning. But this morning this note came from him. You'd better read it yourself. There is one point in it which worries me very much. You will soon see what that is, and tell me your candid opinion, Dmitri Prokofitch. You know Rodya's character better than anyone, and no one can advise us better than you can. Dunya, I must tell you, made her decision at once, but I still don't feel sure how to act, and I've been waiting for your opinion." Razumikhin opened the note, which was dated the previous evening, and read as follows. "Dear Madam Pulcheria Alexandrovna, I have the honour to inform you that owing to unforeseen obstacles I was rendered unable to meet you at the railway station. I sent a very competent person with the same object in view. I likewise shall be deprived of the honour of an interview with you tomorrow morning by business in the Senate that does not admit of delay, and also that I may not intrude on your family circle while you are meeting your son, and Avdotya Romanovna, her brother. I shall have the honour of visiting you and paying you my respects at your lodgings not later than tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock precisely. And herewith I venture to present my earnest and, I may add, imperative request that Rodion Romanovitch may not be present at our interview, as he offered me a gross and unprecedented affront on the occasion of my visit to him in his illness yesterday. And, moreover, since I desire from you personally an indispensable and circumstantial explanation upon a certain point, in regard to which I wish to learn your own interpretation. I have the honour to inform you, in anticipation, that if, in spite of my request, I meet Rodion Romanovitch, I shall be compelled to withdraw immediately, and then you have only yourself to blame. I write on the assumption that Rodion Romanovitch, who appeared so ill at my visit, suddenly recovered 2 hours later, and so, being able to leave the house, may visit you also. I was confirmed in that belief by the testimony of my own eyes in the lodging of a drunken man who was run over and has since died, to whose daughter, a young woman of notorious behaviour, he gave 25 roubles on the pretext of the funeral, which gravely surprised me, knowing what pains you were at to raise that sum. Herewith expressing my special respect to your estimable daughter, Avdotya Romanovna, I beg you to accept the respectful homage of your humble servant, P. Luzhin. "What am I to do now, Dmitri Prokofitch?" began Pulcheria Alexandrovna, almost weeping. "How can I ask Rodya not to come? Yesterday he insisted so earnestly on our refusing Pyotr Petrovitch, and now we are ordered not to receive Rodya. He will come on purpose if he knows, and what will happen then?" "Act on Avdotya Romanovna's decision," Razumikhin answered calmly at once. "Oh, dear me, she says—" "Goodness knows what she says. She doesn't explain her reason. She says that it would be best, at least, not that it would be best, but that it's absolutely necessary that Rodya should make a point of being here at 8 o'clock, and that they must meet. I didn't want even to show him the letter, but to prevent him from coming by some stratagem with your help, because he is so irritable. Besides, I don't understand about that drunkard who died and that daughter, and how he could have given the daughter all the money which cost you such sacrifice, mother," put in Avdotya Romanovna. "He was not himself yesterday," Razumikhin said thoughtfully. If you only knew what he was up to in a restaurant yesterday, though there was sense in it, too. He did say something as we were going home yesterday evening about a dead man and a girl, but I didn't understand a word. But last night I myself— The best thing, Mother, will be for us to go to him ourselves, and there, I assure you, we shall see at once what's to be done. Besides, it's getting late. Good heavens, it's past 10, she cried, looking at a splendid gold-enamelled watch which hung round her neck on a thin Venetian chain, and looked entirely out of keeping with the rest of her dress. A present from her fiancé, thought Razumikhin. "We must start, Dunya, we must start," her mother cried in a flutter. "He will be thinking we are still angry after yesterday, from our coming so late. Merciful heavens!" While she said this, she was hurriedly putting on her hat and mantle. Dunya, too, put on her things. Her gloves, as Razumikhin noticed, were not merely shabby, but had holes in them. And yet this evident poverty gave the two ladies an air of special dignity, which is always found in people who know how to wear poor clothes. Razumikhin looked reverently at Dunya and felt proud of escorting her. The Queen, who mended her stockings in prison, he thought, must have looked then every inch a queen, and even more a queen than at sumptuous banquets and levées. "My God!" exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna, "little did I think that I should ever fear seeing my son, my darling, darling Rodya. I am afraid, Dmitri Prokofitch," she added, glancing at him timidly. "Don't be afraid, Mother," said Dunya, kissing her. "Better have faith in him." "Oh, dear, I have faith in him, but I haven't slept all night," exclaimed the poor woman. They came out into the street. "Do you know, Dunya, when I dozed a little this morning, I dreamed of Marfa Petrovna. She was all in white. She came up to me, took my hand, and shook her head at me, but so sternly as though she were blaming me. Is that a good omen? Oh, dear me, you don't know, Dmitri Prokofitch, that Marfa Petrovna's dead." "No, I didn't know. Who is Marfa Petrovna?" "She died suddenly, and only fancy—" "Afterwards, Mamma," put in Dunya. "He doesn't know who Marfa Petrovna is." "Ah, you don't know? And I was thinking that you knew all about us. Forgive me, Dmitri Prokofitch. I don't know what I am thinking about these last few days. I look upon you really as a providence for us, and so I took it for granted that you knew all about us. I look on you as a relation. Don't be angry with me for saying so. Dear me, what's the matter with your right hand? Have you knocked it?" "Yes, I bruised it," muttered Razumikhin, overjoyed. "I sometimes speak too much from the heart, so that Dunya finds fault with me, but, dear me, what a cupboard he lives in. I wonder whether he is awake. Does this woman, his landlady, consider it a room? Listen, you say he doesn't like to show his feelings, so perhaps I shall annoy him with my weaknesses. Do advise me, Dmitri Prokofitch. How am I to treat him? I feel quite distracted, you know." "Don't question him too much about anything if you see him frown. Don't ask him too much about his health. He doesn't like that." "Ah, Dmitri Prokofitch, how hard it is to be a mother. But here are the stairs. What an awful staircase! Mother, you are quite pale. Don't distress yourself, darling," said Dunya, caressing her. Then, with flashing eyes, she added, "He ought to be happy at seeing you, and you are tormenting yourself so." "Wait, I'll peep in and see whether he is waked up." The ladies slowly followed Razumikhin, who went on before, and when they reached the landlady's door on the 4th story, they noticed that her door was a tiny crack open, and that 2 keen black eyes were watching them from the darkness within. When their eyes met, the door was suddenly shut, with such a slam that Pulcheria Alexandrovna almost cried out. Chapter 3. "He is well, quite well," Zosimov cried cheerfully as they entered. He had come in 10 minutes earlier, and was sitting in the same place as before on the sofa. Raskolnikov was sitting in the opposite corner, fully dressed, and carefully washed and combed, as he had not been for some time past. The room was immediately crowded, yet Nastasya managed to follow the visitors in and stayed to listen. Raskolnikov really was almost well, as compared with his condition the day before, but he was still pale, listless, and sombre. He looked like a wounded man, or one who has undergone some terrible physical suffering. His brows were knitted, his lips compressed, his eyes feverish. He spoke little and reluctantly, as though performing a duty, and there was a restlessness in his movements. All he lacked was a sling on his arm, or a bandage on his finger to complete the impression of a man with a painful abscess, or a broken arm. The pale, sombre face lighted up for a moment when his mother and sister entered, but this only gave it a look of more intense suffering in place of its listless dejection. The light soon died away, but the look of suffering remained, and Zosimov, watching and studying his patient with all the zest of a young doctor beginning to practice, noticed in him no joy at the arrival of his mother and sister, but a sort of bitter, hidden determination to bear another hour or two of inevitable torture. He saw later that almost every word of the following conversation seemed to touch on some sore place and irritate it. But at the same time he marvelled at the power of controlling himself and hiding his feelings, this in a patient who the previous day had, like a monomaniac, fallen into a frenzy at the slightest word. "Yes, I see myself now that I am almost well," said Raskolnikov, giving his mother and sister a kiss of welcome, which made Pulcheria Alexandrovna radiant at once. "And I don't say this as I did yesterday," he said, addressing Razumikhin with a friendly pressure of his hand. "Yes, indeed, I am quite surprised at him today," began Zosimov, much delighted at the lady's entrance, for he had not succeeded in keeping up a conversation with his patient for 10 minutes. "In another 3 or 4 days, if he goes on like this, he will be just as before, that is, as he was a month ago, or 2, or perhaps even 3. This has been coming on for a long while, eh? Confess now that it has been, perhaps, your own fault," he added with a tentative smile, as though still afraid of irritating him. "It is very possible," answered Raskolnikov coldly. "I should say, too," continued Zosimov with zest, "that your complete recovery depends solely on yourself. Now that one can talk to you, I should like to impress upon you that it is essential to avoid the elementary, so to speak, fundamental causes tending to produce your morbid condition. In that case you will be cured. If not, it will go from bad to worse. These fundamental causes I don't know, but they must be known to you. You are an intelligent man, and must have observed yourself, of course. I think the first stage of your derangement coincides with your leaving the university. You must not be left without occupation. And so, work and a definite aim set before you might, I think, be very beneficial." "Yes, yes, you are perfectly right. I will make haste and return to the university, and then everything will go smoothly." Zosimov, who had begun his sage advice partly to make an effect before the ladies, was certainly somewhat mystified when, glancing at his patient, he observed unmistakable mockery on his face. This lasted an instant, however. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began at once thanking Zosimov especially for his visit to their lodging the previous night. "What? He saw you last night?" Raskolnikov asked, as though startled. "Then you have not slept either after your journey?" "Ach, Rodya, that was only till 2 o'clock. Dunya and I never go to bed before 2 at home." "I don't know how to thank him either," Raskolnikov went on, suddenly frowning and looking down. "Setting aside the question of payment, forgive me for referring to it," He turned to Zosimov. "I really don't know what I have done to deserve such special attention from you. I simply don't understand it, and it weighs upon me, indeed, because I don't understand it. I tell you so candidly." "Don't be irritated," Zosimov forced himself to laugh. "Assume that you are my first patient. Well, we fellows just beginning to practice love our first patients as if they were our children, and some almost fall in love with them. And, of course, I am not rich in patience." "I say nothing about him," added Raskolnikov, pointing to Razumikhin, "though he has had nothing from me either but insult and trouble." "What nonsense he's talking! Why, you are in a sentimental mood today, are you?" shouted Razumikhin. If he had observed shrewdly, he would have seen that there was no trace of sentimentality in him, but something indeed quite the opposite. But Avdotya Romanovna noticed it. She was intently and uneasily watching her brother. "As for you, mother, I don't dare to speak," he went on, as though repeating a lesson learned by heart. "It is only today that I have been able to realize a little how distressed you must have been here yesterday, waiting for me to come back." When he had said this, he suddenly held out his hand to his sister, smiling without a word. But in this smile there was a flash of real, unfeigned feeling. Dunya caught it at once, and warmly pressed his hand, overjoyed and thankful. It was the first time he had addressed her since their dispute the previous day. The mother's face lighted up with ecstatic happiness at the sight of this conclusive, unspoken reconciliation. "Yes, that is what I love him for," Razumikhin, exaggerating it all, muttered to himself with a vigorous turn in his chair. "He has these gestures. And how well he does it all," the mother was thinking to herself. "What generous impulses he has, and how simply, how delicately he put an end to all the misunderstanding with his sister, simply by holding out his hand at the right minute and looking at her like that. And what fine eyes he has, and how fine his whole face is. He's even better looking than Dunya. But, good heavens, what a suit! How terribly he's dressed! Vasya, the messenger boy in Afanasy Ivanitch's shop, is better dressed. I could rush at him and hug him, weep over him, but I am afraid. Oh, dear, he's so strange. He's talking kindly, but I'm afraid. Why? What am I afraid of?" "Oh, Rodya, you wouldn't believe," she began suddenly, in haste to answer his words to her, "how unhappy Dunya and I were yesterday. Now that it's all over and done with, and we are quite happy again, I can tell you. Fancy, we ran here almost straight from the train to embrace you. And that woman, here she is. Good morning, Nastasya. She told us at once that you were lying in a high fever, and had just run away from the doctor in delirium, and they were looking for you in the streets. You can't imagine how we felt. I couldn't help thinking of the tragic end of Lieutenant Potanchikov, a friend of your father's, you can't remember him, Rodya, who ran out in the same way, in a high fever, and fell into the well in the courtyard, and they couldn't pull him out till next day. Of course, we exaggerated things. We were on the point of rushing to find Pyotr Petrovitch to ask him to help, because we were alone, utterly alone," she said plaintively, and stopped short, suddenly, recollecting it was still somewhat dangerous to speak of Pyotr Petrovitch, although we are quite happy again. Yes, of course it's very annoying," Raskolnikov muttered in reply, but with such a preoccupied and inattentive air that Dunya gazed at him in perplexity. "What else was it I wanted to say?" he went on, trying to recollect. "Oh, yes. Mother, and you too, Dunya, please don't think that I didn't mean to come and see you today and was waiting for you to come first." "What are you saying, Rodya?" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. She too was surprised. "Is he answering us as a duty?" Dunya wondered. "Is he being reconciled and asking forgiveness as though he were performing a rite, or repeating a lesson? I've only just waked up, and wanted to go to you, but was delayed owing to my clothes. I forgot yesterday to ask her, Nastasia, to wash out the blood. I've only just got dressed." "Blood? What blood?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in alarm. "Oh, nothing. Don't be uneasy. It was when I was wandering about yesterday, rather delirious. I chanced upon a man who had been run over, a clerk." "Delirious? But you remember everything," Razumikhin interrupted. "That's true," Raskolnikov answered with special carefulness. "I remember everything, even to the slightest detail, and yet why I did that and went there and said that I can't clearly explain now." "A familiar phenomenon," interposed Zosimov. "Actions are sometimes performed in a masterly and most cunning way, while the direction of the actions is deranged and dependent on various morbid impressions. It's like a dream." "Perhaps it's a good thing, really, that he should think me almost a madman," thought Raskolnikov. "Why, people in perfect health act in the same way, too," observed Dunya, looking uneasily at Zosimov. "There is some truth in your observation," the latter replied. "In that sense we are certainly all not infrequently like madmen, but with the slight difference that the deranged are somewhat madder, for we must draw a line. A normal man, it is true, hardly exists. Among dozens, perhaps hundreds of thousands, hardly one is to be met with." At the word madman, carelessly dropped by Zosimov in his chatter on his favourite subject, everyone frowned. Raskolnikov sat, seeming not to pay attention, plunged in thought with a strange smile on his pale lips. He was still meditating on something. "Well, what about the man who was run over? I interrupted you," Razumikhin cried hastily. "What?" Raskolnikov seemed to wake up. "Oh, I got spattered with blood helping to carry him to his lodging. By the way, Mamma, I did an unpardonable thing yesterday. I was literally out of my mind. I gave away all the money you sent me, to his wife for the funeral. She's a widow now, in consumption, a poor creature, 3 little children, starving, nothing in the house. There's a daughter, too. Perhaps you'd have given it yourself if you'd seen them. But I had no right to do it, I admit, especially as I knew how you needed the money yourself. To help others, one must have the right to do it, or else crevez chien si vous n'êtes pas content." He laughed. "That's right, isn't it, Dunya?" "No, it's not," answered Dunya firmly. "Bah, you too have ideals," he muttered, looking at her almost with hatred and smiling sarcastically. "I ought to have considered that. Well, that's praiseworthy, and it's better for you. And if you reach a line you won't overstep, you will be unhappy. And if you overstep it, maybe you will be still unhappier. But all that's nonsense," he added irritably, vexed at being carried away. "I only meant to say that I beg your forgiveness, Mother," he concluded, shortly and abruptly. "That's enough, Rodya. I am sure that everything you do is very good," said his mother, delighted. "Don't be too sure," he answered, twisting his mouth into a smile. A silence followed. There was a certain constraint in all this conversation, and in the silence, and in the reconciliation, and in the forgiveness, and all were feeling it. "It is as though they were afraid of me," Raskolnikov was thinking to himself, looking askance at his mother and sister. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was indeed growing more timid the longer she kept silence. Yet in their absence I seemed to love them so much, flashed through his mind. "Do you know, Rodya, Marfa Petrovna is dead?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna suddenly blurted out. "What Marfa Petrovna?" "Oh, Mercy on us, Marfa Petrovna Svidrigailov. I wrote you so much about her. Ah, yes, I remember. So, she's dead. Oh, really?" He roused himself suddenly, as if waking up. "What did she die of?" "Only imagine, quite suddenly," Pulcheria Alexandrovna answered hurriedly, encouraged by his curiosity. "On the very day I was sending you that letter, would you believe it, that awful man seems to have been the cause of her death. They say he beat her, dreadfully." "Why? Were they on such bad terms?" he asked, addressing his sister. "Not at all. Quite the contrary, indeed. With her he was always very patient, considerate even. In fact, all those 7 years of their married life he gave way to her. Too much so, indeed, in many cases. All of a sudden he seems to have lost patience." "Then he couldn't have been so awful if he controlled himself for 7 years. You seem to be defending him, Dunya." No, he's an awful man. I can imagine nothing more awful," Dunya answered, almost with a shudder, knitting her brows and sinking into thought. "That had happened in the morning," Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on hurriedly, "and directly afterwards she ordered the horses to be harnessed to drive to the town immediately after dinner. She always used to drive to the town in such cases. She ate a very good dinner, I am told." "After the beating?" "That was always her habit. And immediately after dinner, so as not to be late in starting, she went to the bath-house. You see, she was undergoing some treatment with baths. They have a cold spring there, and she used to bathe in it regularly every day. And no sooner had she got into the water when she suddenly had a stroke." "I should think so," said Zosimov. "And did he beat her badly?" "What does that matter?" put in Dunya. "But I don't know why you want to tell us such gossip, Mother," said Raskolnikov irritably, as it were in spite of himself. "Oh, my dear, I don't know what to talk about," broke from Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Why? Are you all afraid of me?" he asked with a constrained smile. "That's certainly true," said Dunya, looking directly and sternly at her brother. "Mother was crossing herself with terror as she came up the stairs." His face worked, as though in convulsion. "Ach, what are you saying, Dunya? Don't be angry, please, Rodya. Why did you say that, Dunya?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, overwhelmed. "You see, coming here, I was dreaming all the way, in the train, how we should meet, how we should talk over everything together. And I was so happy I didn't notice the journey. But what am I saying? I am happy now. You should not, Dunya. I am happy now, simply in seeing you, Rodya." "Hush, Mother," he muttered in confusion, not looking at her, but pressing her hand. "We shall have time to speak freely of everything." As he said this, he was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion and turned pale. Again that awful sensation he had known of late passed with deadly chill over his soul. Again it became suddenly plain and perceptible to him that he had just told a fearful lie, that he would never now be able to speak freely of everything, that he would never again be able to speak of anything to anyone. The anguish of this thought was such that for a moment he almost forgot himself. He got up from his seat, and not looking at anyone, walked towards the door. "What are you doing?" cried Razumikhin, clutching him by the arm. He sat down again and began looking about him in silence. They were all looking at him in perplexity. "But what are you all so dull for?" he shouted suddenly and quite unexpectedly. "Do say something. What's the use of sitting like this? Come, do speak. Let us talk. We meet together and sit in silence. Come, anything." "Thank God. I was afraid the same thing as yesterday was beginning again," said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself. "What is the matter, Rodya?" asked Avdotya Romanovna distrustfully. "Oh, nothing. I remembered something," he answered, and suddenly laughed. "Well, if you remembered something, "That's all right. I was beginning to think," muttered Zosimov, getting up from the sofa. "It's time for me to be off. I will look in again, perhaps, if I can." He made his bows and went out. "What an excellent man," observed Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Yes, excellent, splendid, well-educated, intelligent." Raskolnikov began suddenly speaking with surprising rapidity, and a liveliness he had not shown till then. "I can't remember where I met him before my illness. I believe I have met him somewhere. And this is a good man, too." He nodded at Razumikhin. "Do you like him, Dunya?" he asked her, and suddenly, for some unknown reason, laughed. "Very much," answered Dunya. "Phew, what a pig you are!" Razumikhin protested, blushing in terrible confusion, and he got up from his chair. Pulcheria Alexandrovna smiled faintly, but Raskolnikov laughed aloud. "Where are you off to?" "I must go." "You need not at all. Stay. Zosimov has gone, so you must. Don't go." "What's the time? Is it 12 o'clock? What a pretty watch you have got, Dunya." "But why are you all silent again? I do all the talking." "It was a present from Marfa Petrovna," answered Dunya. "And a very expensive one," added Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Aha! What a big one! Hardly like a lady's." "I like that sort," said Dunya. "So it is not a present from her fiancé," thought Razumikhin, and was unreasonably delighted. "I thought it was Luzhin's present," observed Raskolnikov. "No, he has not made Dunya any presents yet." "Ah! And do you remember, Mother? I was in love and wanted to get married," he said, suddenly looking at his mother, who was disconcerted by the sudden change of subject in the way he spoke of it. "Oh, yes, my dear." Pulcheria Alexandrovna exchanged glances with Dunya and Razumikhin. "Yes. What shall I tell you? I don't remember much indeed. She was such a sickly girl," he went on, growing dreamy and looking down again. "Quite an invalid. She was fond of giving alms to the poor, and was always dreaming of a nunnery. And once she burst into tears when she began talking to me about it. Yes, I remember very well. She was an ugly little thing. I really don't know what drew me to her then. I think it was because she was always ill. If she had been lame or hunchback, I believe I should have liked her better still." He smiled dreamily. "Yes. It was a sort of spring delirium." "No, it was not only spring delirium," said Dunya with warm feeling. He fixed a strained, intent look on his sister, but didn't hear or didn't understand her words. Then, completely lost in thought, he got up, went up to his mother, kissed her, went back to his place and sat down. "You love her even now?" said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, touched. "Her now? Oh, yes. You ask about her? No, that's all now, as it were, in another world, and so long ago. And indeed, everything happening here seems somehow far away." He looked attentively at them. "You now. I seem to be looking at you from 1,000 miles away. But goodness knows why we're talking of that. And what's the use of asking about it?" he added with annoyance and biting his nails. He fell into dreamy silence again. "What a wretched lodging you have, Rodya. It's like a tomb," said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, suddenly breaking the oppressive silence. "I am sure it's quite half through your lodging you have become so melancholy." "My lodging," he answered listlessly. "Yes, the lodging had a great deal to do with it. I thought that too. If only you knew, though, what a strange thing you said just now, Mother," he said, laughing strangely. A little more, and their companionship, this mother and this sister, with him after 3 years' absence, this intimate tone of conversation in face of the utter impossibility of really speaking about anything, would have been beyond his power of endurance. But there was one urgent matter which must be settled one way or the other that day. So he had decided when he woke. Now he was glad to remember it as a means of escape. "Listen, Dunya," he began gravely and dryly. "Of course I beg your pardon for yesterday. But I consider it my duty to tell you again that I do not withdraw from my chief point. It is me or Luzhin. If I am a scoundrel, you must not be. One is enough. If you marry Luzhin, I cease at once to look on you as a sister." "Rodya, Rodya, it is the same as yesterday again," Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried mournfully. "And why do you call yourself a scoundrel? I can't bear it. You said the same yesterday." "Brother," Dunya answered firmly and with the same dryness, "in all this there is a mistake on your part. I thought it over at night, and found out the mistake. It is all because you seem to think I am sacrificing myself to someone and for someone. That isn't the case at all. I am simply marrying for my own sake, because things are hard for me. Though of course I shall be glad if I succeed in being useful to my family. But that is not the chief motive for my decision." "She's lying," he thought to himself, biting his nails vindictively. "Proud creature. She won't admit she wants to do it out of charity. Too haughty. Oh, base characters. They even love as though they hate. Oh, how I hate them all. In fact," continued Dunya, "I am marrying Pyotr Petrovitch because of two evils I choose the less. I intend to do honestly all he expects of me, so I am not deceiving him. Why did you smile just now?" She too flushed, and there was a gleam of anger in her eyes. "All?" he asked with a malignant grin. "Within certain limits. Both the manner and form of Pyotr Petrovitch's courtship showed me at once what he wanted. He may of course think too well of himself, but I hope he esteems me too. Why are you laughing again? And why are you blushing again? You're lying, sister. You are intentionally lying, simply from feminine obstinacy, simply to hold your own against me. You cannot respect Luzhin. I have seen him and talked with him. So you are selling yourself for money, and so in any case you are acting basely, and I am glad at least that you can blush for it." "It is not true. I am not lying," cried Dunya, losing her composure. "I would not marry him if I were not convinced that he esteems me and thinks highly of me. I wouldn't marry him if I were not firmly convinced that I can respect him. Fortunately, I can have convincing proof of it this very day. And such a marriage is not a vileness, as you say, and even if you were right, if I really had determined on a vile action, is it not merciless on your part to speak to me like that? Why do you demand of me a heroism that perhaps you have not either? It is despotism, it is tyranny. If I ruin anyone, it is only myself. I am not committing a murder." "Why do you look at me like that? Why are you so pale? Rodya, darling, what's the matter?" "Good heavens, you have made him faint," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "No, nonsense. It's nothing. A little giddiness, not fainting. You have fainting on the brain. Yes, what was I saying? Oh, yes. In what way will you get convincing proof today that you can respect him, and that he esteems you, as you said? I think you said today?" "Mother, show Rodya Pyotr Petrovitch's letter," said Dunya. With trembling hands, Pulcheria Alexandrovna gave him the letter. He took it with great interest, but before opening it, he suddenly looked, with a sort of wonder, at Dunya. "It is strange," he said, slowly, as though struck by a new idea. "What am I making such a fuss for? What is it all about? Marry whom you like." He said this as though to himself, but said it aloud, and looked for some time at his sister as though puzzled. He opened the letter at last, still with the same look of strange wonder on his face. Then slowly and attentively he began reading, and read it through twice, Pulcheria Alexandrovna showed marked anxiety, and all, indeed, expected something particular. "What surprises me," he began after a short pause, handing the letter to his mother, but not addressing anyone in particular, "is that he is a businessman, a lawyer, and his conversation is pretentious indeed, and yet he writes such an uneducated letter." They all started. They had expected something quite different. "But they all write like that, you know," Razumikhin observed abruptly. "Have you read it?" Raskolnikov. "Yes." "We showed him, Rodya. We consulted him just now," Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, embarrassed. "That's just the jargon of the courts," Razumikhin put in. "Legal documents are written like that to this day." "Legal. Yes. It's just legal business language. Not so very uneducated, and not quite educated business language." Pyotr Petrovitch makes no secret of the fact that he had a cheap education. He is proud indeed of having made his own way, Avdotya Romanovna observed, somewhat offended by her brother's tone. "Well, if he's proud of it, he has reason, I don't deny it. You seem to be offended, sister, at my making only such a frivolous criticism on the letter, and to think that I speak of such trifling matters on purpose to annoy you. It's quite the contrary. An observation apropos of the style occurred to me that is by no means irrelevant as things stand. There is one expression, 'blame yourselves,' put in very significantly and plainly. And there is besides a threat that he will go away at once if I am present. That threat to go away is equivalent to a threat to abandon you both if you are disobedient, and to abandon you now after summoning you to Petersburg. Well, what do you think? Can one resent such an expression from Luzhin, as we should if he pointed to Razumikhin, had written it, or Zosimov, or one of us?" No, answered Dunya with more animation. "I saw clearly that it was too naively expressed, and that perhaps he simply has no skill in writing. That is a true criticism, brother. I did not expect, indeed. It is expressed in legal style, and sounds coarser than perhaps he intended. But I must disillusion you a little. There is one expression in the letter, one slander about me, and rather a contemptible one. I gave the money last night to the widow, a woman in consumption, crushed with trouble, and not on the pretext of the funeral, but simply to pay for the funeral, and not to the daughter, a young woman, as he writes, of notorious behavior, whom I saw last night for the first time in my life, but to the widow. In all this I see a too hasty desire to slander me, and to raise dissension between us. It's expressed again in legal jargon, that is to say, with a too obvious display of the aim, and with a very naive eagerness. He is a man of intelligence, but to act sensibly, intelligence is not enough. It all shows the man, and I don't think he has a great esteem for you. I tell you this simply to warn you, because I sincerely wish for your good." Dunya did not reply. Her resolution had been taken. She was only awaiting the evening. "Then what is your decision, Rodya?" asked Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was more uneasy than ever at the sudden, new business-like tone of his talk. "What decision?" "You see, Pyotr Petrovitch writes that you are not to be with us this evening, and that he will go away if you come, so will you come?" "That, of course, is not for me to decide, but for you first, if you are not offended by such a request. And secondly, by Dunya, if she too is not offended. I will do what you think best," he added dryly. "Dunya has already decided, and I fully agree with her," Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare. "I decided to ask you, Rodya, to urge you not to fail to be with us at this interview," said Dunya. "Will you come?" "Yes." "I will ask you, too, to be with us at 8 o'clock, she said, addressing Razumikhin. "Mother, I am inviting him, too." "Quite right, Dunya. Well, since you have decided," added Pulcheria Alexandrovna, "so be it. I shall feel easier myself. I don't like concealment and deception. Better let us have the whole truth. Pyotr Petrovitch may be angry or not now." Chapter 4. At that moment the door was softly opened, and a young girl walked into the room looking timidly about her. Everyone turned towards her with surprise and curiosity. At first sight Raskolnikov did not recognize her. It was Sofya Semyonovna Marmeladov. He had seen her yesterday for the first time, but at such a moment, in such surroundings and in such a dress, that his memory retained a very different image of her. Now she was a modestly and poorly dressed young girl, very young indeed, almost like a child, with a modest and refined manner, with a candid but somewhat frightened-looking face. She was wearing a very plain indoor dress, and had on a shabby old-fashioned hat, but she still carried a parasol. Unexpectedly finding the room full of people, she was not so much embarrassed as completely overwhelmed with shyness, like a little child. She was even about to retreat. "Oh, it's you," said Raskolnikov, extremely astonished, and he too was confused. He at once recollected that his mother and sister knew through Luzhin's letter of some young woman of notorious behaviour. He had only just been protesting against Luzhin's calumny and declaring that he had seen the girl last night for the first time, and suddenly she had walked in. He remembered, too, that he had not protested against the expression of notorious behaviour. All this passed vaguely and fleetingly through his brain, but looking at her more intently, he saw that the humiliated creature was so humiliated that he felt suddenly sorry for her. When she made a movement to retreat in terror, it sent a pang to his heart. "I didn't expect you," he said hurriedly, with a look that made her stop. "Please sit down. You come, no doubt, from Katerina Ivanovna. Allow me, not there. Sit here." At Sonya's entrance, Razumikhin, who had been sitting on one of Raskolnikov's 3 chairs close to the door, got up to allow her to enter. Raskolnikov had at first shown her the place on the sofa where Zosimov had been sitting, but feeling that the sofa which served him as a bed was too familiar a place, he hurriedly motioned her to Razumikhin's chair. "You sit here," he said to Razumikhin, putting him on the sofa. Sonya sat down, almost shaking with terror, and looked timidly at the 2 ladies. It was evidently almost inconceivable to herself that she could sit down beside them. At the thought of it, she was so frightened that she hurriedly got up again and in utter confusion addressed Raskolnikov. I have come for 1 minute. Forgive me for disturbing you," she began falteringly. "I come from Katerina Ivanovna, and she had no one to send. Katerina Ivanovna told me to beg you to be at the service in the morning at the Mitrofanievsky, and then to her, to do her the honour. She told me to beg you." Sonya stammered and ceased speaking. "I will try, certainly, most certainly," answered Raskolnikov. He too stood up, and he too faltered, and could not finish his sentence. "Please, sit down," he said suddenly. "I want to talk to you. You are perhaps in a hurry, but please, be so kind. Spare me 2 minutes." And he drew up a chair for her. Sonya sat down again, and again timidly she took a hurried, frightened look at the 2 ladies and dropped her eyes. Raskolnikov's pale face flushed. A shudder passed over him. His eyes glowed. "Mother," he said firmly and insistently, "this is Sofya Semyonovna Marmeladov, the daughter of that unfortunate Mr. Marmeladov who was run over yesterday before my eyes, and of whom I was just telling you." Pulcheria Alexandrovna glanced at Sonya, and slightly screwed up her eyes. In spite of her embarrassment before Rodya's urgent and challenging look, she couldn't deny herself that satisfaction. Dunya gazed gravely and intently into the poor girl's face, and scrutinized her with perplexity. Sonya, hearing herself introduced, tried to raise her eyes again, but was more embarrassed than ever. "I wanted to ask you," said Raskolnikov hastily, "how things were arranged yesterday. You were not worried by the police, for instance?" "No, that was all right. It was too evident, the cause of death. They didn't worry us. Only the lodgers are angry." "Why?" "At the body's remaining so long. You see, it is hot now, so that today they will carry it to the cemetery, into the chapel, until tomorrow. At first Katerina Ivanovna was unwilling, but now she sees herself that it's necessary." "Today, then?" "She begs you to do us the honor to be in the church tomorrow for the service, and then to be present at the funeral lunch." "She is giving a funeral lunch?" "Yes, just a little. She told me to thank you very much for helping us yesterday. But for you, we should have had nothing for the funeral." All at once her lips and chin began trembling, but with an effort she controlled herself, looking down again. During the conversation, Raskolnikov watched her carefully. She had a thin, very thin, pale little face, rather irregular and angular, with a sharp little nose and chin. She couldn't have been called pretty, but her blue eyes were so clear, and when they lighted up, there was such a kindliness and simplicity in her expression that one could not help being attracted. Her face, and her whole figure indeed, had another peculiar characteristic. In spite of her 18 years, she looked almost a little girl, almost a child. And in some of her gestures, this childishness seemed almost absurd. But has Katerina Ivanovna been able to manage with such small means? Does she really mean to have a funeral lunch? Raskolnikov asked, persistently keeping up the conversation. The coffin will be plain, of course, and everything will be plain, so it won't cost much. Katerina Ivanovna and I have reckoned it all out so that there will be enough left, and Katerina Ivanovna was very anxious it should be so. You know, one can't... It's a comfort to her. She is like that, you know." I understand, of course." "Why do you look at my room like that? My mother has just said it's like a tomb." "You gave us everything yesterday," Sonya said suddenly in reply, in a loud, rapid whisper, and again she looked down in confusion. Her lips and chin were trembling once more. She had been struck at once by Raskolnikov's poor surroundings, and now these words broke out spontaneously. A silence followed. There was a light in Dunya's eyes, and even Pulcheria Alexandrovna looked kindly at Sonya. "Rodya," she said, getting up, "we shall have dinner together, of course. Come, Dunya. And you, Rodya, had better go for a little walk, and then rest and lie down before you come to see us. I am afraid we have exhausted you." Yes, I'll come," he answered, getting up fussily. "But I have something to see to." "But surely you will have dinner together?" cried Razumikhin, looking in surprise at Raskolnikov. "What do you mean?" Yes, I am coming, of course, and you stay a minute. You don't want him just now, do you, Mother? Or perhaps I'm taking him from you?" "Oh, no, and will you, Dmitri Prokofitch, do us the favour of dining with us?" "Please do," added Dunya. Razumikhin bowed, positively radiant. For one moment they were all strangely embarrassed. "Goodbye, Rodya, that is, till we meet." "I don't like saying goodbye. Goodbye, Nastasya. I've said goodbye again." Pulcheria Alexandrovna meant to greet Sonya too, but it somehow failed to come off, and she went in a flutter out of the room. But Avdotya Romanovna seemed to await her turn, and following her mother out, gave Sonya an attentive, courteous bow. Sonya, in confusion, gave a hurried, frightened curtsy. There was a look of poignant discomfort in her face, as though Avdotya Romanovna's courtesy and attention were oppressive and painful to her. "Dunya, goodbye," called Raskolnikov in the passage. "Give me your hand." "Why, I did give it to you, have you forgotten?" said Dunya, turning warmly and awkwardly to him. "Never mind. Give it to me again." And he squeezed her fingers warmly. Dunya smiled, flushed, pulled her hand away, and went off quite happy. "Come, that's capital," he said to Sonya, going back and looking brightly at her. "God give peace to the dead. The living have still to live. That's right, isn't it?" Sonya looked surprised at the sudden brightness of his face. He looked at her for some moments in silence. The whole history of the dead father floated before his memory in those moments. "Heavens, Dunya," Pulcheria Alexandrovna began as soon as they were in the street, "I really feel relieved myself at coming away, more at ease. How little did I think yesterday in the train that I could ever be glad of that. I tell you again, Mother, he is still very ill, don't you see it? Perhaps worrying about us upset him. We must be patient, and much, much can be forgiven." "Well, you were not very patient," Pulcheria Alexandrovna caught her up hotly and jealously. "Do you know, Dunya, I was looking at you two. You are the very portrait of him, and not so much in face as in soul. You are both melancholy, both morose and hot-tempered, both haughty and both generous. Surely he can't be an egoist, Dunya, huh? When I think of what is in store for us this evening, my heart sinks." "Don't be uneasy, Mother. What must be will be. Dunya, only think what a position we are in. What if Pyotr Petrovitch breaks it off?" Poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna blurted out incautiously. "He won't be worth much if he does," answered Dunya sharply and contemptuously. "We did well to come away," Pulcheria Alexandrovna hurriedly broke in. "He was in a hurry about some business or other. If he gets out and has a breath of air, it is fearfully close in his room. But where is one to get a breath of air here? The very streets here feel like shut-up rooms. Good heavens, what a town! Stay, this side. They will crush you carrying something. Why, it's a piano they've got, I declare. How they push! I'm very much afraid of that young woman, too." "What young woman, Mother?" "Why, that Sofya Semyonovna, who was there just now." "Why?" "I have a presentiment, Dunya. Well, you may believe it or not, but as soon as she came in that very minute, I felt that she was the chief cause of the trouble." "Nothing of the sort," cried Dunya in vexation. "What nonsense, with your presentiments, Mother! He only made her acquaintance the evening before, and he didn't know her when she came in." "Well, you will see. She worries me. But you'll see. You will see. I was so frightened. She was gazing at me with those eyes. I could scarcely sit still in my chair when he began introducing her. Do you remember? It seems so strange, but Pyotr Petrovitch writes like that about her, and he introduces her to us, to you. So he must think a great deal of her. People will write anything. We were talked about and written about, too, have you forgotten? I am sure that she is a good girl, and that it is all nonsense. God grant it may be. And Pyotr Petrovitch is a contemptible slanderer," Dunya snapped out suddenly. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was crushed. The conversation was not resumed. "I will tell you what I want with you," said Raskolnikov, drawing Razumikhin to the window. "Then I will tell Katerina Ivanovna that you are coming," Sonya said hurriedly, preparing to depart. "1 minute, Sofya Semyonovna. We have no secrets. You are not in our way. I want to have another word or two with you. Listen." He turned suddenly to Razumikhin again. "You know that, what's his name, Porfiri Petrovitch?" "I should think so. He's a relation. Why?" added the latter with interest. "Is not he managing that case? You know, about that murder. You were speaking about it yesterday." "Yes." "Well?" Razumikhin's eyes opened wide. "He was inquiring for people who had pawned things. And I have some pledges there, too. Trifles, a ring my sister gave me as a keepsake when I left home, and my father's silver watch. They're only worth 5 or 6 rubles altogether, but I value them, so what am I to do now? I don't want to lose the things, especially the watch. I was quaking just now for fear Mother would ask to look at it when we spoke of Dunya's watch. It's the only thing her father's left us. She would be ill if it were lost. You know what women are. So tell me what to do. I know I ought to have given notice at the police station, but would it not be better to go straight to Porphyry, eh? What do you think? The matter might be settled more quickly. You see, Mother may ask for it before dinner." "Certainly not to the police station. Certainly to Porphyry," Razumikhin shouted in extraordinary excitement. "Well, how glad I am! Let us go at once. It's a couple of steps. We shall be sure to find him." "Very well, let us go. And he will be very, very glad to make your acquaintance. I've often talked to him of you at different times. I was speaking of you yesterday. Let's go. So you knew the old woman. So that's it. It is all turning out splendidly. Oh, yes, Sofya Ivanovna." "Sofya Semyonovna," corrected Raskolnikov. "Sofya Semyonovna, this is my friend Razumikhin, and he is a good man." "If you have to go now," Sonya was beginning, not looking at Razumikhin at all, and still more embarrassed. "Let's go," decided Raskolnikov. "I'll come to you today, Sofya Semyonovna. Only tell me where you live." He was not exactly ill at ease, but seemed hurried and avoided her eyes. Sonya gave her address and flushed as she did so. They all went out together. "Don't you lock up?" asked Razumikhin, following him on to the stairs. "Never," answered Raskolnikov. "I have been meaning to buy a lock for these 2 years. People are happy who have no need of locks," he said, laughing, to Sonya. They stood still in the gateway. "Do you go to the right, Sofya Semyonovna? How did you find me, by the way?" he added, as though he wanted to say something quite different. He wanted to look at her soft, clear eyes, but this was not easy. "Why, you gave your address to Polyanka yesterday." "Polyanka? Oh, yes, Polyanka. That's the little girl. She's your sister." "Did I give her the address?" "Why, had you forgotten?" "No, I remember. I had heard my father speak of you, only I didn't know your name, and he didn't know it. And now I came, and as I had learnt your name, I asked today, 'Where does Mr. Raskolnikov live?' I didn't know you had only a room, too. Goodbye. I'll tell Katerina Ivanovna."
This ends Disc 9. Crime and Punishment, Disc 10.
She was extremely glad to escape at last. She went away, looking down, hurrying to get out of sight as soon as possible, to walk the 20 steps to the corner on the right, and to be at last alone, and then moving rapidly along, looking at no one, noticing nothing, to think, to remember, to meditate on every word, every detail. Never, never had she felt anything like this. Dimly and unconsciously, a whole new world was opening before her. She remembered suddenly that Raskolnikov meant to come to her that day, perhaps that morning, perhaps at once. "Only not today, please. Not today," she kept muttering with a sinking heart, as though entreating someone like a frightened child. "Mercy. To me, to that room. He will see. Oh, dear." She wasn't capable at that instant of noticing an unknown gentleman who was watching her and following at her heels. He had accompanied her from the gateway. At the moment when Razumikhin, Raskolnikov, and she stood still at parting on the pavement, this gentleman, who was just passing, started on hearing Sonya's words, "And I asked where Mr. Raskolnikov lived." He turned a rapid but attentive look upon all three, especially upon Raskolnikov, to whom Sonya was speaking. then looked back and noted the house. All this was done in an instant as he passed, and, trying not to betray his interest, he walked on more slowly as though waiting for something. He was waiting for Sonya. He saw that they were parting and that Sonya was going home. Home? Where? I've seen that face somewhere, he thought. I must find out. At the corner he crossed over, looked round, and saw Sonya coming the same way, noticing nothing. She turned the corner. He followed her on the other side. After about 50 paces he crossed over again, overtook her, and kept 2 or 3 yards behind her. He was a man about 50, rather tall and thickly set, with broad, high shoulders which made him look as though he stooped a little. He wore good and fashionable clothes, and looked like a gentleman of position. He carried a handsome cane, which he tapped on the pavement at each step. His gloves were spotless. He had a broad, rather pleasant face with high cheekbones and a fresh colour not often seen in Petersburg. His flaxen hair was still abundant, and only touched here and there with grey, and his thick, square beard was even lighter than his hair. His eyes were blue, and had a cold and thoughtful look. His lips were crimson. He was a remarkably well-preserved man, and looked much younger than his years. When Sonya came out on the canal bank, they were the only 2 persons on the pavement. He observed her dreaminess and preoccupation. On reaching the house where she lodged, Sonya turned in at the gate. He followed her, seeming rather surprised. In the courtyard she turned to the right corner. "Bah!" muttered the unknown gentleman, and mounted the stairs behind her. Only then Sonya noticed him. She reached the 3rd story, turned down the passage, and rang at number 9. On the door was inscribed in chalk, "Kapernaumov, tailor." "Bah!" the stranger repeated again, wondering at the strange coincidence, and he rang next door at number 8. The doors were 2 or 3 yards apart. "You lodge at Kapernaumov's," he said, looking at Sonya and laughing. "He altered a waistcoat for me yesterday. I am staying close here at Madame Resflich's. How odd!" Sonya looked at him attentively. "We are neighbours," he went on gaily. "I only came to town the day before yesterday. Goodbye for the present." Sonya made no reply. The door opened, and she slipped in. She felt, for some reason, ashamed and uneasy. On the way to Porfiry's, Razumikhin was obviously excited. "That's capital, brother," he repeated several times, "and I am glad, I'm glad." "What are you glad about?" Raskolnikov thought to himself. "I didn't know that you pledged things at the old woman's, too. And was it long ago? I mean, was it long since you were there?" What a simple-hearted fool he is. "When was it?" Raskolnikov stopped still to recollect. 2 or 3 days before her death it must have been. "But I'm not going to redeem the things now," he put in with a sort of hurried and conspicuous solicitude about the things. "I've not more than a silver rouble left, after last night's accursed delirium." He laid special emphasis on the delirium. "Yes, yes," Razumikhin hastened to agree. With what was not clear. "Then that's why you were struck, partly. You know, in your delirium you were continually mentioning some rings or chains. Yes, yes, that's clear. It's all clear now." Hello? How that idea must have got about among them. Here this man will go to the stake for me, and I find him delighted at having it cleared up why I spoke of rings in my delirium. What a hold the idea must have on all of them. "Shall we find him?" he asked suddenly. "Oh, yes," Razumikhin answered quickly. "He's a nice fellow, you'll see, brother. Rather clumsy, that's to say, he's a man of polished manners, but I mean clumsy in a different sense. He is an intelligent fellow, very much so indeed, but he has his own range of ideas. He's incredulous, skeptical, cynical. He likes to impose on people, or rather to make fun of them. His is the old circumstantial method. But he understands his work thoroughly. Last year he cleared up a case of murder in which the police had hardly a clue. He's very, very anxious to make your acquaintance." "On what grounds is he so anxious?" "Oh, it's not exactly... You see, since you've been ill, I happen to have mentioned you several times. So when he heard about your being a law student and not able to finish your studies, he said, 'What a pity,' and so I concluded, from everything together, not only that. Yesterday, Zamyetov, you know, Rodya, I talked some nonsense on the way home to you yesterday when I was drunk. I'm afraid, brother, of your exaggerating it, you see." "What? That they think I'm a madman?" "Maybe they are right," he said with a constrained smile. Yes, that is pooh. No. But all that I said, and there was something else too, it was all nonsense, drunken nonsense." "But why are you so apologizing?" "I am so sick of it all," Raskolnikov cried with exaggerated irritability. It was partly assumed, however. I know, I understand. Believe me, I understand. One's ashamed to speak of it." "If you are ashamed, then don't speak of it." Both were silent. Razumikhin was more than ecstatic, and Raskolnikov perceived it with repulsion. He was alarmed, too, by what Razumikhin had just said about Porfiry. "I shall have to pull a long face with him, too," he thought, with a beating heart, and he turned white. "And do it naturally, too. But the most natural thing would be to do nothing at all. Carefully do nothing at all. No, carefully would not be natural again. Oh, well, we shall see how it turns out. We shall see. Directly. Is it a good thing to go or not? The butterfly flies to the light. My heart is beating. That's what's bad." "In this grey house," said Razumikhin. "The most important thing, does Porfiry know that I was at the old hag's flat yesterday, and asked about the blood? I must find that out instantly, as soon as I go in, find out from his face. Otherwise, I'll find out if it's my ruin." "You know, brother," he said suddenly, addressing Razumikhin with a sly smile, "I have been noticing all day that you seem to be curiously excited. Isn't it so?" "Excited? Not a bit of it," said Razumikhin, stung to the quick. "Yes, brother, I assure you it's noticeable. Why, you sat on your chair in a way you never do sit, on the edge somehow. And you seemed to be writhing all the time. You kept jumping up for nothing. One moment you were angry, and the next your face looked like a sweetmeat. You even blushed, especially when you were invited to dinner. You blushed awfully." "Nothing of the sort. Nonsense, what do you mean?" "But why are you wriggling out of it like a schoolboy?" "By God, there he's blushing again. What a pig you are!" "But why are you so shamefaced about it?" "Romeo!" "Wait, I'll tell of you today. I'll make Mother laugh, and someone else, too. Listen, this is serious. What next, you fiend?" Razumikhin was utterly overwhelmed, turning cold with horror. "What will you tell them? Come, brother. Phew, what a pig you are!" "You are like a summer rose, and if only you knew how it suits you. A Romeo over 6 foot high. And how you've washed today. You cleaned your nails, I declare, huh? That's something unheard of. Why, I do believe you've got pomade on your hair. Bend down. Pig!" Raskolnikov laughed as though he could not restrain himself. So laughing, they entered Porfiry Petrovitch's flat. This is what Raskolnikov wanted. From within they could be heard laughing as they came in, still guffawing in the passage. "Not a word here, or I'll brain you," Razumikhin whispered furiously, seizing Raskolnikov by the shoulder. Chapter 5. Raskolnikov was already entering the room. He came in looking as though he had the utmost difficulty not to burst out laughing again. Behind him Razumikhin strode in gawky and awkward, shamefaced and red as a peony, with an utterly crestfallen and ferocious expression. His face and whole figure really were ridiculous at that moment, and amply justified Raskolnikov's laughter. Raskolnikov, not waiting for an introduction, bowed to Porfiri Petrovitch, who stood in the middle of the room looking inquiringly at them. He held out his hand and shook hands, still apparently making desperate efforts to subdue his mirth and utter a few words to introduce himself. But he had no sooner succeeded in assuming a serious air and muttering something when he suddenly glanced again as though accidentally at Razumikhin and could no longer control himself. His stifled laughter broke out the more irresistibly the more he tried to restrain it. The extraordinary ferocity with which Razumikhin received this spontaneous mirth gave the whole scene the appearance of most genuine fun and naturalness. Razumikhin strengthened this impression as though on purpose. "Fool! You fiend!" he roared, waving his arm, which at once struck a little round table with an empty tea-glass on it. Everything was sent flying and crashing. "But why break chairs, gentlemen? You know it's a loss to the crown," Porfiri Petrovitch quoted gaily. Raskolnikov was still laughing, with his hand in Porfiri Petrovitch's, but anxious not to overdo it, awaited the right moment to put a natural end to it. Razumikhin, completely put to confusion by upsetting the table and smashing the glass, gazed gloomily at the fragments, cursed, and turned sharply to the window, where he stood looking out with his back to the company with a fiercely scowling countenance, seeing nothing. Porfiri Petrovitch laughed, and was ready to go on laughing, but obviously looked for explanations. Zamyetov had been sitting in the corner, but he rose at the visitor's entrance and was standing in expectation with a smile on his lips, though he looked with surprise, and even, it seemed, incredulity at the whole scene, and at Raskolnikov, with a certain embarrassment. Zamyetov's unexpected presence struck Raskolnikov unpleasantly. "I've got to think of that," he thought. "Excuse me, please," he began, affecting extreme embarrassment. "Raskolnikov." "Not at all. Very pleasant to see you. And how pleasantly you've come in. Why, won't he even say good morning?" Porfiri Petrovitch nodded at Razumikhin. "Upon my honor, I don't know why he is in such a rage with me. I only told him as we came along that he was like Romeo, and proved it. And that was all, I think." "Pig!" ejaculated Razumikhin, without turning round. "There must have been very grave grounds for it, if he is so furious at the word," Porfiri laughed. "Oh, you sharp lawyer! Damn you all!" snapped Razumikhin, and suddenly, bursting out laughing himself, he went up to Porfiri with a more cheerful face, as though nothing had happened. "That'll do. We are all fools. To come to business, this is my friend, Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov. In the first place, he has heard of you and wants to make your acquaintance, and secondly, he has a little matter of business with you." "Bah, Zamyetov, what brought you here? Have you met before? Have you known each other long?" "What does this mean?" thought Raskolnikov uneasily. Zamyetov seemed taken aback, but not very much so. "Why, it was at your rooms we met yesterday," he said easily. "Then I have been spared the trouble. All last week he was begging me to introduce him to you. Porfiri and you have sniffed each other out without me. Where is your tobacco?" Porfiri Petrovitch was wearing a dressing-gown, very clean linen, and trodden-down slippers. He was a man of about 35, short, stout even to corpulence, and clean-shaven. He wore his hair cut short and had a large, round head, particularly prominent at the back. His soft, round, rather snub-nosed face was of a sickly yellowish colour, but had a vigorous and rather ironical expression. It would have been good-natured except for a look in the eyes, which shone with a watery, mawkish light under almost white, blinking eyelashes. The expression of those eyes was strangely out of keeping with his somewhat womanish figure, and gave it something far more serious than could be guessed at first sight. As soon as Porfiri Petrovitch heard that his visitor had a little matter of business with him, he begged him to sit down on the sofa, and sat down himself on the other end, waiting for him to explain his business, with that careful and over-serious attention which is at once oppressive and embarrassing, especially to a stranger, and especially if what you are discussing is in your own opinion of far too little importance for such exceptional solemnity. But, in brief and coherent phrases, Raskolnikov explained his business clearly and exactly, and was so well satisfied with himself that he even succeeded in taking a good look at Porfiri. Porfiri Petrovitch did not once take his eyes off him. Razumikhin, sitting opposite at the same table, listened warmly and impatiently, looking from one to the other every moment with rather excessive interest. Fool! Raskolnikov swore to himself. "You have to give information to the police," Porfiri replied, with a most businesslike air. "That having learned of this incident, that is, of the murder, you beg to inform the lawyer in charge of the case that such and such things belong to you, and that you desire to redeem them, or... But they will write to you." "That's just the point. That at the present moment," Raskolnikov tried his utmost to feign embarrassment, "I am not quite in funds, and even this trifling sum is beyond me. I only wanted, you see, for the present to declare that the things are mine, and that, when I have the money—" "That's no matter," answered Porfiri Petrovitch, receiving his explanation of his pecuniary position coldly. "But you can, if you prefer, write straight to me, to say that having been informed of the matter and claiming such and such as your property, you beg—" "On an ordinary sheet of paper?" Raskolnikov interrupted eagerly, again interested in the financial side of the question. "Oh, the most ordinary." And suddenly Porfiri Petrovitch looked with obvious irony at him, screwing up his eyes, and, as it were, winking at him. But perhaps it was Raskolnikov's fancy, for it all lasted but a moment. There was certainly something of the sort. Raskolnikov could have sworn he winked at him. Goodness knows why. "He knows," flashed through his mind like lightning. "Forgive my troubling you about such trifles," he went on, a little disconcerted. "The things are only worth 5 roubles, but I prize them particularly for the sake of those from whom they came to me, and I must confess that I was alarmed when I heard—" "That's why you were so much struck when I mentioned to Zosimov that Porfiri was inquiring for every one who had pledges," Razumikhin put in with obvious intention. This was really unbearable. Raskolnikov could not help glancing at him with a flash of vindictive anger in his black eyes, but immediately recollected himself. "You seem to be jeering at me, brother," he said to him with a well-feigned irritability. "I dare say I do seem to you absurdly anxious about such trash, but you mustn't think me selfish or grasping for that, and these 2 things may be anything but trash in my eyes. I told you just now that the silver watch, though it's not worth a cent, is the only thing left us of my father's. You may laugh at me, but my mother is here." He turned suddenly to Porfiri, "and if she knew—" He turned again hurriedly to Razumikhin, carefully making his voice tremble, "that the watch was lost, she would be in despair. You know what women are." "Not a bit of it. I didn't mean that at all. Quite the contrary," shouted Razumikhin, distressed. "Was it right? Was it natural? Did I overdo it?" Raskolnikov asked himself in a tremor. Why did I say that about women? "Oh, your mother is with you?" Porfiri Petrovitch inquired. "Yes." "When did she come?" "Last night." Porfiri paused as though reflecting. "Your things would not in any case be lost," he went on calmly and coldly. "I have been expecting you here for some time." And as though that was a matter of no importance, he carefully offered the ash-tray to Razumikhin, who was ruthlessly scattering cigarette ash over the carpet. Raskolnikov shuddered, but Porfiri did not seem to be looking at him. and was still concerned with Razumikhin's cigarette. "What, expecting him? Why, did you know that he had pledges there?" cried Razumikhin. Porfiri Petrovitch addressed himself to Raskolnikov. "Your things, the ring and the watch, were wrapped up together, and on the paper your name was legibly written in pencil, together with the date on which you left them with her." "How observant you are!" Raskolnikov smiled awkwardly, doing his very utmost to look him straight in the face. But he failed, and suddenly added, "I say that because I suppose there were a great many pledges, so that it must be difficult to remember them all, but you remember them all so clearly, and stupid, feeble," he thought. "Why did I add that?" "But we know all who had pledges, and you are the only one who hasn't come forward," Porfiri answered with hardly perceptible irony. "I haven't been quite well." "I heard that too. I heard, indeed, that you were in great distress about something. You look pale still." "I'm not pale at all." "No, I'm quite well," Raskolnikov snapped out rudely and angrily, completely changing his tone. His anger was mounting. He couldn't repress it. "And in my anger I shall betray myself," flashed through his mind again. "Why are they torturing me?" "Not quite well," Razumikhin caught him up. "What next? He was unconscious and delirious till yesterday. Would you believe, Porfiri, as soon as our backs were turned, he dressed, though he could hardly stand, and gave us the slip and went off on a spree somewhere till midnight, delirious all the time. Would you believe it? Extraordinary." "Really delirious? You don't say so." Porfiri shook his head in a womanish way. "Nonsense! Don't you believe it?" "But you don't believe it anyway," Raskolnikov let slip in his anger. But Porfiri Petrovitch didn't seem to catch those strange words. "But how could you have gone out if you hadn't been delirious?" Razumikhin got hot suddenly. "What did you go out for? What was the object of it? And why on the sly? Were you in your senses when you did it? Now that all danger is over, I can speak plainly." "I was awfully sick of them yesterday." Raskolnikov addressed Porfiri suddenly with a smile of insolent defiance. "I ran away from them to take lodgings where they wouldn't find me, and took a lot of money with me. Mr. Zamyetov there saw it. Mr. Zamyetov, was I sensible or delirious yesterday? Settle our dispute." He could have strangled Zamyetov at that moment, so hateful were his expression and his silence to him. "In my opinion, you talked sensibly and even artfully, but you were extremely irritable," Zamyetov pronounced dryly. "And Nikodim Fomitch was telling me today," put in Porfiri Petrovitch, "that he met you very late last night in the lodging of a man who had been run over." "And there," said Razumikhin, "weren't you mad then? You gave your last penny to the widow for the funeral. If you wanted to help, give 15 or 20 even, but keep 3 rubles for yourself at least, but he flung away all the 25 at once. Maybe I found a treasure somewhere, and you know nothing of it. So that's why I was liberal yesterday. Mr. Zamyetov knows I found a treasure. Excuse us, please, for disturbing you for half an hour with such trivialities," he said, turning to Porfiri Petrovitch with trembling lips. "We are boring you, aren't we?" "Oh, no, quite the contrary, quite the contrary. If only you knew how you interest me. It's interesting to look on and listen, and I am really glad you have come forward at last." "But you might give us some tea. My throat's dry," cried Razumikhin. "Capital idea. Perhaps we will all keep you company. Wouldn't you like something more essential before tea? Get along with you." Porfiri Petrovitch went out to order tea. Raskolnikov's thoughts were in a whirl. He was in terrible exasperation. The worst of it is, they don't disguise it. They don't care to stand on ceremony. And how, if you didn't know me at all, did you come to talk to Nikodim Fomitch about me? So they didn't care to hide that they are tracking me like a pack of dogs. They simply spit in my face. He was shaking with rage. "Come, strike me openly. Don't play with me like a cat with a mouse. It's hardly civil, Porfiri Petrovitch. But perhaps I won't allow it. I shall get up and throw the whole truth in your ugly faces, and you'll see how I despise you." He could hardly breathe. "And what if it's only my fancy? What if I am mistaken, and through inexperience I get angry and don't keep up my nasty part? Perhaps it's all unintentional. All their phrases are the usual ones, but there is something about them. It all might be said, but there is something. Why did he say bluntly, 'with her'? Why did Zamyetov add that I spoke artfully? Why do they speak in that tone? Yes, the tone. Razumikhin is sitting here. Why does he see nothing? That innocent blockhead never does see anything. Feverish again. Did Porfiri wink at me just now? Of course, it's nonsense. What could he wink for? Are they trying to upset my nerves, or are they teasing me? Either it's all fancy or they know. Even Zamyetov is rude. Is Zamyetov rude? Zamyetov has changed his mind. I foresaw he would change his mind. He is at home here, while it's my first visit. Porfiri does not consider him a visitor, sits with his back to him. They're as thick as thieves, no doubt, over me. Not a doubt they were talking about me before we came. Do they know about the flat? If only they'd make haste. When I said that I ran away to take a flat, he let it pass. I put that in cleverly about a flat. It may be of use afterwards. Delirious indeed. He knows all about last night. He didn't know of my mother's arrival. The hag had written the date in pencil. You are wrong. You won't catch me. There are no facts. It's all supposition. You produce facts. The flat even isn't a fact, but delirium. I know what to say to them. Do they know about the flat? I won't go without finding out. What did I come for? But my being angry now, maybe, is a fact. Fool! How irritable I am! Perhaps that's right, to play the invalid. He's feeling me. He'll try to catch me. Why did I come? All this flashed like lightning through his mind. Porfiri Petrovitch returned quickly. He became suddenly more jovial. "Your party yesterday, brother, has left my head rather, and I am out of sorts altogether," he began in quite a different tone, laughing to Razumikhin. "Was it interesting? I left you yesterday at the most interesting point. Who got the best of it?" "Oh, no one, of course. They got on to everlasting questions, floated off into space. Only think, Rodya, what we got on to yesterday. Whether there is such a thing as crime. I told you that we talked our heads off." "What is there strange? It's an everyday social question," Raskolnikov answered casually. "The question wasn't put quite like that," observed Porfiri. "Not quite, that's true," Razumikhin agreed at once, getting warm and hurried as usual. "Listen, Rodion, and tell us your opinion. I want to hear it. I was fighting tooth and nail with them and wanted you to help me. I told them you were coming. It began with the socialist doctrine. You know their doctrine. Crime is a protest against the abnormality of the social organization, and nothing more. And nothing more. No other causes admitted." "You are wrong there," cried Porfiri Petrovitch. He was noticeably animated, and kept laughing as he looked at Razumikhin, which made him more excited than ever. "Nothing is admitted," Razumikhin interrupted with heat. "I'm not wrong. I'll show you their pamphlets. Everything with them is the influence of environment, and nothing else. Their favourite phrase. From which it follows that if society is normally organized, all crime will cease at once, since there will be nothing to protest against, and all men will become righteous in one instant. Human nature is not taken into account. It is excluded. It's not supposed to exist. They don't recognize that humanity, developing by a historical living process, will become at last a normal society. But they believe that a social system that has come out of some mathematical brain is going to organize all humanity at once and make it just and sinless in an instant, quicker than any living process. That's why they instinctively dislike history. Nothing but ugliness and stupidity in it. And they explain it all as stupidity. That's why they so dislike the living process of life. They don't want a living soul. The living soul demands life. The soul won't obey the rules of mechanics. The soul is an object of suspicion. The soul is retrograde. But what they want, though it smells of death and can be made of India rubber, at least is not alive, has no will, is servile, and won't revolt. And it comes in the end to their reducing everything to the building of walls and the planning of rooms and passages in a phalanstery. The phalanstery is ready indeed, but your human nature is not ready for the phalanstery. It wants life. It hasn't completed its vital process. It's too soon for the graveyard. You can't skip over nature by logic. Logic presupposes 3 possibilities, but there are millions. Cut away 1,000,000 and reduce it all to the question of comfort. That's the easiest solution of the problem. It's seductively clear, and you mustn't think about it. That's the great thing. You mustn't think. The whole secret of life in 2 pages of print. Now he is off, beating the drum. Catch hold of him, do, laughed Porfiry. Can you imagine, he turned to Raskolnikov, 6 people holding forth like that last night in one room, with punch as a preliminary? No, brother, you are wrong. Environment accounts for a great deal in crime, I can assure you of that. Oh, I know it does. But just tell me, a man of 40 violates a child of 10. Was it environment drove him to it? Well, strictly speaking, it did, Porfiry observed with noteworthy gravity. A crime of that nature may be very well ascribed to the influence of environment. Razumikhin was almost in a frenzy. Oh, if you like, he roared, I'll prove to you that your white eyelashes may very well be ascribed to the church of Ivan the Great's being 250 feet high. And I will prove it clearly, exactly, progressively, and even with a liberal tendency. I undertake to. Will you bet on it? Done. Let's hear, please, how he will prove it. He is always humbugging, confound him, cried Razumikhin, jumping up and gesticulating. What's the use of talking to you? He does all that on purpose. You don't know him, Rodion. He took their side yesterday simply to make fools of them. And the things he said yesterday, and they were delighted. He can keep it up for a fortnight together. Last year he persuaded us that he was going into a monastery. He stuck to it for 2 months. Not long ago he took it into his head to declare he was going to get married, that he had everything ready for the wedding. He ordered new clothes, indeed. We all began to congratulate him. There was no bride. Nothing. All pure fantasy. Ah, you are wrong. I got the clothes before. It was the new clothes, in fact, that made me think of taking you in. Are you such a good dissembler? Raskolnikov asked carelessly. You wouldn't have supposed it, eh? Wait a bit. I shall take you in too. No, I'll tell you the truth. All these questions about crime, environment, children, recall to my mind an article of yours, which interested me at the time, on crime, or something of the sort. I forget the title. I read it with pleasure 2 months ago in the periodical review. My article? In the periodical review? Raskolnikov asked in astonishment. I certainly did write an article upon a book 6 months ago when I left the university, but I sent it to the weekly review. But it came out in the periodical. And the weekly review ceased to exist. So that's why it wasn't printed at the time. That's true, but when it ceased to exist, the weekly review was amalgamated with the periodical. And so your article appeared 2 months ago in the latter. Didn't you know? Raskolnikov had not known. Why, you might get some money out of them for the article. What a strange person you are! You lead such a solitary life that you know nothing of matters that concern you directly. It's a fact, I assure you. Bravo, Rodya! I knew nothing about it either, cried Razumikhin. I'll run today to the reading room and ask for the number. 2 months ago? What was the date? It doesn't matter, though. I'll find it. Think of not telling us. How did you find out that the article was mine? It's only signed with an initial. I only learned it by chance the other day, through the editor. I know him. I was very much interested. I analyzed, if I remember, the psychology of a criminal before and after the crime. Yes, and you maintained that the perpetration of a crime is always accompanied by illness. Very, very original. But it was not that part of your article that interested me so much, but an idea at the end of the article which I regret to say you merely suggested without working it out clearly. There is, if you recollect, a suggestion that there are certain persons who can, that is, not precisely are able to, but have a perfect right to commit breaches of morality and crimes, and that the law is not for them. Raskolnikov smiled at the exaggerated and intentional distortion of his idea. What? What do you mean, a right to crime, but not because of the influence of environment? Razumikhin inquired with some alarm even. No, not exactly because of it, answered Porfiry. In his article all men are divided into ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary men have to live in submission, have no right to transgress the law because, don't you see, they are ordinary. But extraordinary men have a right to commit any crime and to transgress the law in any way, just because they are extraordinary. That was your idea, if I am not mistaken. What do you mean, that can't be right? Razumikhin muttered in bewilderment. Raskolnikov smiled again. He saw the point at once, and knew where they wanted to drive him. He decided to take up the challenge. That wasn't quite my contention, he began simply and modestly. Yet I admit that you have stated it almost correctly, perhaps, if you like, perfectly so. It almost gave him pleasure to admit this. The only difference is that I don't contend that extraordinary people are always bound to commit breaches of morals, as you call it. In fact, I doubt whether such an argument could be published. I simply hinted that an extraordinary man has the right, that is, not an official right, but an inner right to decide in his own conscience, to overstep certain obstacles, and only in case it is essential for the practical fulfillment of his idea, sometimes, perhaps, of benefit to the whole of humanity. You say that my article isn't definite. I am ready to make it as clear as I can. Perhaps I am right in thinking you want me to. Very well. I maintain that if the discoveries of Kepler and Newton could not have been made known except by sacrificing the lives of one, a dozen, 100 or more men, Newton would have had the right, would indeed have been in duty bound, to eliminate the dozen or the 100 men for the sake of making his discoveries known to the whole of humanity. But it does not follow from that Newton had a right to murder people right and left, and to steal every day in the market. Then, I remember, I maintain in my article that all, legislators and leaders of men such as Lycurgus, Solon, Mahomet, Napoleon, and so on, were all, without exception, criminals, from the very fact that, making a new law, they transgressed the ancient one, handed down from their ancestors and held sacred by the people. And they didn't stop short at bloodshed either, if that bloodshed, often of innocent persons fighting bravely in defense of ancient law, were of use to their cause. It's remarkable, in fact, that the majority, indeed, of these benefactors and leaders of humanity were guilty of terrible carnage. In short, I maintain that all great men, or even men a little out of the common, that is to say, capable of giving some new word, must, from their very nature, be criminals, more or less, of course. Otherwise, it's hard for them to get out of the common rut. And to remain in the common rut is what they can't submit to, from their very nature again, and to my mind they ought not, indeed, to submit to it. You see that there is nothing particularly new in all that. The same thing has been printed and read 1,000 times before. As for my division of people into ordinary and extraordinary, I acknowledge that it's somewhat arbitrary, but I don't insist upon exact numbers. I only believe in my leading idea that men are, in general, divided by a law of nature into 2 categories: inferior, ordinary, that is, so to say, material that serves only to reproduce its kind, and men who have the gift or the talent to utter a new word. There are, of course, innumerable subdivisions, but the distinguishing features of both categories are fairly well marked. The first category, generally speaking, are men conservative in temperament and law-abiding. They live under control, and love to be controlled. To my thinking, it is their duty to be controlled, because that's their vocation, and there is nothing humiliating in it for them. The second category, all transgress the law. They are destroyers, or disposed to destruction according to their capacities. The crimes of these men are, of course, relative and varied. For the most part, they seek in very varied ways the destruction of the present for the sake of the better. But if such a one is forced, for the sake of his idea, to step over a corpse, or wade through blood, he can, I maintain, find within himself, in his conscience, a sanction for wading through blood. That depends on the idea and its dimensions. Note that. It's only in that sense I speak of their right to crime in my article. You remember it began with the legal question. There's no need for much anxiety, however. The masses will scarcely ever admit this right. They punish them or hang them, more or less, and in doing so fulfill quite justly their conservative vocation. But the same masses set these criminals on a pedestal in the next generation, and worship them, more or less. The first category is always the man of the present, the second, the man of the future. The first, preserve the world and people it. The second, move the world and lead it to its goal. Each class has an equal right to exist. In fact, all have equal rights with me, and vive la guerre éternelle, till the New Jerusalem, of course. Then you believe in the New Jerusalem, do you? I do. Raskolnikov answered firmly. As he said these words, and during the whole preceding tirade, he kept his eyes on one spot on the carpet. And do you believe in God? Excuse my curiosity. I do, repeated Raskolnikov, raising his eyes to Porfiry. And do you believe in Lazarus rising from the dead? I do. Why do you ask all this? You believe it literally? Literally. You don't say so. I asked from curiosity. Excuse me. But let us go back to the question. They are not always executed. Some, on the contrary, triumph in their lifetime. Oh, yes. Some attain their ends in this life, and then they begin executing other people, if it's necessary. Indeed, for the most part they do. Your remark is very witty. Thank you. But tell me this. How do you distinguish those extraordinary people from the ordinary ones? Are there signs at their birth? I feel there ought to be more exactitude, more external definition. Excuse the natural anxiety of a practical, law-abiding citizen, but couldn't they adopt a special uniform, for instance? Couldn't they wear something? Be branded in some way? For you know, if confusion arises, and a member of one category imagines that he belongs to the other, begins to eliminate obstacles, as you so happily expressed it, then— Oh, that very often happens. That remark is wittier than the other. Thank you. No reason to. But take note that the mistake can only arise in the first category, that is, among the ordinary people, as I perhaps unfortunately called them. In spite of their predisposition to obedience, very many of them, through a playfulness of nature, sometimes vouchsafed even to the cow, like to imagine themselves advanced people, destroyers, and to push themselves into the new movement, and this quite sincerely. Meanwhile, the really new people are very often unobserved by them, or even despised as reactionaries of grovelling tendencies. But I don't think there is any considerable danger here, and you really need not be uneasy, for they never go very far. Of course, they might have a thrashing sometimes for letting their fancy run away with them, and to teach them their place, but no more. In fact, even this isn't necessary, as they castigate themselves, for they are very conscientious. Some perform this service for one another, and others chastise themselves with their own hands. They will impose various public acts of penitence upon themselves, with a beautiful and edifying effect. In fact, you've nothing to be uneasy about. It's a law of nature. Well, you have certainly set my mind more at rest on that score. But there's another thing worries me. Tell me, please, are there many people who have the right to kill others? These extraordinary people? I am ready to bow down to them, of course, but you must admit it's alarming if there are a great many of them. Oh, you needn't worry about that either, Raskolnikov went on in the same tone. People with new ideas, people with the faintest capacity for saying something new, are extremely few in number. extraordinarily so, in fact. One thing only is clear, that the appearance of all these grades and subdivisions of men must follow with unfailing regularity some law of nature. That law, of course, is unknown at present, but I am convinced that it exists, and one day may become known. The vast mass of mankind is mere material, and only exists in order by some great effort, by some mysterious process, by means of some crossing of races and stocks, to bring into the world at last perhaps one man out of 1,000, with a spark of independence. 1 in 10,000, perhaps, I speak roughly, approximately, is born with some independence, and with still greater independence 1 in 100,000. The man of genius is one of millions, and the great geniuses, the crown of humanity, appear on earth perhaps 1 in many thousand millions. In fact, I have not peeped into the retort in which all this takes place. But there certainly is and must be a definite law. It cannot be a matter of chance. "Why, are you both joking?" Razumikhin cried at last. "There you sit making fun of one another. Are you serious, Rodya?" Raskolnikov raised his pale and almost mournful face, and made no reply. And the unconcealed, persistent, nervous and discourteous sarcasm of Porfiry seemed strange to Razumikhin, beside that quiet and mournful face. "Well, brother, if you are really serious, you are right, of course, in saying that it's not new, that it's like what we've read and heard 1,000 times already. But what is really original in all this, and is exclusively your own to my horror, is that you sanction bloodshed in the name of conscience, and, excuse my saying so, with such fanaticism. That, I take it, is the point of your article. But that sanction of bloodshed by conscience is, to my mind, more terrible than the official, legal sanction of bloodshed." "You are quite right. It is more terrible," Porfiry agreed. "Yes, you must have exaggerated. There's some mistake. I shall read it." "You can't think that. I shall read it." "All that is not in the article. There's only a hint of it," said Raskolnikov. Yes, Porfiry couldn't sit still. "Your attitude to crime is pretty clear to me now, but excuse me for my impertinence. I am really ashamed to be worrying you like this. You see, you've removed my anxiety as to the 2 grades getting mixed, but there are various practical possibilities that make me uneasy. What if some man, or youth, imagines that he is a Lycurgus or Mahomet, a future one, of course, and suppose he begins to remove all obstacles. He has some great enterprise before him and needs money for it, and tries to get it. Do you see?" Zamyatov gave a sudden guffaw in his corner. Raskolnikov did not even raise his eyes to him. "I must admit," he went on calmly, "that such cases certainly must arise. The vain and foolish are particularly apt to fall into that snare. Young people especially." "Yes, you see. Well, then?" "What then?" Raskolnikov smiled in reply. "That's not my fault. So it is, and so it always will be. He said just now," he nodded at Razumikhin, "that I sanction bloodshed. Society is too well protected by prisons, banishment, criminal investigators, penal servitude. There's no need to be uneasy. You have but to catch the thief." "And what if we do catch him?" "Then he gets what he deserves.
You are certainly logical. But what of his conscience?
Why do you care about that?
Simply from humanity.
If he has a conscience, he will suffer for his mistake. That will be his punishment, as well as the prison.
But the real geniuses, asked Razumikhin, frowning, those who have the right to murder, oughtn't they to suffer at all, even for the blood they've shed?
Why the word ought? It's not a matter of permission or prohibition. He will suffer if he is sorry for his victim. Pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. The really great men must, I think, have great sadness on earth. He added dreamily, not in the tone of the conversation. He raised his eyes, looked earnestly at them all, smiled, and took his cap. He was too quiet by comparison with his manner at his entrance, and he felt this. Everyone got up.
"Well, you may abuse me, be angry with me if you like," Porfiri Petrovitch began again, "but I can't resist. Allow me one little question. I know I am troubling you. There is just one little notion I want to express, simply that I may not forget it."
"Very good. Tell me your little notion." Raskolnikov stood, waiting, pale and grave, before him.
"Well, you see, I really don't know how to express it properly. It's a playful, psychological idea. When you were writing your article, surely you couldn't have helped fancying yourself just a little an extraordinary man, uttering a new word in your sense. That's so, isn't it?"
"Quite possibly," Raskolnikov answered contemptuously. Razumikhin made a movement.
"And if so, could you bring yourself, in case of worldly difficulties and hardship or for some service to humanity, to overstep obstacles? For instance, to rob and murder?"
And again he winked with his left eye and laughed noiselessly just as before. "If I did, I certainly should not tell you," Raskolnikov answered, with defiant and haughty contempt.
"No, I was only interested on account of your article, from a literary point of view."
How obvious and insolent that is, Raskolnikov thought with repulsion.
"Allow me to observe," he answered dryly, "that I don't consider myself a Mahomet or a Napoleon, nor any personage of that kind. And not being one of them, I cannot tell you how I should act." "Oh, calm. Don't we all think ourselves Napoleons now in Russia?" Porfiri Petrovitch said with alarming familiarity.
Something peculiar betrayed itself in the very intonation of his voice.
"Perhaps it was one of these future Napoleons who killed Alyona Ivanovna last week," Samyetov blurted out from the corner.
Raskolnikov did not speak, but looked firmly and intently at Porfiri. Razumikhin was scowling gloomily. He seemed before this to be noticing something. He looked angrily around. There was a minute of gloomy silence. Raskolnikov turned to go.
"Are you going already?" Porfiri said amiably, holding out his hand with excessive politeness. "Very, very glad of your acquaintance. As for your request, have no uneasiness. Write just as I told you, or, better still, come to me there yourself in a day or two. Tomorrow, indeed. I shall be there at 11 o'clock for certain. We'll arrange it all. We'll have a talk. As one of the last to be there, you might perhaps be able to tell us something," he added with a most good-natured expression. "You want to cross-examine me officially, in due form?" Raskolnikov asked sharply. "Oh, why? That's not necessary for the present. You misunderstand me. I lose no opportunity, you see, and I've talked with all who had pledges. I obtained evidence from some of them, and you are the last. Yes, by the way," he cried, seemingly suddenly delighted, "I just remember. What was I thinking of?" He turned to Razumikhin. "You were talking my ears off about that Nikolai. Of course, I know very well," he turned to Raskolnikov, "that the fellow is innocent. But what is one to do? We had to trouble Dmitri too. This is the point. This is all. When you went up the stairs, it was past 7, wasn't it?" "Yes," answered Raskolnikov, with an unpleasant sensation at the very moment he spoke that he need not have said it. "Then, when you went upstairs between 7 and 8, didn't you see, in a flat that stood open on a second story, do you remember, 2 workmen, or at least one of them? They were painting there. Didn't you notice them? It's very, very important for them." "Painters?" "No, I didn't see them," Raskolnikov answered slowly, as though ransacking his memory, while at the same instant he was racking every nerve, almost swooning with anxiety, to conjecture as quickly as possible where the trap lay and not to overlook anything. "No, I didn't see them. And I don't think I noticed a flat like that open. But on the 4th story—" he had mastered the trap now and was triumphant. "I remember now that someone was moving out of the flat opposite Alyona Ivanovna's. I remember it clearly. Some porters were carrying out a sofa, and they squeezed me against the wall. But painters— No, I don't remember that there were any painters. And I don't think that there was a flat open anywhere. No, there wasn't." "What do you mean?" Razumikhin shouted suddenly, as though he had reflected and realized. "Why, it was on the day of the murder the painters were at work, and he was there 3 days before. What are you asking?" "Phew, I have muddled it." Porphyry slapped himself on the forehead. "Deuce take it! This business is turning my brain." He addressed Raskolnikov somewhat apologetically. "It would be such a great thing for us to find out whether anyone had seen them between 7 and 8 at the flat, so I fancied you could perhaps have told us something." "I quite muddled it." "Then you should be more careful," Razumikhin observed grimly. The last words were uttered in the passage. Porfiri Petrovitch saw them to the door with excessive politeness. They went out into the street, gloomy and sullen, and for some steps they did not say a word. Raskolnikov drew a deep breath. Chapter 6. "I don't believe it. I can't believe it," repeated Razumikhin, trying in perplexity to refute Raskolnikov's arguments. They were by now approaching Bakalaev's lodgings, where Pulcheria Alexandrovna and Dunya had been expecting them a long while. Razumikhin kept stopping on the way in the heat of discussion, confused and excited by the very fact that they were for the first time speaking openly about it. "Don't believe it, then," answered Raskolnikov with a cold, careless smile. You were noticing nothing as usual, but I was weighing every word." "You're suspicious. That's why you weighed their words? Certainly, I agree, Porfiry's tone was rather strange, and still more that wretch Zamyetov. You are right, there was something about him, but why? Why?" "He has changed his mind since last night." "Quite the contrary. If they had that brainless idea, they would do their utmost to hide it and conceal their cards so as to catch you afterwards. But it was all impudent and careless." "If they had had facts, I mean real facts, or at least grounds for suspicion, then they would certainly have tried to hide their game in the hope of getting more. They would have made a search long ago, besides, but they have no facts, not one. It's all mirage, all ambiguous, simply a floating idea, so they try to throw me out by impudence. And perhaps he was irritated at having no facts, and blurted it out in his vexation, or perhaps he has some plan. He seems an intelligent man. Perhaps he wanted to frighten me by pretending to know. They have a psychology of their own, brother. But it is loathsome explaining it all. Stop! And it's insulting. Insulting! I understand you, but since we have spoken openly now, and it's an excellent thing that we have at last, I'm glad, I will own now, frankly, that I noticed it in them long ago, this idea. Of course, the merest hint only, an insinuation, but why an insinuation even? How dare they? What foundation have they? If only you knew how furious I have been. Think only, simply because a poor student, unhinged by poverty and hypochondria, on the eve of a severe, delirious illness, note that, suspicious, vain, proud, who has not seen a soul to speak to for 6 months, in rags and in boots without soles, has to face some wretched policemen and put up with their insolence. And the unexpected debt thrust under his nose, the IOU presented by Tchebarov, the new paint, 30 degrees Réaumur, and a stifling atmosphere, a crowd of people, the talk about the murder of a person where he had been just before, and all that on an empty stomach. He might well have a fainting fit. And that is what they found it all on. Damn them! I understand how annoying it is, but in your place, Rodya, I would laugh at them, or better still, spit in their ugly faces, and spit 12 times in all directions. I'd hit out in all directions, neatly, too, and so I'd put an end to it. Damn them! Don't be downhearted. It's a shame. He really has put it well, though, Raskolnikov thought. Damn them! But the cross-examination again tomorrow? He said with bitterness. Must I really enter into explanations with him? I feel vexed as it is that I condescended to speak to Zamyetov yesterday in the restaurant. Damn it, I will go myself to Porfiry. I will squeeze it out of him as one of the family. He must let me know the ins and outs of it all, and as for Zamyetov— At last he sees through him, thought Raskolnikov. "Wait!" cried Razumikhin, seizing him by the shoulder again. "Wait, you are wrong. I have thought it out. You are wrong. How was that a trap? You say that the question about the workmen was a trap, but if you had done that, could you have said you had seen them painting the flat and the workmen? On the contrary, you would have seen nothing, even if you had seen it. Who would admit it against himself? If I had done that thing, I should certainly have said that I had seen the workmen and the flat," Raskolnikov answered, with reluctance and obvious disgust. "But why speak against yourself?" "Because only peasants, or the most inexperienced novices, deny everything flatly at examinations. If a man is ever so little developed and experienced, he will certainly try to admit all the external facts that can't be avoided, but will seek other explanations of them, will introduce some special unexpected turn that will give them another significance and put them in another light. Porfiry might well reckon that I should be sure to answer so, and say I had seen them to give an air of truth, and then make some explanation. But he would have told you at once that the workmen could not have been there 2 days before, and that therefore you must have been there on the day of the murder at 8 o'clock. And so he would have caught you over a detail. Yes. That's what he was reckoning on. That I should not have time to reflect and should be in a hurry to make the most likely answer, and so would forget that the workmen could not have been there 2 days before. But how could you forget it? Nothing easier. It's in just such stupid things clever people are most easily caught. The more cunning a man is, the less he suspects that he will be caught in a simple thing. The more cunning a man is, the simpler the trap he must be caught in. Porfiry is not such a fool as you think. He's a knave, then, if that's so. Raskolnikov could not help laughing. But at the very moment he was struck by the strangeness of his own frankness, and the eagerness with which he had made this explanation, though he had kept up all the preceding conversation with gloomy repulsion, obviously with a motive, from necessity.
This ends Disc 10. Crime and Punishment, Disc 11.
I am getting a relish for certain aspects, he thought to himself. But almost at the same instant he became suddenly uneasy, as though an unexpected and alarming idea had occurred to him. His uneasiness kept on increasing. They had just reached the entrance to Bakalaev's. "Go in alone," said Raskolnikov suddenly. "I'll be back directly." "Where are you going?" "Why, we're just here." "I can't help it. I'll come in half an hour. Tell them." "Say what you like. I'll come with you." "You too want to torture me," he screamed, with such bitter irritation, such despair in his eyes, that Razumikhin's hands dropped. He stood for some time on the steps, looking gloomily at Raskolnikov, striding rapidly away in the direction of his lodging. At last, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, he swore he would squeeze Porfiry like a lemon that very day, and went up the stairs to reassure Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was by now alarmed at their long absence. When Raskolnikov got home, his hair was soaked with sweat, and he was breathing heavily. He went rapidly up the stairs, walked into his unlocked room, and at once fastened the latch. Then, in senseless terror, he rushed to the corner, to that hole under the paper where he had put the thing, put his hand in, and for some minutes felt carefully in the hole, in every crack and fold of the paper. Finding nothing, he got up and drew a deep breath. As he was reaching the steps of Bakalaev's, he suddenly thought that something, a chain, a stud, or even a bit of paper in which they had been wrapped with the old woman's handwriting on it, might somehow have slipped out and been lost in some crack, and then might suddenly turn up as unexpected conclusive evidence against him. He stood as though lost in thought, and a strange, humiliated, half-senseless smile strayed on his lips. He took his cap at last and went quietly out of the room. His ideas were all tangled. He went dreamily through the gateway. "Here he is himself," shouted a loud voice. He raised his head. The porter was standing at the door of his little room, and was pointing him out, to a short man who looked like an artisan, wearing a long coat and a waistcoat, and looking at a distance remarkably like a woman. He stooped, and his head in a greasy cap hung forward. From his wrinkled, flabby face he looked over 50. His little eyes were lost in fat, and they looked out grimly, sternly, and discontentedly. "What is it?" Raskolnikov asked, going up to the porter. The man stole a look at him from under his brows, and he looked at him attentively, deliberately.
Then he turned slowly and went out of the gate into the street without saying a word.
"What is it?"
cried Raskolnikov.
"Why, he there was asking whether a student lived here, mentioned your name, and whom you lodged with. I saw you coming and pointed you out, and he went away. It's funny."
The porter, too, seemed rather puzzled, but not much so, and after wondering for a moment he turned and went back to his room. Raskolnikov ran after the stranger, and at once caught sight of him walking along the other side of the street with the same even, deliberate step, with his eyes fixed on the ground, as though in meditation. He soon overtook him, but for some time walked behind him. At last, moving on to a level with him, he looked at his face. The man noticed him at once, looked at him quickly, but dropped his eyes again. And so they walked for a minute side by side without uttering a word. "You were inquiring for me of the porter?" Raskolnikov said at last, but in a curiously quiet voice. The man made no answer. He didn't even look at him. Again they were both silent. "Why do you come and ask for me, and say nothing? What's the meaning of it?" Raskolnikov's voice broke, and he seemed unable to articulate the words clearly. The man raised his eyes this time, and turned a gloomy, sinister look at Raskolnikov. "Murderer," he said suddenly, in a quiet but clear and distinct voice. Raskolnikov went on walking beside him. His legs felt suddenly weak. A cold shiver ran down his spine, and his heart seemed to stand still for a moment, then suddenly began throbbing as though it were set free. So they walked for about 100 paces, side by side in silence. The man did not look at him. "What do you mean? What is—" "Who is a murderer?" muttered Raskolnikov, hardly audibly. "You are a murderer," the man answered, still more articulately and emphatically, with a smile of triumphant hatred. And again he looked straight into Raskolnikov's pale face and stricken eyes. They had just reached the crossroads. The man turned to the left without looking behind him. Raskolnikov remained standing, gazing after him. He saw him turn round 50 paces away and look back at him, still standing there. Raskolnikov could not see clearly, but he fancied that he was again smiling, the same smile of cold hatred and triumph. With slow, faltering steps, with shaking knees, Raskolnikov made his way back to his little garret, feeling chilled all over. He took off his cap and put it on the table, and for 10 minutes he stood, without moving. Then he sank, exhausted, on the sofa, and with a weak moan of pain he stretched himself on it. So he lay for half an hour. He thought of nothing. Some thoughts or fragments of thoughts, some images without order or coherence floated before his mind. Faces of people he had seen in his childhood or met somewhere once, whom he would never have recalled, the belfry of the church at V, the billiard table in a restaurant and some officers playing billiards, the smell of cigars in some underground tobacco shop, a tavern room, a back staircase quite dark, all sloppy with dirty water and strewn with eggshells, and the Sunday bells floating in from somewhere. The images followed one another, whirling like a hurricane. Some of them he liked and tried to clutch at, but they faded, and all the while there was an oppression within him. But it was not overwhelming. Sometimes it was even pleasant. The slight shivering still persisted, but that too was an almost pleasant sensation. He heard the hurried footsteps of Razumikhin. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Razumikhin opened the door and stood for some time in the doorway as though hesitating. Then he stepped softly into the room and went cautiously to the sofa. Raskolnikov heard Nastasia's whisper, "Don't disturb him. Let him sleep. He can have his dinner later." "Quite so," answered Razumikhin. Both withdrew carefully and closed the door. Another half-hour passed. Raskolnikov opened his eyes, turned on his back again, clasping his hands behind his head. Who is he? Who is that man who sprang out of the earth? Where was he? What did he see? He's seen it all, that's clear. Where was he then? And from where did he see? Why has he only now sprung out of the earth? And how could he see? Is it possible? Continued Raskolnikov, turning cold and shivering. And the jewel case Nikolai found behind the door, was that possible? A clue? You miss an infinitesimal line, and you can build it into a pyramid of evidence. A fly flew by and saw it. Is it possible? He felt with sudden loathing how weak, how physically weak he had become. I ought to have known it, he thought with a bitter smile. And how dared I, knowing myself, knowing how I should be, take up an axe and shed blood? I ought to have known beforehand. But I did know, he whispered in despair. At times he came to a standstill at some thought. No, those men are not made so. The real master, to whom all is permitted, storms Toulon, makes a massacre in Paris, forgets an army in Egypt, wastes 500,000 men in the Moscow expedition, and gets off with a jest at Vilna. And altars are set up to him after his death. And so all is permitted. No, such people, it seems, are not of flesh, but of bronze. One sudden irrelevant idea almost made him laugh. Napoleon, the pyramids, Waterloo, and a wretched, skinny old woman, a pawnbroker with a red trunk under her bed. It's a nice hash for Porfiri Petrovitch to digest. How can I digest it? It's too inartistic. Would a Napoleon creep under an old woman's bed? Ugh, how loathsome. At moments he felt he was raving. He sank into a state of feverish excitement. The old woman is of no consequence, he thought, hotly and incoherently. The old woman was a mistake, perhaps, but she's not what matters. The old woman was only an illness. I was in a hurry to overstep. I didn't kill a human being, but a principle. I killed the principle, but I didn't overstep. I stopped on this side. I was only capable of killing. And it seems I wasn't even capable of that. Principle. Why was that fool Razumikhin abusing the socialists? They are industrious commercial people. The happiness of all is their case. No. Life is only given to me once, and I shall never have it again. I don't want to wait for the happiness of all. I want to live myself, or else better not live at all. I simply couldn't pass by my mother starving, keeping my rouble in my pocket while I waited for the happiness of all. I am putting my little brick into the happiness of all, and so my heart is at peace. Why have you let me slip? I only live once. I, too, want. I am an aesthetic louse and nothing more, he added suddenly, laughing like a madman.
Yes, I am certainly a louse," he went on, clutching at the idea, gloating over it, and playing with it with vindictive pleasure. "In the first place, because I can reason that I am one, and secondly, because for a month past I have been troubling benevolent Providence, calling it to witness that not for my own fleshly lusts did I undertake it, but with a grand and noble object. Thirdly, because I aimed at carrying it out as justly as possible, weighing, measuring, and calculating. Of all the lice, I picked out the most useless one and proposed to take from her only as much as I needed for the first step, no more nor less. So the rest would have gone to a monastery according to her will. And what shows that I am utterly a louse," he added, grinding his teeth, "is that I am perhaps viler and more loathsome than the louse I killed. And I felt beforehand that I should tell myself so after killing her. Can anything be compared with the horror of that? The vulgarity, the abjectness. I understand the prophet with his sabre on his steed. Allah commands, and trembling creation must obey. The prophet is right. He is right when he sets a battery across the street and blows up the innocent and the guilty without deigning to explain. It's for you to obey, trembling creation, and not to have desires, for that's not for you. I shall never, never forgive the old woman." His hair was soaked with sweat, his quivering lips were parched, his eyes were fixed on the ceiling. "Mother, sister, how I loved them! Why do I hate them now? Yes, I hate them. I feel a physical hatred for them. I can't bear them near me. I went up to my mother and kissed her, I remember, to embrace her and think if she only knew— Shall I tell her, then? That's just what I might do. She must be the same as I am," he added, straining himself to think, as it were struggling with delirium. "Oh, how I hate the old woman now! I feel I should kill her again if she came to life. Poor Lizaveta. Why did she come in? It's strange, though. Why is it I scarcely ever think of her as though I hadn't killed her? Lizaveta, Sonya. Poor gentle things with gentle eyes. Dear women. Why don't they weep? Why don't they moan? They give up everything. Their eyes are soft and gentle. Sonya. Sonya. Gentle Sonya. He lost consciousness. It seemed strange to him that he didn't remember how he got into the street. It was late evening. The twilight had fallen, and the full moon was shining more and more brightly. But there was a peculiar breathlessness in the air. There were crowds of people in the street. Workmen and business people were making their way home. Other people had come out for a walk. There was a smell of mortar, dust, and stagnant water. Raskolnikov walked along, mournful and anxious. He was distinctly aware of having come out with a purpose, of having to do something in a hurry, but what it was he had forgotten. Suddenly he stood still and saw a man standing on the other side of the street, beckoning to him. He crossed over to him, but at once the man turned and walked away with his head hanging as though he had made no sign to him. Wait, did he really beckon? Raskolnikov wondered, but he tried to overtake him. When he was within 10 paces, he recognized him and was frightened. It was the same man with stooping shoulders in the long coat. Raskolnikov followed him at a distance. His heart was beating. They went down a turning. The man still didn't look round. "Does he know I am following him?" thought Raskolnikov. The man went into the gateway of a big house. Raskolnikov hastened to the gate and looked in to see whether he would look round and sign to him. In the courtyard the man did turn round and again seemed to beckon him. Raskolnikov at once followed him into the yard, but the man was gone. He must have gone up the first staircase. Raskolnikov rushed after him. He heard slow, measured steps 2 flights above. The staircase seemed strangely familiar. He reached the window on the first floor. The moon shone through the panes with a melancholy and mysterious light. Then he reached the second floor. Bah, this is the flat where the painters were at work. But how was it he didn't recognize it at once? The steps of the man above had died away. So he must have stopped, or hidden somewhere. He reached the third story. Should he go on? There was a stillness that was dreadful. But he went on. The sound of his own footsteps scared and frightened him. How dark it was! The man must be hiding in some corner here. Ah! The flat was standing wide open. He hesitated and went in. It was very dark and empty in the passage, as though everything had been removed. He crept on tiptoe into the parlour, which was flooded with moonlight. Everything there was as before: the chairs, the looking-glass, the yellow sofa, and the pictures in the frames. A huge, round, copper-red moon looked in at the window. "It's the moon that makes it so still, weaving some mystery," thought Raskolnikov. He stood and waited a long while, and the more silent the moonlight, the more violently his heart beat, till it was painful, and still the same hush. Suddenly he heard a momentary sharp crack, like the snapping of a splinter, and all was still again. A fly flew up suddenly and struck the window-pane with a plaintive buzz. At that moment he noticed in the corner, between the window and the little cupboard, something like a cloak hanging on the wall. "Why is that cloak here?" he thought. "It wasn't there before." He went up to it quietly, and felt that there was someone hiding behind it. He cautiously moved the cloak and saw, sitting on a chair in the corner, the old woman, bent double so that he couldn't see her face, but it was she. He stood over her. "She is afraid," he thought. He stealthily took the axe from the noose and struck her one blow, then another on the skull. But strange to say, she didn't stir, as though she were made of wood. He was frightened, bent down nearer and tried to look at her, but she too bent her head lower. He bent right down to the ground and peeped up into her face from below. He peeped and turned cold with horror. The old woman was sitting and laughing, shaking with noiseless laughter, doing her utmost that he shouldn't hear it. Suddenly he fancied that the door from the bedroom was opened a little, and that there was laughter and whispering within. He was overcome with frenzy, and he began hitting the old woman on the head with all his force. But at every blow of the axe, the laughter and whispering from the bedroom grew louder, and the old woman was simply shaking with mirth. He was rushing away, but the passage was full of people. The doors of the flats stood open, and on the landing, on the stairs, and everywhere below there were people, rows of heads, all looking, but huddled together in silence and expectation. Something gripped his heart. His legs were rooted to the spot. They wouldn't move. He tried to scream and woke up. He drew a deep breath. But his dream seemed strangely to persist. His door was flung open, and a man whom he had never seen stood in the doorway watching him intently. Raskolnikov had hardly opened his eyes, and he instantly closed them again. He lay on his back without stirring. "Is it still a dream?" he wondered, and again raised his eyelids, hardly perceptibly. The stranger was standing in the same place, still watching him. He stepped cautiously into the room, carefully closing the door after him, went up to the table, paused a moment, still keeping his eyes on Raskolnikov, and noiselessly seated himself on the chair by the sofa. He put his hat on the floor beside him, and leaned his hands on his cane and his chin on his hands. It was evident that he was prepared to wait indefinitely. As far as Raskolnikov could make out from his stolen glances, he was a man no longer young, stout, with a full, fair, almost whitish beard. 10 minutes passed. It was still light, but beginning to get dusk. There was complete stillness in the room. Not a sound came from the stairs. Only a big fly buzzed and fluttered against the window-pane. It was unbearable at last. Raskolnikov suddenly got up and sat on the sofa. "Come, tell me what you want."
"I knew you were not asleep, but only pretending," the stranger answered oddly, laughing calmly. "Allow me to introduce myself. Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov."
Part 4. Chapter 1. Can this be still a dream? Raskolnikov thought once more. He looked carefully and suspiciously at the unexpected visitor. "Svidrigailov? What nonsense! It can't be," he said at last aloud in bewilderment. His visitor did not seem at all surprised at this exclamation.
"I've come to you for 2 reasons. In the first place, I wanted to make your personal acquaintance, as I have already heard a great deal about you that is interesting and flattering. Secondly, I cherish the hope that you may not refuse to assist me in a matter directly concerning the welfare of your sister, Avdotya Romanovna. For without your support she might not let me come near her now, for she is prejudiced against me. But with your assistance, I reckon on—" "You reckon wrongly," interrupted Raskolnikov. "They only arrived yesterday, may I ask you?"
Raskolnikov made no reply.
"It was yesterday, I know. I only arrived myself the day before. Well, let me tell you this, Rodion Romanovich. I don't consider it necessary to justify myself. But kindly tell me what was there particularly criminal on my part in all this business, speaking without prejudice, with common sense."
Raskolnikov continued to look at him in silence.
"That in my own house I persecuted a defenceless girl and insulted her with my infamous proposals, is that it? I am anticipating you. But you've only to assume that I, too, am a man et nihil humanum. In a word, that I am capable of being attracted and falling in love, which does not depend on our will. Then everything can be explained in the most natural manner. The question is, am I a monster? Or am I myself a victim? And what if I am a victim? In proposing to the object of my passion to elope with me to America or Switzerland, I may have cherished the deepest respect for her, and may have thought that I was promoting our mutual happiness. Reason is the slave of passion, you know. Why, probably I was doing more harm to myself than anyone.
But that's not the point, Raskolnikov interrupted with disgust. It's simply that whether you are right or wrong, we dislike you. We don't want to have anything to do with you. We show you the door. Go out. Svidrigaïlov broke into a sudden laugh.
But there's no getting round you, he said, laughing in the frankest way. I hoped to get round you, but you took up the right line at once.
But you are trying to get round me still.
What of it? What of it? Cried Svidrigaïlov, laughing openly. But this is what the French call bonne guerre, and the most innocent form of deception. But still you have interrupted me, one way or another. I repeat again, there would never have been any unpleasantness except for what happened in the garden. Marfa Petrovna—
You have got rid of Marfa Petrovna too, so they say.
Raskolnikov interrupted rudely.
Oh, you've heard that too, then. You'd be sure to, though. But as for your question, I really don't know what to say, though my own conscience is quite at rest on that score. Don't suppose that I am in any apprehension about it. All was regular and in order. The medical inquiry diagnosed apoplexy due to bathing immediately after a heavy dinner and a bottle of wine. And indeed it could have proved nothing else. But I'll tell you what I have been thinking to myself of late, on my way here in the train especially. Didn't I contribute to all that calamity, morally in a way, by irritation or something of the sort? But I came to the conclusion that that, too, was quite out of the question.
Raskolnikov laughed. I wonder you trouble yourself about it.
But what are you laughing at? Only consider, I struck her just twice with a switch. There were no marks, even. Don't regard me as a cynic, please. I am perfectly aware how atrocious it was of me and all that. But I know for certain, too, that Marfa Petrovna was very likely pleased at my, so to say, warmth. The story of your sister had been wrung out to the last drop. For the last 3 days Marfa Petrovna had been forced to sit at home. She had nothing to show herself with in the town. Besides, she had bored them so with that letter. You heard about her reading the letter. And all of a sudden, those 2 switches fell from heaven. Her first act was to order the carriage to be got out. Not to speak of the fact that there are cases when women are very, very glad to be insulted in spite of all their show of indignation. There are instances of it with everyone. Human beings in general, indeed, greatly love to be insulted. Have you noticed that? But it's particularly so with women. One might even say it's their only amusement.
At one time Raskolnikov thought of getting up and walking out, and so finishing the interview. But some curiosity and even a sort of prudence made him linger for a moment. "You are fond of fighting?" he asked carelessly. "No, not very," Svidrigaïlov answered calmly. "And Marfa Petrovna and I scarcely ever fought. We lived very harmoniously, and she was always pleased with me. I only used the whip twice in all our 7 years, not counting a third occasion of a very ambiguous character. The first time, 2 months after our marriage, immediately after we arrived in the country, and the last time was that of which we are speaking.
Did you suppose I was such a monster, such a reactionary, such a slave-driver? Ha! By the way, do you remember, Rodion Romanovich, how a few years ago, in those days of beneficent publicity, a nobleman, I've forgotten his name, was put to shame everywhere in all the papers for having thrashed a German woman in the railway train? Remember? It was in those days, that very year, I believe, the disgraceful action of the age took place. You know, the Egyptian nights, that public reading, you remember? The dark eyes, you know, the golden days of our youth. Where are they? Well, as for the gentleman who thrashed the German, I feel no sympathy with him, because, after all, what need is there for sympathy? But I must say that there are sometimes such provoking Germans that I don't believe there is a progressive who could quite answer for himself. No one looked at the subject from that point of view then. But that's the truly humane point of view, I assure you. After saying this, Svidrigaïlov broke into a sudden laugh again. Raskolnikov saw clearly that this was a man with a firm purpose in his mind and able to keep it to himself. "I expect you've not talked to anyone for some days?" he asked. "Scarcely anyone. I suppose you are wondering at my being such an adaptable man." "No. I am only wondering at your being too adaptable a man." "Because I am not offended at the rudeness of your questions, is that it? But why take offence? As you asked, so I answered," he replied, with a surprising expression of simplicity. "You know, there's hardly anything I take interest in," he went on, as it were dreamily, "especially now I've nothing to do. You are quite at liberty to imagine, though, that I am making up to you with a motive, particularly as I told you I want to see your sister about something. But I'll confess frankly, I am very much bored. The last 3 days especially, so I am delighted to see you. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich, but you seem to be somehow awfully strange yourself. Say what you like, there's something wrong with you, and now, too. Not this very minute, I mean, but now, generally. Well, I won't. Don't scowl. I am not such a bear, you know, as you think." Raskolnikov looked gloomily at him. "You are not a bear, perhaps, at all," he said. "I think, indeed, that you are a man of very good breeding, or at least know how, on occasion, to behave like one." "I am not particularly interested in anyone's opinion," Svidrigaïlov answered, dryly and even with a shade of haughtiness. "And therefore why not be vulgar at times when vulgarity is such a convenient cloak for our climate? And especially if one has a natural propensity that way," he added, laughing again. "But I've heard you have many friends here. You are, as they say, not without connections. What can you want with me, then, unless you've some special object?" "That's true that I have friends here," Svidrigaïlov admitted, not replying to the chief point. "I've met some already. I've been lounging about for the last 3 days, and I've seen them, or they've seen me. That's a matter of course. I am well dressed, and reckoned not a poor man. The emancipation of the serfs hasn't affected me. My property consists chiefly of forests and water meadows. The revenue has not fallen off, but I am not going to see them. I was sick of them long ago. I've been here 3 days and have called on no one. What a town it is! How has it come into existence among us? Tell me that. A town of officials and students of all sorts. Yes, there's a great deal I didn't notice when I was here 8 years ago, kicking up my heels. My only hope now is in anatomy. By God, it is."
"Anatomy?"
"But as for these clubs, Dussault, parades, or progress, indeed, maybe, well, all that can go on without me," he went on, again without noticing the question. Besides, who wants to be a card sharper?"
"Why, have you been a card sharper, then?"
"How could I help being? There was a regular set of us, men of the best society, 8 years ago. We had a fine time. And all men of breeding, you know, poets, men of property. And indeed, as a rule in our Russian society, the best manners are found among those who've been thrashed. Have you noticed that? I've deteriorated in the country. But I did get into prison for debt, through a low Greek who came from Nyezhin. Then Marfa Petrovna turned up. She bargained with him, and bought me off for 30,000 silver pieces. I owed 70,000. We were united in lawful wedlock, and she bore me off into the country like a treasure. You know, she was 5 years older than I. She was very fond of me. For 7 years I never left the country, and take note that all my life she held a document over me, the IOU for 30,000 rubles. So if I were to elect to be restive about anything, I should be trapped at once. And she would have done it. Women find nothing incompatible in that.
If it hadn't been for that, would you have given her the slip?
I don't know what to say. It was scarcely the document restrained me. I didn't want to go anywhere else. Marfa Petrovna herself invited me to go abroad, saying I was bored, but I've been abroad before, and always felt sick there. For no reason but the sunrise, the Bay of Naples, the sea. You look at them, and it makes you sad. What's most revolting is that one is really sad. No, it's better at home. Here at least one blames others for everything and excuses oneself. I should have gone, perhaps, on an expedition to the North Pole, because j'ai le vin mauvais, and hate drinking, and there's nothing left but wine. I have tried it. But I've been told Berg is going up in a great balloon next Sunday, from the Yusupov garden, and will take up passengers at a fee. Is it true?
Why? Would you go up?
No. Oh, no,
muttered Svidrigailov, really seeming to be deep in thought. What does he mean? Is he in earnest? Raskolnikov wondered.
No, the document didn't restrain me, Svidrigailov went on meditatively. It was my own doing, not leaving the country. And nearly a year ago Marfa Petrovna gave me back the document on my name day, and made me a present of a considerable sum of money, too. She had a fortune, you know. You see how I trust you, Arkady Ivanovitch. That was actually her expression. You don't believe she used it? But do you know, I managed the estate quite decently. They know me in the neighbourhood. I ordered books, too. Marfa Petrovna at first approved, but afterwards she was afraid of my over-studying.
You seem to be missing Marfa Petrovna very much.
Missing her? Perhaps. Really, perhaps I am. And, by the way, do you believe in ghosts?
What ghosts?
Why, ordinary ghosts.
Do you believe in them?
Perhaps not. Pour vous plaire. I wouldn't say no, exactly.
Do you see them, then?
Svidrigailov looked at him rather oddly. Marfa Petrovna is pleased to visit me, he said, twisting his mouth into a strange smile.
How do you mean, she is pleased to visit you?
She has been 3 times. I saw her first on the very day of the funeral, an hour after she was buried. It was the day before I left to come here. The second time was the day before yesterday at daybreak, on the journey at the station of Malaya Vishera, and the third time was 2 hours ago. in the room where I am staying. I was alone.
Were you awake?
Quite awake. I was wide awake every time. She comes, speaks to me for a minute, and goes out at the door, always at the door. I can almost hear her.
What made me think that something of the sort must be happening to you? Raskolnikov said, suddenly. At the same moment he was surprised at having said it. He was much excited.
"What? Did you think so?" Svidrigailov asked in astonishment. "Did you, really? Didn't I say that there was something in common between us, eh?"
"You never said so," Raskolnikov cried sharply and with heat.
"Didn't I?
No."
"I thought I did. When I came in and saw you lying with your eyes shut, pretending, I said to myself at once, 'Here's the man.'"
"What do you mean by the man? What are you talking about?" cried Raskolnikov.
"What do I mean? I really don't know,"
Svidrigailov muttered ingenuously, as though he too were puzzled. For a minute they were silent. They stared in each other's faces. "That's all nonsense," Raskolnikov shouted with vexation. "What does she say when she comes to you?"
"She? Would you believe it, she talks of the silliest trifles, and man is a strange creature. It makes me angry. The first time she came in, I was tired, you know, the funeral service, the funeral ceremony, the lunch afterwards. At last I was left alone in my study. I lighted a cigar and began to think. She came in at the door. 'You've been so busy today, Arkady Ivanovitch. You have forgotten to wind the dining-room clock,' she said. 'All those 7 years I've wound that clock every week. And if I forgot it, she would always remind me. The next day I set off on my way here. I got out at the station at daybreak. I'd been asleep, tired out, with my eyes half open. I was drinking some coffee. I looked up, and there was suddenly Marfa Petrovna, sitting beside me with a pack of cards in her hands. 'Shall I tell you your fortune for the journey, Arkady Ivanovitch?' She was a great hand at telling fortunes. I shall never forgive myself for not asking her to. I ran away in a fright, and besides, the bell rang. I was sitting today, feeling very heavy after a miserable dinner from a cook-shop. I was sitting smoking. All of a sudden, Marfa Petrovna again. She came in very smart in a new green silk dress with a long train. 'Good day, Arkady Ivanovitch. How do you like my dress? Aniska can't make like this.' Aniska was a dressmaker in the country, one of our former serf girls who had been trained in Moscow, a pretty wench. She stood turning round before me. I looked at the dress, and then I looked carefully, very carefully, at her face. 'I wonder you trouble to come to me about such trifles, Marfa Petrovna.' 'Good gracious, you won't let one disturb you about anything.' To tease her, I said, 'I want to get married, Marfa Petrovna.' 'That's just like you, Arkady Ivanovitch. It does you very little credit to come looking for a bride when you've hardly buried your wife. And if you could make a good choice at least, but I know it won't be for your happiness or hers, you will only be a laughing stock to all good people.' Then she went out, and her train seemed to rustle. Isn't it nonsense, huh?
But perhaps you are telling lies, Raskolnikov put in.
I rarely lie, answered Svidrigailov thoughtfully, apparently not noticing the rudeness of the question.
And in the past, have you ever seen ghosts before?
Yes, I have seen them, but only once in my life 6 years ago. I had a serf, Filka. Just after his burial I called out, forgetting, 'Filka, my pipe!' He came in. and went to the cupboard where my pipes were. I sat still and thought, he's doing it out of revenge, because we had a violent quarrel just before his death. 'How dare you come in with a hole in your elbow?' I said. 'Go away, you scamp.' He turned and went out, and never came again. I didn't tell Marfa Petrovna at the time. I wanted to have a service sung for him, but I was ashamed."
"You should go to a doctor."
"I know I am not well, without your telling me, though I don't know what's wrong. I believe I am 5 times as strong as you are. I didn't ask you whether you believe that ghosts are seen, but whether you believe that they exist."
"No, I won't believe it," Raskolnikov cried with positive anger.
"What do people generally say?" muttered Svidrigaïlov, as though speaking to himself, looking aside and bowing his head. "They say you are ill, so what appears to you is only unreal fantasy. But that's not strictly logical. I agree that ghosts only appear to the sick, but that only proves that they are unable to appear except to the sick, not that they don't exist."
"Nothing of the sort," Raskolnikov insisted irritably.
"No? You don't think so?" Svidrigaïlov went on, looking at him deliberately. "But what do you say to this argument? Help me with it. Ghosts are, as it were, shreds and fragments of other worlds, the beginning of them. A man in health has, of course, no reason to see them, because he is above all a man of this earth, and is bound, for the sake of completeness and order, to live only in this life. But as soon as one is ill, as soon as the normal, earthly order of the organism is broken, one begins to realize the possibility of another world. And the more seriously ill one is, the closer becomes one's contact with that other world. So that as soon as the man dies, he steps straight into that world. I thought of that long ago. If you believe in a future life, you could believe in that too."
"I don't believe in a future life," said Raskolnikov.
Svidrigaïlov sat, lost in thought. "And what if there are only spiders there, or something of that sort?" he said suddenly. "He is a madman," thought Raskolnikov. "We always imagine eternity as something beyond our conception, something vast, vast. But why must it be vast? Instead of all that, what if it's one little room, like a bathhouse in the country, black and grimy, and spiders in every corner, and that's all eternity is? I sometimes imagine it like that."
"Can it be you can imagine nothing more just and more comforting than that?" Raskolnikov cried with a feeling of anguish.
"More just? And how can we tell? Perhaps that is just. And do you know, it's what I would certainly have made it," answered Svidrigaïlov with a vague smile.
This horrible answer sent a cold chill through Raskolnikov. Svidrigaïlov raised his head, looked at him, and suddenly began laughing.
"Only think," he cried. "Half an hour ago we had never seen each other. We regarded each other as enemies. There is a matter unsettled between us. We've thrown it aside, and away we've gone into the abstract. Wasn't I right in saying that we were birds of a feather?"
"Kindly allow me," Raskolnikov went on irritably, "to ask you to explain why you have honoured me with your visit. And I am in a hurry. I have no time to waste. I want to go out."
"By all means, by all means. Your sister, Avdotya Romanovna, is going to be married to Mr. Luzhin, Pyotr Petrovitch."
"Can you refrain from any question about my sister and from mentioning her name? I can't understand how you dare utter her name in my presence, if you really are Svidrigailov."
"Why, but I've come here to speak about her. How can I avoid mentioning her?"
"Very good, speak, but make haste."
"I am sure that you must have formed your own opinion of this Mr. Luzhin, who is a connection of mine through my wife. If you have only seen him for half an hour, or heard any facts about him, he is no match for Avdotya Romanovna. I believe Avdotya Romanovna is sacrificing herself generously and imprudently for the sake of her family. I imagined from all I had heard of you that you would be very glad if the match could be broken off without the sacrifice of worldly advantages. Now I know you personally. I am convinced of it."
"All this is very naive. Excuse me, I should have said impudent on your part," said Raskolnikov.
"You mean to say that I am seeking my own ends? Don't be uneasy, Rodion Romanovich. If I were working for my own advantage, I would not have spoken out so directly. I am not quite a fool. I will confess something psychologically curious about that. Just now, defending my love for Avdotya Romanovna, I said I was myself the victim. Well, let me tell you that I've no feeling of love now, not the slightest. So that I wonder myself indeed, for I really did feel something."
"Through idleness and depravity," Raskolnikov put in.
"I certainly am idle and depraved. But your sister has such qualities that even I could not help being impressed by them. But that's all nonsense, as I see myself now."
"Have you seen that long?"
"I began to be aware of it before, but was only perfectly sure of it the day before yesterday, almost at the moment I arrived in Petersburg. I still fancied in Moscow, though, that I was coming to try to get Avdotya Romanovna's hand and to cut out Mr. Luzhin."
"Excuse me for interrupting you. Kindly be brief, and come to the object of your visit. I am in a hurry. I want to go out."
"With the greatest pleasure. On arriving here, and determining on a certain journey, I would like to make some necessary preliminary arrangements. I left my children with an aunt. They are well provided for, and they have no need of me personally. And a nice father I would make, too. I have taken nothing but what Marfa Petrovna gave me a year ago. That's enough for me. Excuse me, I am just coming to the point. Before the journey, which may come off, I want to settle Mr. Luzhin, too. It's not that I detest him so much, but it was through him I quarrelled with Marfa Petrovna when I learned that she had dished up this marriage. I want now to see Avdotya Romanovna through your mediation, and if you like, in your presence, to explain to her that in the first place she will never gain anything but harm from Mr. Luzhin. Then, begging her pardon for all past unpleasantness, to make her a present of 10,000 rubles, and so assist the rupture with Mr. Luzhin. A rupture to which I believe she is herself not disinclined, if she could see the way to it.
"You are certainly mad," cried Raskolnikov, not so much angered as astonished. "How dare you talk like that?"
"I knew you would scream at me, but in the first place, though I am not rich, this 10,000 rubles is perfectly free. I have absolutely no need for it. If Avdotya Romanovna does not accept it, I shall waste it in some more foolish way. That's the first thing. Secondly, my conscience is perfectly easy. I make the offer with no ulterior motive. You may not believe it, but in the end Avdotya Romanovna and you will know. The point is that I did actually cause your sister, whom I greatly respect, some trouble and unpleasantness, and so, sincerely regretting it, I want not to compensate, not to repay her for the unpleasantness, but simply to do something to her advantage, to show that I am not, after all, privileged to do nothing but harm. If there were a millionth fraction of self-interest in my offer, I should not have made it so openly. And I should not have offered her 10,000 only, when 5 weeks ago I offered her more. Besides, I may, perhaps, very soon, marry a young lady, and that alone ought to prevent suspicion of any design on Avdotya Romanovna. In conclusion, let me say that in marrying Mr. Luzhin, she is taking money just the same, only from another man. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich. Think it over, coolly and quietly. Svidrigailov himself was exceedingly cool and quiet as he was saying this. "I beg you to say no more," said Raskolnikov. "In any case, this is unpardonable impertinence." "Not in the least. Then a man may do nothing but harm to his neighbour in this world, and is prevented from doing the tiniest bit of good by trivial conventional formalities. That's absurd. If I died, for instance, and left that sum to your sister in my will, surely she wouldn't refuse it?" "Very likely she would." "Oh, no, indeed. However, if you refuse it, so be it, though 10,000 rubles is a capital thing to have on occasion. In any case, I beg you to repeat what I have said to Avdotya Romanovna." "No, I won't." "In that case, Rodion Romanovich, I shall be obliged to try and see her myself, and worry her by doing so." "And if I do tell her, will you not try to see her?" "I don't know really what to say. I should like very much to see her once more." "Don't hope for it." "I'm sorry, but you don't know me. Perhaps we may become better friends." "You think we may become friends?" "And why not?" Svidrigailov said, smiling. He stood up and took his hat. "I didn't quite intend to disturb you, and I came here without reckoning on it, though I was very much struck by your face this morning." "Where did you see me this morning?" Raskolnikov asked uneasily. "I saw you by chance. I keep fancying there is something about you like me. But don't be uneasy. I am not intrusive. I used to get on all right with card choppers, and I never bored Prince Svirbey, a great personage who is a distant relation of mine. And I could write about Raphael's Madonna in Madame Prilyukov's album, and I never left Marfa Petrovna's side for 7 years. And I used to stay the night at Vyazemsky's house in the Haymarket in the old days, and I may go up in a balloon with Berg, perhaps.
Oh, all right. Are you starting soon on your travels, may I ask?
What travels?
Why, on that journey. You spoke of it yourself.
A journey? Oh, yes. I did speak of a journey. Well, that's a wide subject. If only you knew what you are asking, he added, and gave a sudden, loud, short laugh. Perhaps I'll get married instead of the journey. They're making a match for me.
Here?
Yes.
How have you had time for that?
But I am very anxious to see Avdotya Romanovna once. I earnestly beg it. Well, goodbye for the present. Oh, yes, I have forgotten something. Tell your sister, Rodion Romanovich, that Marfa Petrovna remembered her in her will and left her 3,000 roubles. That's absolutely certain. Marfa Petrovna arranged it a week before her death, and it was done in my presence. Avdotya Romanovna will be able to receive the money in 2 or 3 weeks.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes. Tell her. Well, your servant. I am staying very near you.
As he went out, Svidrigailov ran up against Razumikhin in the doorway. Chapter 2. It was nearly 8 o'clock. The 2 young men hurried to Bakalaev's, to arrive before Luzhin. "Why, who was that?" asked Razumikhin as soon as they were in the street. "It was Svidrigailov, that landowner in whose house my sister was insulted when she was their governess. Through his persecuting her with his attentions, she was turned out by his wife, Marfa Petrovna. This Marfa Petrovna begged Dunya's forgiveness afterwards, and she's just died suddenly. It was of her we were talking this morning. I don't know why I'm afraid of that man. He came here at once after his wife's funeral. He is very strange, and is determined on doing something. We must guard Dunya from him. That's what I wanted to tell you, do you hear?" "Guard her? What can he do to harm Avdotya Romanovna? Thank you, Rodya, for speaking to me like that. We will. We will guard her. Where does he live?" "I don't know." "Why didn't you ask? What a pity. I'll find out, though." "Did you see him?" asked Raskolnikov after a pause. "Yes, I noticed him. I noticed him well." "You did really see him? You saw him clearly?" Raskolnikov insisted. "Yes, I remember him perfectly. I should know him in 1,000. I have a good memory for faces." They were silent again. "That's all right," muttered Raskolnikov. "Do you know, I keep thinking that it may have been an hallucination." "What do you mean? I don't understand you." "Well, you all say," Raskolnikov went on, twisting his mouth into a smile, "that I am mad. I thought just now that perhaps I really am mad, and have only seen a phantom." "What do you mean?" "Why, who can tell? Perhaps I am really mad. And perhaps everything that happened all these days may be only imagination. Ach, Rodya, you have been upset again. But what did he say? What did he come for?" Raskolnikov did not answer. Razumikhin thought a minute. "Now let me tell you my story," he began. "I came to you. You were asleep. Then we had dinner, and then I went to Porfiry's. Zamyetov was still with him. I tried to begin, but it was no use. I couldn't speak in the right way. They don't seem to understand, and can't understand, but are not a bit ashamed. I drew Porfiry to the window, and began talking to him. But it was still no use. He looked away, and I looked away. At last I shook my fist in his ugly face, and told him, as a cousin, I'd brain him. He merely looked at me. I cursed and came away. That was all. It was very stupid. To Zamyetov I didn't say a word. But, you see, I thought I'd made a mess of it, but as I went downstairs a brilliant idea struck me. Why should we trouble? Of course, if you were in any danger or anything, but why need you care? You needn't care a hang for them. We shall have a laugh at them afterwards, and if I were in your place I'd mystify them more than ever. How ashamed they'll be afterwards. Hang them. We can thrash them afterwards, but let's laugh at them now." "To be sure," answered Raskolnikov. "But what will you say tomorrow?" he thought to himself. Strange to say, till that moment, it had never occurred to him to wonder what Razumikhin would think when he knew. As he thought it, Raskolnikov looked at him. Razumikhin's account of his visit to Porfiry had very little interest for him. So much had come and gone since then. In the corridor they came upon Luzhin. He had arrived punctually at 8 and was looking for the number so that all three went in together without greeting or looking at one another. The young men walked in first, while Fyodor Petrovitch, for good manners, lingered a little in the passage, taking off his coat. Pulcheria Alexandrovna came forward at once to greet him in the doorway. Dunya was welcoming her brother. Fyodor Petrovitch walked in, and quite amiably, though with redoubled dignity, bowed to the ladies. He looked, however, as though he were a little put out, and couldn't yet recover himself. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who seemed also a little embarrassed, hastened to make them all sit down at the round table where a samovar was boiling. Dunya and Luzhin were facing one another on opposite sides of the table. Razumikhin and Raskolnikov were facing Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumikhin was next to Luzhin, and Raskolnikov was beside his sister. A moment's silence followed. Fyodor Petrovitch deliberately drew out a cambric handkerchief, reeking of scent, and blew his nose with an air of a benevolent man who felt himself slighted, and was firmly resolved to insist on an explanation. In the passage, the idea had occurred to him to keep on his overcoat and walk away, and so give the two ladies a sharp and emphatic lesson and make them feel the gravity of the position. But he couldn't bring himself to do this. Besides, he could not endure uncertainty, and he wanted an explanation. If his request had been so openly disobeyed, there was something behind it, and in that case it was better to find it out beforehand. It rested with him to punish them, and there would always be time for that.
This ends Disc 11. Crime and Punishment, Disc 12.
"I trust you had a favourable journey?" he inquired officially of Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Oh, very, Pyotr Petrovitch. I am gratified to hear it. And Avdotya Romanovna is not over-fatigued, either?" "I am young and strong. I don't get tired. But it was a great strain for Mother," answered Dunya. "That's unavoidable. Our national railways are of terrible length. Mother Russia, as they say, is a vast country. In spite of all my desire to do so, I was unable to meet you yesterday, but I trust all passed off without inconvenience." "Oh, no, Pyotr Petrovitch, it was all terribly disheartening," Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare with peculiar intonation. "And if Dmitri Prokofitch had not been sent us, I really believe by God himself, we should have been utterly lost. Here he is, Dmitri Prokofyevich Razumikhin," she added, introducing him to Luzhin.
"I had the pleasure yesterday," muttered Pyotr Petrovitch with a hostile glance sidelong at Razumikhin. Then he scowled and was silent. Pyotr Petrovitch belonged to that class of persons, on the surface very polite in society, who make a great point of punctiliousness, but who, directly they are crossed in anything, are completely disconcerted, and become more like sacks of flour than elegant and lively men of society. Again all was silent. Raskolnikov was obstinately mute. Avdotya Romanovna was unwilling to open the conversation too soon. Razumikhin had nothing to say. So Pulcheria Alexandrovna was anxious again.
"Marfa Petrovna is dead, have you heard?" she began, having recourse to her leading item of conversation.
"To be sure, I heard so. I was immediately informed, and I have come to make you acquainted with the fact that Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov set off in haste for Petersburg immediately after his wife's funeral. So at least I have excellent authority for believing."
"To Petersburg? Here?" Dunya asked in alarm and looked at her mother.
"Yes, indeed, and doubtless not without some design, having in view the rapidity of his departure and all the circumstances preceding it."
"Good heavens! Won't he leave Dunya in peace, even here?" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
"I imagine that neither you nor Avdotya Romanovna have any grounds for uneasiness, unless, of course, you are yourselves desirous of getting into communication with him. For my part, I am on my guard, and am now discovering where he is lodging."
"Oh, Pyotr Petrovitch, you would not believe what a fright you have given me," Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on. "I've only seen him twice, but I thought him terrible. Terrible! I am convinced that he was the cause of Marfa Petrovna's death."
"It's impossible to be certain about that. I have precise information. I do not dispute that he may have contributed to accelerate the course of events by the moral influence, so to say, of the affront. But as to the general conduct and moral characteristics of that personage, I am in agreement with you. I do not know whether he is well off now, and precisely what Marfa Petrovna left him. This will be known to me within a very short period, but no doubt here in Petersburg, if he has any pecuniary resources, he will relapse at once into his old ways. He is the most depraved and abjectly vicious specimen of that class of men. I have considerable reason to believe that Marfa Petrovna, who was so unfortunate as to fall in love with him, and to pay his debts 8 years ago, was of service to him also in another way. Solely by her exertions and sacrifices, a criminal charge involving an element of fantastic and homicidal brutality, for which he might well have been sentenced to Siberia, was hushed up. That's the sort of man he is, if you care to know."
"Good heavens!" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Raskolnikov listened attentively.
"Are you speaking the truth when you say that you have good evidence of this?" Dunya asked sternly and emphatically.
"I only repeat what I was told in secret by Marfa Petrovna. I must observe that from the legal point of view the case was far from clear. There was, and I believe still is, living here a woman called Reslich, a foreigner, who lent small sums of money at interest and did other commissions, and with this woman Svidrigailov had for a long while close and mysterious relations. She had a relation, a niece, I believe, living with her, a deaf and dumb girl of 15, or perhaps not more than 14. Reslich hated this girl and grudged her every crust. She used to beat her mercilessly. One day The girl was found hanging in the garret. At the inquest, the verdict was suicide. After the usual proceedings, the matter ended, but later on, information was given that the child had been cruelly outraged by Svidrigailov. It is true this was not clearly established. The information was given by another German woman of loose character whose word could not be trusted. No statement was actually made to the police, thanks to Marfa Petrovna's money and exertions. It did not get beyond gossip. And yet the story is a very significant one. You heard, no doubt, Avdotya Romanovna, when you were with them, the story of the servant Philip, who died of ill treatment he received 6 years ago, before the abolition of serfdom. I heard, on the contrary, that this Philip hanged himself. Quite so, but what drove him, or rather perhaps disposed him to suicide, was the systematic persecution and severity of Mr. Svidrigailov. I don't know that, answered Dunya dryly. I only heard a queer story that Philip was a sort of hypochondriac, a sort of domestic philosopher. The servants used to say he read himself silly, and that he hanged himself partly on account of Mr. Svidrigailov's mockery of him and not his blows. When I was there he behaved well to the servants, and they were actually fond of him, though they certainly did blame him for Philip's death. I perceive, Avdotya Romanovna, that you seem disposed to undertake his defence all of a sudden, Luzhin observed, twisting his lips into an ambiguous smile. There's no doubt that he is an astute man, and insinuating where ladies are concerned, of which Marfa Petrovna, who has died so strangely, is a terrible instance. My only desire has been to be of service to you and your mother with my advice, in view of the renewed efforts which may certainly be anticipated from him. For my part, it's my firm conviction that he will end in a debtor's prison again. Marfa Petrovna had not the slightest intention of settling anything substantial on him, having regard for his children's interests, and if she left him anything, it would only be the merest sufficiency, something insignificant and ephemeral, which would not last a year for a man of his habits. Pyotr Petrovitch, I beg you, said Dunya, say no more of Mr. Svidrigailov. It makes me miserable. He has just been to see me, said Raskolnikov, breaking his silence for the first time. There were exclamations from all, and they all turned to him. Even Pyotr Petrovitch was roused. An hour and a half ago. He came in when I was asleep, waked me, and introduced himself, Raskolnikov continued. He was fairly cheerful and at ease, and quite hopes that we shall become friends. He is particularly anxious, by the way, Dunya, for an interview with you, at which he asked me to assist. He has a proposition to make to you, and he told me about it. He told me, too, that a week before her death, Marfa Petrovna left you 3,000 roubles in her will, Dunya, and that you can receive the money very shortly. Thank God, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself. Pray for her soul, Dunya. It's a fact, broke from Luzhin. Tell us what more, Dunya urged Raskolnikov. Then he said that he wasn't rich, and all the estate was left to his children, who are now with an aunt. Then that he was staying somewhere not far from me, but where I don't know, I didn't ask. But what does he want to propose to Dunya? Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna in a fright. Did he tell you? Yes. What was it? I'll tell you afterwards. Raskolnikov ceased speaking, and turned his attention to his tea. Pyotr Petrovitch looked at his watch. I am compelled to keep a business engagement, and so I shall not be in your way, he added with an air of some pique, and he began getting up. Don't go, Pyotr Petrovitch, said Dunya. You intended to spend the evening. Besides, you wrote yourself that you wanted to have an explanation with Mother. Precisely so, Avdotya Romanovna. Pyotr Petrovitch answered impressively, sitting down again, but still holding his hat. "I certainly desired an explanation with you and your honoured mother upon a very important point indeed. But as your brother cannot speak openly in my presence to some proposals of Mr. Svidrigailov, I too do not desire and am not able to speak openly in the presence of others, of certain matters of the greatest gravity. Moreover, my most weighty and urgent request has been disregarded." Assuming an aggrieved air, Luzhin relapsed into dignified silence. "Your request that my brother should not be present at our meeting was disregarded solely at my instance," said Dunya. "You wrote that you had been insulted by my brother. I think that this must be explained at once, and you must be reconciled. And if Rodya really has insulted you, then he should and will apologize." Pyotr Petrovitch took a stronger line. "There are insults, Avdotya Romanovna, which no goodwill can make us forget. There is a line in everything which it is dangerous to overstep, and when it has been overstepped, there is no return." "That wasn't what I was speaking of exactly, Pyotr Petrovitch," Dunya interrupted with some impatience. "Please understand that our whole future depends now on whether all this is explained and set right as soon as possible. I tell you frankly at the start that I cannot look at it in any other light. And if you have the least regard for me, all this business must be ended today, however hard that may be. I repeat that if my brother is to blame, he will ask your forgiveness." "I am surprised at your putting the question like that," said Luzhin, getting more and more irritated. "Esteeming, and so to say adoring you, I may at the same time very well indeed be able to dislike some member of your family. Though I lay claim to the happiness of your hand, I cannot accept duties incompatible with—" "Don't be so ready to take offence, Pyotr Petrovitch," Dunya interrupted with feeling. "And be the sensible and generous man I have always considered and wish to consider you to be. I've given you a great promise. I am your betrothed. Trust me in this matter, and believe me, I shall be capable of judging impartially. My assuming the part of judge is as much a surprise for my brother as for you. When I insisted on his coming to our interview today after your letter, I told him nothing of what I meant to do. Understand that, if you are not reconciled, I must choose between you. It must be either you or he. That is how the question rests on your side and on his. I don't want to be mistaken in my choice, and I must not be. For your sake, I must break off with my brother. For my brother's sake, I must break off with you. I can find out for certain now whether he is a brother to me, and I want to know it. And of you, whether I am dear to you, whether you esteem me, whether you are the husband for me."
"Avdotya Romanovna," Luzhin declared huffily, "your words are of too much consequence to me. I will say more. They are offensive, in view of the position I have the honour to occupy in relation to you. To say nothing of your strange and offensive setting me on a level with an impertinent boy, you admit the possibility of breaking your promise to me. You say you or he, showing thereby of how little consequence I am in your eyes. I cannot let this pass, considering the relationship and the obligations existing between us."
"What?" cried Dunya, flushing. "I set your interest beside all that has hitherto been most precious in my life, what has made up the whole of my life. And here you are, offended at my making too little account of you." Raskolnikov smiled sarcastically. Razumikhin fidgeted, but Pyotr Petrovitch did not accept the reproof. On the contrary, at every word he became more persistent and irritable, as though he relished it. "Love for the future partner of your life, for your husband, ought to outweigh your love for your brother," he pronounced sententiously. "And in any case I cannot be put on the same level. Although I said so emphatically that I would not speak openly in your brother's presence, nevertheless I intend now to ask your honoured mother for a necessary explanation on a point of great importance closely affecting my dignity. Your son," he turned to Pulcheria Alexandrovna, "yesterday, in the presence of Mr. Radzutkin, or I think that's it, excuse me, I have forgotten your surname," he bowed politely to Razumikhin, "insulted me by misrepresenting the idea I expressed to you in a private conversation, drinking coffee, that is, that marriage with a poor girl who has had experience of trouble is more advantageous from the conjugal point of view than with one who has lived in luxury, since it is more profitable for the moral character. Your son intentionally exaggerated the significance of my words and made them ridiculous, accusing me of malicious intentions, and, as far as I could see, relied upon your correspondence with him. I shall consider myself happy, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, if it is possible for you to convince me of an opposite conclusion, and thereby considerately reassure me. Kindly let me know in what terms precisely you repeated my words in your letter to Rodion Romanovich." "I don't remember," faltered Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "I repeated them as I understood them. I don't know how Rodya repeated them to you. Perhaps he exaggerated." "He could not have exaggerated them except at your instigation." "Pyotr Petrovitch," Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared with dignity, "the proof that Dunya and I did not take your words in a very bad sense is the fact that we are here." "Good, mother," said Dunya approvingly. "Then this is my fault again," said Luzhin, aggrieved. "Well, Pyotr Petrovitch, you keep blaming Rodion, but you yourself have just written what was false about him," Pulcheria Alexandrovna added, gaining courage. "I don't remember writing anything false." "You wrote," Raskolnikov said sharply, not turning to Luzhin, "that I gave money yesterday not to the widow of the man who was killed, as was the fact, but to his daughter, whom I had never seen till yesterday. You wrote this to make dissension between me and my family, and for that object added coarse expressions about the conduct of a girl whom you don't know. All that is mean slander." "Excuse me, sir," said Luzhin, quivering with fury. "I enlarged upon your qualities and conduct in my letter, solely in response to your sister's and mother's inquiries how I found you and what impression you made on me. As for what you've alluded to in my letter, be so good as to point out one word of falsehood. Show, that is, that you didn't throw away your money, and that there are not worthless persons in that family, however unfortunate." "To my thinking, you, with all your virtues, are not worth the little finger of that unfortunate girl at whom you throw stones." "Would you go so far, then, as to let her associate with your mother and sister?" "I have done so already, if you care to know. I made her sit down today with mother and Dunya." "Rodya!" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Dunya crimsoned, Razumikhin knitted his brows. Luzhin smiled with lofty sarcasm. "You may see for yourself, Avdotya Romanovna," he said, "whether it is possible for us to agree. I hope now that this question is at an end, once and for all. I will withdraw, that I may not hinder the pleasures of family intimacy and the discussion of secrets." He got up from his chair and took his hat. "But, in withdrawing, I venture to request that for the future I may be spared similar meetings and, so to say, compromises. I appeal particularly to you,
honoured Pulcheria Alexandrovna, on this subject, the more as my letter was addressed to you and to no one else." Pulcheria Alexandrovna was a little offended. "You seem to think we are completely under your authority, Pyotr Petrovitch. Dunya has told you the reason your desire was disregarded. She had the best intentions. And indeed you write as though you were laying commands upon me. Are we to consider every desire of yours as a command? Let me tell you, on the contrary, that you ought to show particular delicacy and consideration for us now, because we have thrown up everything, and have come here relying on you. And so we are in any case, in a sense, in your hands." "That is not quite true, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, especially at the present moment, when the news has come of Marfa Petrovna's legacy, which seems indeed very apropos, judging from the new tone you take to me," he added sarcastically. "Judging from that remark, we may certainly presume that you were reckoning on our helplessness," Dunya observed irritably. "But now, in any case, I cannot reckon on it, and I particularly desire not to hinder your discussion of the secret proposals of Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, which he has entrusted to your brother, and which have, I perceive, a great and possibly a very agreeable interest for you." "Good heavens!" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumikhin could not sit still in his chair. "Aren't you ashamed now, sister?" asked Raskolnikov. "I am ashamed, Rodya," said Dunya. "Pyotr Petrovitch, go away." She turned to him, white with anger. Pyotr Petrovitch had apparently not at all expected such a conclusion. He had too much confidence in himself, in his power, and in the helplessness of his victims. He couldn't believe it even now. He turned pale, and his lips quivered. "Avdotya Romanovna, if I go out of this door now, after such a dismissal, then, you may reckon on it, I will never come back. Consider what you are doing. My word is not to be shaken." "What insolence!" cried Dunya, springing up from her seat. "I don't want you to come back again." "What? So that's how it stands?" cried Luzhin, utterly unable to the last moment to believe in the rupture, and so completely thrown out of his reckoning now. "So that's how it stands. But do you know, Avdotya Romanovna, that I might protest?" "What right have you to speak to her like that?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna intervened hotly. "And what can you protest about? What rights have you? Am I to give my Dunya to a man like you? Go away! Leave us altogether. We are to blame for having agreed to a wrong action, and I above all." "But you have bound me, Pulcheria Alexandrovna," Luzhin stormed in a frenzy, "by your promise, and now you deny it, and, besides, I have been led on account of that into expenses." This last complaint was so characteristic of Pyotr Petrovitch that Raskolnikov, pale with anger, and with the effort of restraining it, could not help breaking into laughter. But Pulcheria Alexandrovna was furious. "Expenses? What expenses? Are you speaking of our trunk? But the conductor brought it for nothing for you. Mercy on us, we have bound you. What are you thinking about, Pyotr Petrovitch? It was you bound us, hand and foot, not we." "Enough, mother, no more, please," Avdotya Romanovna implored. "Pyotr Petrovitch, do be kind and go." "I am going. But one last word," he said, quite unable to control himself. "Your mamma seems to have entirely forgotten that I made up my mind to take you, so to speak, after the gossip of the town had spread all over the district in regard to your reputation. Disregarding public opinion for your sake, and reinstating your reputation, I certainly might very well reckon on a fitting return, and I might indeed look for gratitude on your part. And my eyes have only now been opened. I see myself that I may have acted very, very recklessly in disregarding the universal verdict." "Does the fellow want his head smashed?" cried Razumikhin, jumping up. "You are a mean and spiteful man,"
cried Dunya. "Not a word, not a movement," cried Raskolnikov, holding Razumikhin back. Then going close up to Luzhin, "Kindly leave the room," he said quietly and distinctly. "And not a word more, or—" Fyodor Petrovitch gazed at him for some seconds, with a pale face that worked with anger. Then he turned, went out, and rarely has any man carried away in his heart such vindictive hatred as he felt against Raskolnikov. Him, and him alone, he blamed for everything. It is noteworthy that as he went downstairs, he still imagined that his case was perhaps not utterly lost, and that, so far as the ladies were concerned, all might very well indeed be set right again. Chapter 3. The fact was that up to the last moment he had never expected such an ending. He had been overbearing to the last degree, never dreaming that two destitute and defenseless women could escape from his control. This conviction was strengthened by his vanity and conceit, a conceit to the point of fatuity. Fyodor Petrovitch, who had made his way up from insignificance, was morbidly given to self-admiration, had the highest opinion of his intelligence and capacities, and sometimes even gloated in solitude over his image in the glass. But what he loved and valued above all was the money he had amassed by his labor, and by all sorts of devices. That money made him the equal of all who had been his superiors. When he had bitterly reminded Dunya that he had decided to take her in spite of evil report, Fyodor Petrovitch had spoken with perfect sincerity, and had indeed felt genuinely indignant at such black ingratitude. And yet, when he made Dunya his offer, he was fully aware of the groundlessness of all the gossip. The story had been everywhere contradicted by Marfa Petrovna, and was by then disbelieved by all the townspeople, who were warm in Dunya's defence. And he would not have denied that he knew all that at the time. Yet he still thought highly of his own resolution in lifting Dunya to his level, and regarded it as something heroic. In speaking of it to Dunya, he had let out the secret feeling he cherished and admired, and he couldn't understand that others should fail to admire it too. He had called on Raskolnikov with the feelings of a benefactor who is about to reap the fruits of his good deeds and to hear agreeable flattery. And as he went downstairs now, he considered himself most undeservedly injured and unrecognized. Dunya was simply essential to him. To do without her was unthinkable. For many years he had voluptuous dreams of marriage, but he had gone on waiting and amassing money. He brooded with relish, in profound secret, over the image of a girl, virtuous, poor, she must be poor, very young, very pretty, of good birth and education, very timid, one who had suffered much and was completely humbled before him, one who would all her life look on him as her saviour, worship him, admire him, and only him. How many scenes, how many amorous episodes he had imagined on this seductive and playful theme, when his work was over. And behold, the dream of so many years was all but realized. The beauty and education of Avdotya Romanovna had impressed him. Her helpless position had been a great allurement. In her he had found even more than he dreamed of. Here was a girl of pride, character, virtue, of education and breeding superior to his own. He felt that. And this creature would be slavishly grateful all her life for his heroic condescension, and would humble herself in the dust before him. And he would have absolute, unbounded power over her. Not long before, he had, too, after long reflection and hesitation, made an important change in his career and was now entering on a wider circle of business. With this change, his cherished dreams of rising into a higher class of society seemed likely to be realized. He was, in fact, determined to try his fortune in Petersburg. He knew that women could do a very great deal. The fascination of a charming, virtuous, highly educated woman might make his way easier, might do wonders in attracting people to him, throwing an aureole round him. And now everything was in ruins. This sudden, horrible rupture affected him like a clap of thunder. It was like a hideous joke and absurdity. He had only been a tiny bit masterful, had not even time to speak out, had simply made a joke, been carried away. And it had ended so seriously. And of course, too, he did love Dunya in his own way. He already possessed her in his dreams, and all at once. No. The next day, the very next day, it must all be set right, smoothed over, settled. Above all, he must crush that conceited milksop who was the cause of it all. With a sick feeling, he couldn't help recalling Razumikhin, too, but he soon reassured himself on that score, as though a fellow like that could be put on a level with him. The man he really dreaded in earnest was Svidrigaïlov. He had, in short, a great deal to attend to. "No, I am more to blame than anyone," said Dunya, kissing and embracing her mother. "I was tempted by his money, but, on my honor, brother, I had no idea he was such a base man. If I had seen through him before, nothing would have tempted me. Don't blame me, brother." "God has delivered us, God has delivered us," Pulcheria Alexandrovna muttered, but half-consciously, as though scarcely able to realize what had happened. They were all relieved, and in 5 minutes they were laughing. Only now and then Dunya turned white and frowned, remembering what had passed. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was surprised to find that she, too, was glad. She had only that morning thought rupture with Luzhin a terrible misfortune. Razumikhin was delighted. He didn't yet dare to express his joy fully, but he was in a fever of excitement as though a ton weight had fallen off his heart. Now he had the right to devote his life to them, to serve them. Anything might happen now. But he felt afraid to think of further possibilities, and dared not let his imagination range. But Raskolnikov sat, still in the same place, almost sullen and indifferent. Though he had been the most insistent on getting rid of Luzhin, he seemed now the least concerned at what had happened. Dunya could not help thinking that he was still angry with her, and Pulcheria Alexandrovna watched him timidly. "What did Svidrigaïlov say to you?" said Dunya, approaching him. "Yes, yes," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov raised his head. "He wants to make you a present of 10,000 roubles, and he desires to see you once in my presence. "See her? On no account!" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "And how dare he offer her money?" Then Raskolnikov repeated, rather dryly, his conversation with Svidrigaïlov, omitting his account of the ghostly visitations of Marfa Petrovna, wishing to avoid all unnecessary talk. "What answer did you give him?" asked Dunya. "At first I said I would not take any message to you. Then he said that he would do his utmost to obtain an interview with you without my help. He assured me that his passion for you was a passing infatuation. Now he has no feeling for you. He doesn't want you to marry Luzhin. His talk was altogether rather muddled." "How do you explain him to yourself, Ronya? How did he strike you?" "I must confess I don't quite understand him. He offers you 10,000, and yet says he is not well off. He says he's going away, and in 10 minutes he forgets he has said it. Then he says he's going to be married, and has already fixed on the girl. No doubt he has a motive, and probably a bad one. But it's odd that he should be so clumsy about it if he had any designs against you. Of course I refused this money on your account, once for all. Altogether I thought him very strange. One might almost think he was mad. But I may be mistaken. That may only be the part he assumes. The death of Marfa Petrovna seems to have made a great impression on him." "God rest her soul!" exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "I shall always, always pray for her. Where should we be now, Dunya, without this 3,000? It's as though it had fallen from heaven. Why, Rodya, this morning we had only 3 roubles in our pocket, and Dunya and I were just planning to pawn her watch, so as to avoid borrowing from that man until he offered help." Dunya seemed strangely impressed by Svidrigaïlov's offer. She still stood meditating. "He has got some terrible plan," she said in a half-whisper to herself, almost shuddering. Raskolnikov noticed this disproportionate terror. "I fancy I shall have to see him more than once again," he said to Dunya. "We will watch him. I'll track him out," cried Razumikhin vigorously. "I won't lose sight of him. Rodya has given me leave. He said to me himself just now, 'Take care of my sister.' Will you give me leave too, Avdotya Romanovna?" Dunya smiled and held out her hand, but the look of anxiety did not leave her face. Pulcheria Alexandrovna gazed at her timidly, but the 3,000 roubles had obviously a soothing effect on her. A quarter of an hour later they were all engaged in a lively conversation. Even Raskolnikov listened attentively for some time, though he didn't talk. Razumikhin was the speaker. "And why? Why should you go away?" he flowed on ecstatically. "And what are you to do in a little town? The great thing is you are all here together, and you need one another. You do need one another, believe me. For a time, anyway. Take me into partnership, and I assure you we'll plan a capital enterprise. Listen, I'll explain it all in detail to you, the whole project. It all flashed into my head this morning before anything had happened. I tell you what, I have an uncle. I must introduce him to you, a most accommodating and respectable old man. This uncle has got a capital of 1,000 roubles, and he lives on his pension and has no need of that money. For the last 2 years he has been bothering me to borrow it from him and pay him 6% interest. I know what that means. He simply wants to help me. Last year I had no need of it, but this year I resolved to borrow it as soon as he arrived. Then you lend me another 1,000 of your 3, and we have enough for a start, so we'll go into partnership. And what are we going to do?" Then Razumikhin began to unfold his project, and he explained at length that almost all our publishers and booksellers know nothing at all of what they are selling, and for that reason they are usually bad publishers. and that any decent publications pay as a rule and give a profit, sometimes a considerable one. Razumikhin had indeed been dreaming of setting up as a publisher. For the last 2 years he had been working in publishers' offices, and knew 3 European languages well, though he had told Raskolnikov 6 days before that he was schwach in German, with an object of persuading him to take half his translation and half the payment for it. He had told a lie then, and Raskolnikov knew he was lying. Why? Why should we let our chance slip when we have one of the chief means of success, money of our own? Cried Razumikhin warmly. Of course there will be a lot of work. But we will work. You, Avdotya Romanovna, I, Rodion. You get a splendid profit on some books nowadays. And the great point of the business is that we shall know just what wants translating. And we shall be translating, publishing, learning all at once. I can be of use because I have experience. For nearly 2 years I have been scuttling about among the publishers, and now I know every detail of their business. You needn't be a saint to make pots, believe me. And why should we let our chance slip? Why, I know, and I kept the secret, 2 or 3 books which one might get 100 rubles simply for thinking of translating and publishing. Indeed, and I wouldn't take 500 for the very idea of one of them. And what do you think? If I were to tell a publisher, I dare say he'd hesitate. They are such blockheads. And as for the business side, printing, paper, selling, you trust to me. I know my way about. We'll begin in a small way and go on to a large. In any case, it will get us our living, and we shall get back our capital. Dunya's eyes shone. I like what you are saying, Dmitri Prokofyevitch, she said. I know nothing about it, of course, put in Pulcheria Alexandrovna. It may be a good idea, but again, God knows. It's new and untried. Of course we must remain here at least for a time. She looked at Rodya. What do you think, brother? Said Dunya. I think he's got a very good idea, he answered. Of course, it's too soon to dream of a publishing firm, but we certainly might bring out 5 or 6 books and be sure of success. I know of one book myself which would be sure to go well. And as for his being able to manage it, there's no doubt about that either. He knows the business. But we can talk it over later. Hurrah! Cried Razumikhin. Now, wait, there's a flat here in this house belonging to the same owner. It's a special flat apart, not communicating with these lodgings. It's furnished. Rent moderate, 3 rooms. Suppose you take them to begin with. I'll pawn your watch tomorrow and bring you the money, and everything can be arranged then. You can all 3 live together, and Rodya will be with you. But where are you off to, Rodya? What, Rodya, you are going already? Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in dismay. At such a minute? Cried Razumikhin. Dunya looked at her brother with incredulous wonder. He held his cap in his hand. He was preparing to leave them. One would think you were burying me or saying goodbye forever, he said somewhat oddly. He attempted to smile, but it didn't turn out a smile. But who knows, perhaps it is the last time we shall see each other, he let slip accidentally. It was what he was thinking, and it somehow was uttered aloud. "What is the matter with you?" cried his mother. "Where are you going, Rodya?" asked Dunya rather strangely. "Oh, I'm quite obliged to—" he answered vaguely, as though hesitating what he would say. But there was a look of sharp determination in his white face. "I meant to say, as I was coming here, I meant to tell you, Mother, and you, Dunya, that it would be better for us to part for a time. I feel ill. I'm not at peace. I'll come afterwards. I'll come of myself, when it's possible. I remember you and love you. Leave me alone. I decided this even before. I'm absolutely resolved on it, whatever may come to me, whether I come to ruin or not. I want to be alone. Forget me altogether. It's better. Don't inquire about me. When I can, I'll come of myself, or I'll send for you. Perhaps it will all come back, but now, if you love me, give me up. Else I shall begin to hate you. I feel it. Goodbye." "Good God!" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Both his mother and his sister were terribly alarmed. Razumikhin was also. "Rodya, Rodya, be reconciled with us. Let us be as before," cried his poor mother. He turned slowly to the door, and slowly went out of the room. Dunya overtook him. "Brother, what are you doing to Mother?" she whispered, her eyes flashing with indignation. He looked dully at her. "No matter, I shall come. I'll be back," he muttered in an undertone, as though not fully conscious of what he was saying, and he went out of the room. "Wicked, heartless egoist!" cried Dunya. "He is insane, but not heartless. He's mad, don't you see it? You're heartless after that," Razumikhin whispered in her ear, squeezing her hand tightly. "I shall be back directly," he shouted to the horror-stricken mother, and he ran out of the room. Raskolnikov was waiting for him at the end of the passage. "I knew you would run after me," he said. "Go back to them. Be with them. Be with them tomorrow and always. Perhaps I shall come, if I can. Goodbye." And without holding out his hand, he walked away. "But where are you going? What are you doing? What's the matter with you? How can you go on like this?" Razumikhin muttered, at his wit's end. Raskolnikov stopped once more. "Once for all, never ask me about anything. I have nothing to tell you. Don't come to see me. Maybe I'll come here. Leave me, but don't leave them. Do you understand me?" It was dark in the corridor. They were standing near the lamp. For a minute they were looking at one another in silence. Razumikhin remembered that minute all his life. Raskolnikov's burning and intent eyes grew more penetrating every moment, piercing into his soul, into his consciousness. Suddenly, Razumikhin started. Something strange, as it were, passed between them. Some idea, some hint, as it were, slipped. Something awful, hideous, and suddenly understood on both sides. Razumikhin turned pale. "Do you understand now?" said Raskolnikov, his face twitching nervously. "Go back, go to them," he said suddenly, and turning quickly, he went out of the house. I will not attempt to describe how Razumikhin went back to the ladies, how he soothed them, how he protested that Rodya needed rest in his illness, protested that Rodya was sure to come, that he would come every day, that he was very, very much upset, that he must not be irritated, that he, Razumikhin, would watch over him, would get him a doctor, the best doctor, a consultation. In fact, from that evening, Razumikhin took his place with them, as a son and a brother. Chapter 4. Raskolnikov went straight to the house on the canal bank, where Sonya lived. It was an old green house of 3 stories. He found the porter, and obtained from him vague directions as to the whereabouts of Kapernaumov, the tailor. Having found in the corner of the courtyard the entrance to the dark and narrow staircase, he mounted to the 2nd floor, and came out into a gallery that ran round the whole 2nd story over the yard. While he was wandering in the darkness, uncertain where to turn for Kapernaumov's door, a door opened 3 paces from him. He mechanically took hold of it. "Who is there?" a woman's voice asked uneasily. "It's I, come to see you," answered Raskolnikov,
and he walked into the tiny entry. On a broken chair stood a candle in a battered copper candlestick. "It's you! Good heavens!" cried Sonya weakly, and she stood rooted to the spot. "Which is your room? This way?" And Raskolnikov, trying not to look at her, hastened in. A minute later Sonya, too, came in with the candle, set down the candlestick, and, completely disconcerted, stood before him inexpressibly agitated, and apparently frightened by his unexpected visit. The colour rushed suddenly to her pale face, and tears came into her eyes. She felt sick and ashamed, and happy, too. Raskolnikov turned away quickly, and sat on a chair by the table. He scanned the room in a rapid glance. It was a large but exceedingly low-pitched room, the only one rented by the Kapernaumofs, to whose rooms a closed door led in the wall on the left. In the opposite side, on the right-hand wall, was another door, always kept locked. That led to the next flat, which formed a separate lodging. Sonya's room looked like a barn. It was a very irregular quadrangle, and this gave it a grotesque appearance. A wall with 3 windows looking out onto the canal ran aslant, so that one corner formed a very acute angle, and it was difficult to see in it without very strong light. The other corner was disproportionately obtuse. There was scarcely any furniture in the big room. In the corner on the right was a bedstead, beside it, nearest the door, a chair. A plain deal table, covered by a blue cloth, stood against the same wall, close to the door into the other flat. 2 rush-bottomed chairs stood by the table. On the opposite wall, near the acute angle, stood a small, plain wooden chest of drawers, looking, as it were, lost in a desert. That was all there was in the room. The yellow, scratched and shabby wallpaper was black in the corners. It must have been damp and full of fumes in the winter. There was every sign of poverty. Even the bedstead had no curtain. Sonya looked in silence at her visitor, who was so attentively and unceremoniously scrutinizing her room, and even began at last to tremble with terror, as though she were standing before her judge and the arbiter of her destinies. "I am late. It's 11, isn't it?" he asked, still not lifting his eyes. "Yes," muttered Sonya. "Oh, yes, it is," she added, hastily, as though in that lay her means of escape. "My landlady's clock has just struck. I heard it myself." "I've come to you for the last time," Raskolnikov went on gloomily, although this was the first time. "I may perhaps not see you again." "Are you going away?" "I don't know. Tomorrow." "Then you are not coming to Katerina Ivanovna tomorrow?" Sonya's voice shook. "I don't know. I shall know tomorrow morning. Never mind that. I've come to say one word." He raised his brooding eyes to her, and suddenly noticed that he was sitting down while she was all the while standing before him. "Why are you standing? Sit down," he said in a changed voice, gentle and friendly. She sat down. He looked kindly and almost compassionately at her. "How thin you are! What a hand! Quite transparent, like a dead hand." He took her hand. Sonya smiled faintly. "I have always been like that," she said. "Even when you lived at home?" "Yes." "Of course you were," he added abruptly, and the expression of his face and the sound of his voice changed again suddenly. He looked round him once more. "You rent this room from the Kapernaumofs?" "Yes." "They live there through that door?" "Yes." "They have another room like this." "All in one room?" "Yes." "I should be afraid in your room at night." he observed gloomily. "They are very good people, very kind," answered Sonya, who still seemed bewildered. "And all the furniture, everything is theirs. And they are very kind, and the children, too, often come to see me."
"They all stammer, don't they?"
"Yes. He stammers, and he's lame, and his wife, too. It's not exactly that she stammers, but she can't speak plainly. She's a very kind woman, and he used to be a house serf. And there are 7 children. And it's only the eldest one that stammers, and the others are simply ill. But they don't stammer." "But where did you hear about them?" she added with some surprise.
"Your father told me then. He told me all about you, and how you went out at 6 o'clock and came back at 9, and how Katerina Ivanovna knelt down by your bed."
Sonya was confused. "I imagined I saw him today," she whispered hesitatingly.
"Whom?"
"Father. I was walking in the street out there at the corner, about 10 o'clock, and he seemed to be walking in front. It looked just like him. I wanted to go to Katerina Ivanovna."
"You were walking in the streets?"
"Yes."
Sonya whispered abruptly, again overcome with confusion and looking down. "Katerina Ivanovna used to beat you, I suppose?"
"Oh, no. What are you saying?" "No."
Sonya looked at him almost with dismay. "You love her, then?"
"Love her? Of course," said Sonya with plaintive emphasis, and she clasped her hands in distress. "Oh, you don't... If you only knew. You see, she's quite like a child. Her mind is quite unhinged, you see, from sorrow. And how clever she used to be. How generous. How kind. Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand."
Sonya said this as though in despair, wringing her hands in excitement and distress. Her pale cheeks flushed. There was a look of anguish in her eyes. It was clear that she was stirred to the very depths, that she was longing to speak, to champion, to express something. A sort of insatiable compassion, if one may so express it, was reflected in every feature of her face.
"Beat me? How can you? Good heavens, beat me. And if she did beat me, what then? What of it? You know nothing about it. She is so unhappy. Ah, how unhappy. And ill. She is seeking righteousness. She's pure. She has such faith that there must be righteousness everywhere, and she expects it. And if you were to torture her, she wouldn't do wrong. She doesn't see that it's impossible for people to be righteous, and she is angry at it, like a child. Like a child. She is good."
"And what will happen to you?"
Sonya looked at him inquiringly.
"They are left on your hands, you see. They were all on your hands before, though. And your father came to you to beg for drink. Well, how will it be now?"
"I don't know,"
Sonya articulated mournfully. "Will they stay there?"
"I don't know. They're in debt for the lodging, but the landlady, I hear, said today that she wanted to get rid of them, and Katerina Ivanovna says that she won't stay another minute."
"How is it she is so bold? She relies upon you?"
"Oh, no, don't talk like that. We are one. We live like one."
Sonya was agitated again, and even angry, as though a canary or some other little bird were to be angry.
"And what could she do? What could she do?" she persisted, getting hot and excited. "And how she cried today. Her mind is unhinged, haven't you noticed it?
At one minute she is worrying like a child that everything should be right tomorrow, the lunch and all that. Then she is wringing her hands, spitting blood, weeping, and all at once she will begin knocking her head against the wall in despair. Then she will be comforted again. She builds all her hopes on you. She says that you will help her now, and that she will borrow a little money somewhere and go to her native town with me and set up a boarding school for the daughters of gentlemen and take me to superintend it. And we will begin a new splendid life. And she kisses and hugs me, comforts me. And you know she has such faith in her fancies. One can't contradict her. And all the day long she has been washing, cleaning, mending. She dragged the washtub into the room with her feeble hands and sank on the bed, gasping for breath. We went this morning to the shops to buy shoes for Polyenka and Lida, for theirs are quite worn out. Only the money we'd reckoned wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. And she picked out such dear little boots, for she has taste, you don't know. And there in the shop she burst out crying before the shopmen because she hadn't enough. Ah, it was sad to see her.
Well, after that I can understand your living like this, Raskolnikov said with a bitter smile.
And aren't you sorry for them? Aren't you sorry? Sonya flew at him again. Why, I know you gave your last penny yourself, though you'd seen nothing of it, and if you'd seen everything, oh dear. And how often I've brought her to tears, only last week, yes, only a week before his death, I was cruel. And how often I've done it. Oh, I've been wretched at the thought of it all day.
Sonya wrung her hands as she spoke at the pain of remembering it. You were cruel?
Yes, I went to see them, she went on, weeping. And father said, "Read me something, Sonya, my head aches. Read to me, here's a book."
He had a book he had got from Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov. He lives there. He always used to get hold of such funny books.
And I said I can't stay, as I didn't want to read, and I'd gone in chiefly to show Katerina Ivanovna some collars. Lizaveta, the peddler, sold me some collars and cuffs, cheap, pretty, new embroidered ones. Katerina Ivanovna liked them very much. She put them on and looked at herself in the glass and was delighted with them. "Make me a present of them, Sonya," she said. "Please do." "Please do," she said. She wanted them so much. And when could she wear them? They just reminded her of her old happy days. She looked at herself in the glass, admired herself, and she has no clothes at all, no things of her own, hasn't had all these years. And she never asks anyone for anything. She's proud. She'd sooner give away everything. And these she asked for. She liked them so much. And I was sorry to give them. "What use are they to you, Katerina Ivanovna?" I said. I spoke like that to her. I ought not to have said that. She gave me such a look, and she was so grieved at my refusing her. And it was so sad to see. And she was not grieved for the collars, but for my refusing. I saw that. Ah, if only I could bring it all back. Change it. Take back those words. Ah, if I... But it's nothing to you.
Did you know Lizaveta the peddler?
Yes. Did you know her?
Sonya asked with some surprise.
Katerina Ivanovna is in consumption, rapid consumption. She will soon die, said Raskolnikov after a pause, without answering her question. Oh, no, no, no. And Sonya unconsciously clutched both his hands as though imploring that she should not. But it will be better if she does die. No, not better, not at all better, Sonya unconsciously repeated in dismay. And the children, what can you do except take them to live with you?" "Oh, I don't know," cried Sonya, almost in despair, and she put her hands to her head. It was evident that that idea had very often occurred to her before, and he had only roused it again. "And what if even now, while Katerina Ivanovna is alive, you get ill and are taken to the hospital? What will happen then?" He persisted pitilessly. "How can you? That cannot be!" And Sonya's face worked with awful terror. "Cannot be?" Raskolnikov went on with a harsh smile. "You are not insured against it, are you? What will happen to them then? They'll be in the street, all of them. She will cough and beg and knock her head against some wall, as she did today, and the children will cry. Then she will fall down, be taken to the police station, to the hospital. She will die. And the children—" "Oh, no! God will not let it be!" broke at last from Sonya's overburdened bosom. She listened, looking imploringly at him, clasping her hands in dumb entreaty as though it all depended upon him. Raskolnikov got up and began to walk about the room. A minute passed. Sonya was standing with her hands and her head hanging in terrible dejection. "And can't you save? Put by for a rainy day?" he asked, stopping suddenly before her. "No," whispered Sonya. "Of course not. Have you tried?" he added almost ironically. "Yes." "And it didn't come off?" "Of course not. No need to ask." And again he paced the room. Another minute passed. "You don't get money every day?" Sonya was more confused than ever, and colour rushed into her face again. "No," she whispered with a painful effort. "It will be the same with Polyanka, no doubt," he said suddenly. "No, it can't be. No!" Sonya cried aloud in desperation, as though she had been stabbed. "God would not allow anything so awful. He lets others come to it. No, God will protect her. God," she repeated beside herself. "But perhaps there is no God at all," Raskolnikov answered with a sort of malignance, laughed and looked at her. Sonya's face suddenly changed. A tremor passed over it. She looked at him with unutterable reproach, tried to say something, but could not speak, and broke into bitter, bitter sobs, hiding her face in her hands. "You say Katerina Ivanovna's mind is unhinged. Your own mind is unhinged," he said after a brief silence. 5 minutes passed. He still paced up and down the room in silence, not looking at her. At last he went up to her. His eyes glittered. He put his 2 hands on her shoulders and looked straight into her tearful face. His eyes were hard, feverish and piercing. His lips were twitching. All at once he bent down quickly, and dropping to the ground, kissed her foot. Sonya drew back from him as from a madman, and certainly he looked like a madman. "What are you doing to me?" she muttered, turning pale, and a sudden anguish clutched at her heart. He stood up at once. "I didn't bow down to you. I bowed down to all the suffering of humanity," he said wildly, and walked away to the window. "Listen," he added, turning to her a minute later. "I said just now to an insolent man that he was not worth your little finger, and that I did my sister honour making her sit beside you." "Ach, you said that to them? And in her presence?" cried Sonya, frightened. "Sit down with me, and honour? Why, I'm dishonourable." "Why did you say that?" "It was not because of your dishonour and your sin I said that of you, but because of your great suffering. But you are a great sinner, that's true," he added almost solemnly, "and your worst sin is that you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing."
Isn't that awful? Isn't it awful that you are living in this filth which you loathe so, and at the same time you know yourself, you've only to open your eyes, that you are not helping anyone by it, not saving anyone from anything? Tell me," he went on almost in a frenzy, "how this shame and degradation can exist in you side by side with other opposite holy feelings. It would be better, 1,000 times better and wiser, to leap into the water and end it all." "But what would become of them?" Sonya asked faintly, gazing at him with eyes of anguish, but not seeming surprised at his suggestion. Raskolnikov looked strangely at her. He read it all in her face. So she must have had that thought already, perhaps many times. And earnestly she had thought out in her despair how to end it, and so earnestly that now she scarcely wondered at his suggestion. She had not even noticed the cruelty of his words. The significance of his reproaches and his peculiar attitude to her shame she had, of course, not noticed either, and that too was clear to him. But he saw how monstrously the thought of her disgraceful, shameful position was torturing her, and had long tortured her. What, he thought, could hitherto have hindered her from putting an end to it? Only then he realized what those poor little orphan children and that pitiful half-crazy Katerina Ivanovna, knocking her head against the wall in her consumption, meant for Sonya. But nevertheless, it was clear to him again that with her character and the amount of education she had after all received, she could not in any case remain so. He was still confronted by the question, how could she have remained so long in that position without going out of her mind, since she couldn't bring herself to jump into the water? Of course he knew that Sonya's position was an exceptional case, though unhappily not unique and not infrequent indeed. But that very exceptionalness, her tinge of education, her previous life might, one would have thought, have killed her at the first step on that revolting path. What held her up? Surely not depravity. All that infamy had obviously only touched her mechanically. Not one drop of real depravity had penetrated to her heart. He saw that. He saw through her as she stood before him.
This ends Disc 12. Crime and Punishment, Disc 13.
There are 3 ways before her, he thought. The canal, the madhouse, or, at last, to sink into depravity which obscures the mind and turns the heart to stone. The last idea was the most revolting, but he was a skeptic. He was young, abstract, and therefore cruel, and so he couldn't help believing that the last end was the most likely. "But can that be true?" he cried to himself. "Can that creature, who has still preserved the purity of her spirit, be consciously drawn at last into that sink of filth and iniquity? Can the process already have begun? Can it be that she has only been able to bear it till now because vice has begun to be less loathsome to her? No, no, that cannot be," he cried, as Sonya had just before. "No, what has kept her from the canal till now is the idea of sin. And they, the children, and if she has not gone out of her mind— But who says she has not gone out of her mind? Is she in her senses? Can one talk, can one reason as she does? How can she sit on the edge of the abyss of loathsomeness into which she is slipping and refuse to listen when she is told of danger? Does she expect a miracle? No doubt she does.
Doesn't that all mean madness?" He stayed obstinately at that thought. He liked that explanation indeed better than any other. He began looking more intently at her. "So, you pray to God a great deal, Sonya?" he asked her. Sonya did not speak. He stood beside her, waiting for an answer. "What should I be without God?" she whispered rapidly, forcibly, glancing at him with suddenly flashing eyes and squeezing his hand. "Ah, so that's it," he thought. "And what does God do for you?" he asked, probing her further. Sonya was silent a long while, as though she couldn't answer. Her weak chest kept heaving with emotion. "Be silent! Don't ask! You don't deserve an answer!" she cried suddenly, looking sternly and wrathfully at him. "That's it! That's it!" he repeated to himself. "He does everything," she whispered quickly, looking down again. "That's the way out! That's the explanation!" he decided, scrutinizing her with eager curiosity, with a new, strange, almost morbid feeling. He gazed at that pale, thin, irregular, angular little face, those soft blue eyes which could flash with such fire, such stern energy, that little body still shaking with indignation and anger. And it all seemed to him more and more strange, almost impossible. "She is a religious maniac," he repeated to himself. There was a book lying on the chest of drawers. He had noticed it every time he paced up and down the room. Now he took it up and looked at it. It was the New Testament in the Russian translation. It was bound in leather, old and worn. "Where did you get that?" he called to her across the room. She was still standing in the same place, 3 steps from the table. "It was brought me," she answered, as it were, unwillingly, not looking at him. "Who brought it?" "Lizaveta. I asked her for it." "Lizaveta. Strange," he thought. Everything about Sonya seemed to him stranger and more wonderful every moment. He carried the book to the candle and began to turn over the pages. "Where is the story of Lazarus?" he asked suddenly. Sonya looked obstinately at the ground and would not answer. She was standing sideways to the table. "Where is the raising of Lazarus? Find it for me, Sonya." She stole a glance at him. "You are not looking in the right place. It's in the 4th Gospel," she whispered sternly, without looking at him. "Find it and read it to me," he said. He sat down with his elbow on the table, leaned his head on his hand, and looked away sullenly, prepared to listen. "In 3 weeks' time they'll welcome me in the madhouse. I shall be there if I'm not in a worse place," he muttered to himself. Sonya heard Raskolnikov's request distrustfully, and moved hesitatingly to the table. She took the book, however. "Haven't you read it?" she asked, looking up at him across the table. Her voice became sterner and sterner. "Long ago, when I was at school." "Read." "And haven't you heard it in church?" "I haven't been. Do you often go?" No," whispered Sonya. Raskolnikov smiled. "I understand. And you won't go to your father's funeral tomorrow?" "Yes, I shall. I was at church last week, too. I had a requiem service." "For whom?" "For Lizaveta. She was killed with an axe." His nerves were more and more strained. His head began to go round. "Were you friends with Lizaveta?" "Yes. She was good. She used to come. Not often. She couldn't. We used to read together and talk."
she will see God. The last phrase sounded strange in his ears. And here was something new again, the mysterious meetings with Lizaveta, and both of them religious maniacs. I shall be a religious maniac myself soon. It's infectious. Read! He cried irritably and insistently. Sonya still hesitated. Her heart was throbbing. She hardly dared to read to him. He looked almost with exasperation at the unhappy lunatic. What for? You don't believe? She whispered softly, and, as it were, breathlessly. Read, I want you to, he persisted. You used to read to Lizaveta. Sonya opened the book and found the place. Her hands were shaking. Her voice failed her. Twice she tried to begin and could not bring out the first syllable. Now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus of Bethany. She forced herself at last to read, but at the third word her voice broke like an overstrained string. There was a catch in her breath. Raskolnikov saw in part why Sonya could not bring herself to read to him, and the more he saw this, the more roughly and irritably he insisted on her doing so. He understood only too well how painful it was for her to betray and unveil all that was her own. He understood that these feelings really were her secret treasure, which she had kept perhaps for years, perhaps from childhood, while she lived with an unhappy father and a distracted stepmother crazed by grief, in the midst of starving children and unseemly abuse and reproaches. But at the same time, he knew now, and knew for certain, that, although it filled her with dread and suffering, yet she had a tormenting desire to read, and to read to him, that he might hear it, and to read now, whatever might come of it. He read this in her eyes. He could see it in her intense emotion. She mastered herself, controlled the spasm in her throat, and went on reading the 11th chapter of St. John. She went on to the 19th verse. And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary to comfort them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she heard that Jesus was coming, went and met him, but Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. But I know that even now, whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee. Then she stopped again, with a shamefaced feeling that her voice would quiver and break again. Jesus said unto her, Thy brother shall rise again. Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? She saith unto him. And drawing a painful breath, Sonya read distinctly and forcibly, as though she were making a public confession of faith. Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world. She stopped, and looked up quickly at him, but controlling herself, went on reading. Raskolnikov sat without moving, his elbows on the table and his eyes turned away. She read to the 32nd verse. Then when Mary was come where Jesus was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping which came with her, he groaned in the spirit, and was troubled, and said, Where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. Jesus wept. Then said the Jews, Behold how he loved him. And some of them said, Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, have caused that even this man should not have died? Raskolnikov turned and looked at her with emotion. Yes, he had known it. She was trembling in a real physical fever. He had expected it. She was getting near the story of the greatest miracle, and a feeling of immense triumph came over her. Her voice rang out like a bell. Triumph and joy gave it power. The lines danced before her eyes, but she knew what she was reading by heart. At the last verse, could not this man which opened the eyes of the blind? Dropping her voice, she passionately reproduced the doubt, the reproach and censure of the blind, disbelieving Jews, who in another moment would fall at his feet as though struck by thunder, sobbing and believing. And he too is blinded and unbelieving. He too will hear, he too will believe. Yes, at once now, was what she was dreaming. And she was quivering with happy anticipation. Jesus, therefore, again, groaning in himself, cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days. She laid emphasis on the word 4. Jesus saith unto her, Said I not unto thee that if thou wouldst believe, thou shouldst see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And I knew that thou hearest me always. But because of the people which stand by I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth. She read loudly, cold and trembling with ecstasy, as though she was seeing it before her eyes. Bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus saith unto them, Loose him, and let him go. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary, and had seen the things which Jesus did, believed on him. She could read no more, closed the book, and got up from her chair quickly. That is all about the raising of Lazarus, she whispered severely and abruptly, and turning away she stood motionless, not daring to raise her eyes to him. She still trembled feverishly. The candle end was flickering out in the battered candlestick, dimly lighting up in the poverty-stricken room the murderer and the harlot, who had so strangely been reading together the eternal book. 5 minutes or more passed. I came to speak of something, Raskolnikov said aloud, frowning. He got up and went to Sonya. She lifted her eyes to him in silence.
His face was particularly stern, and there was a sort of savage determination in it. "I have abandoned my family today," he said. "My mother and sister. I'm not going to see them. I've broken with them completely." "What for?" asked Sonya, amazed. Her recent meeting with his mother and sister had left a great impression which she could not analyze. She heard his news almost with horror. "I have only you now," he added. "Let us go together. I've come to you. We are both accursed. Let us go our way together." His eyes glittered as though he were mad, Sonya thought in her turn. "Go where?" she asked in alarm, and she involuntarily stepped back. "How do I know?" "I only know it's the same road. I know that and nothing more. It's the same goal." She looked at him and understood nothing. She knew only that he was terribly, infinitely unhappy. "No one of them will understand if you tell them, but I have understood. I need you. That is why I have come to you." "I don't understand," whispered Sonya. "You'll understand later. Haven't you done the same? You too have transgressed, have had the strength to transgress. You have laid hands on yourself. You have destroyed a life, your own. It's all the same. You might have lived in spirit and understanding, but you'll end in the Haymarket. But you won't be able to stand it, and if you remain alone, you'll go out of your mind like me. You're like a mad creature already. So we must go together on the same road. Let's go." "What for? What's all this for?" said Sonya, strangely and violently agitated by his words. "What for? Because you can't remain like this, that's why. You must look things straight in the face at last, and not weep like a child, and cry that God won't allow it. What will happen if you should really be taken to the hospital tomorrow? She's mad and in consumption. She'll soon die, and the children. Do you mean to tell me Polyenka won't come to grief? Haven't you seen children here at the street corners sent out by their mothers to beg? I've found out where those mothers live, and in what surroundings. Children can't remain children there. At 7 the child is vicious and a thief. Yet children, you know, are the image of Christ. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. He bade us honor and love them. They are the humanity of the future." "What's to be done? What's to be done?" repeated Sonya, weeping hysterically and wringing her hands. "What's to be done? Break what must be broken, once for all, that's all, and take the suffering on oneself." "What, you don't understand?" "You'll understand later. Freedom and power, and above all, power. Over all trembling creation and all the ant-heap. That's the goal, remember that. That's my farewell message. Perhaps it's the last time I shall speak to you. If I don't come tomorrow, you'll hear of it all, and then remember these words, and some day later on, in years to come, you'll understand perhaps what they meant. If I come tomorrow, I'll tell you who killed Lizaveta. Goodbye." Sonya started with terror. "Why? Do you know who killed her?" she asked, chilled with horror, looking wildly at him. "I know and will tell. You. Only you. I have chosen you out. I'm not coming to you to ask forgiveness, but simply to tell you. I chose you out long ago to hear this, when your father talked of you and when Lizaveta was alive. I thought of it. Goodbye. Don't shake hands. Tomorrow." He went out. Sonya gazed at him as at a madman. But she herself was like one insane and felt it. Her head was going round. Good heavens! How does he know who killed Lizaveta? What did those words mean? It's awful. But at the same time, the idea did not enter her head, not for a moment. Oh, he must be terribly unhappy. He has abandoned his mother and sister.
What for? What has happened? And what had he in his mind? What did he say to her? He had kissed her foot and said, yes, he had said it clearly, that he could not live without her. Oh, merciful heavens! Sonya spent the whole night feverish and delirious. She jumped up from time to time, wept and wrung her hands, then sank again into feverish sleep and dreamt of Polyenka, Katerina Ivanovna and Lizaveta, of reading the Gospel, and him with pale face, with burning eyes, kissing her feet, weeping. On the other side of the door on the right, which divided Sonya's room from Madame Resslich's flat, was a room which had long stood empty. A card was fixed on the gate, and a notice stuck in the windows over the canal advertising it to let. Sonya had long been accustomed to the rooms being uninhabited. But all that time Mr. Svidrigailov had been standing, listening at the door of the empty room. When Raskolnikov went out, he stood still, thought a moment, went on tiptoe to his own room, which adjoined the empty one, brought a chair, and noiselessly carried it to the door that led to Sonya's room. The conversation had struck him as interesting and remarkable, and he had greatly enjoyed it. So much so that he brought a chair, that he might not, in the future, tomorrow, for instance, have to endure the inconvenience of standing a whole hour, but might listen in comfort. Chapter 5. When next morning, at 11 o'clock punctually, Raskolnikov went into the department of the investigation of criminal causes and sent his name in to Porfiri Petrovitch, he was surprised at being kept waiting so long. It was at least 10 minutes before he was summoned. He had expected that they would pounce upon him. But he stood in the waiting-room, and people who apparently had nothing to do with him were continually passing to and fro before him. In the next room, which looked like an office, several clerks were sitting, writing, and obviously they had no notion who or what Raskolnikov might be. He looked uneasily and suspiciously about him, to see whether there was not some guard, some mysterious watch being kept on him to prevent his escape. But there was nothing of the sort. He saw only the faces of clerks absorbed in petty details. Then other people. No one seemed to have any concern with him. He might go where he liked for them. The conviction grew stronger in him that if that enigmatic man of yesterday, that phantom sprung out of the earth, had seen everything, they would not have let him stand and wait like that. And would they have waited till he elected to appear at 11? Either the man had not yet given information, or simply he knew nothing, had seen nothing. And how could he have seen anything? And so all that had happened to him the day before was again a phantom exaggerated by his sick and overstrained imagination. This conjecture had begun to grow strong the day before in the midst of all his alarm and despair. Thinking it all over now and preparing for a fresh conflict, he was suddenly aware that he was trembling, and he felt a rush of indignation at the thought that he was trembling with fear at facing that hateful Porfiri Petrovitch. What he dreaded above all was meeting that man again. He hated him with an intense, unmitigated hatred, and was afraid his hatred might betray him. His indignation was such that he ceased trembling at once.
He made ready to go in with a cold and arrogant bearing, and vowed to himself to keep as silent as possible, to watch and listen, and for once at least to control his overstrained nerves. At that moment he was summoned to Porfiri Petrovitch. He found Porfiri Petrovitch alone in his study. His study was a room neither large nor small, furnished with a large writing table that stood before a sofa upholstered in checked material, a bureau, a bookcase in the corner, and several chairs, all government furniture, of polished yellow wood. In the further wall there was a closed door. Beyond it there were, no doubt, other rooms. On Raskolnikov's entrance, Porfiri Petrovitch had at once closed the door by which he had come in, and they remained alone. He met his visitor with an apparently genial and good-tempered air, and it was only after a few minutes that Raskolnikov saw signs of a certain awkwardness in him, as though he had been taken by surprise or caught in something very secret. "Ah, my dear fellow, here you are in our domain," began Porfiri, holding out both hands to him. "Come, sit down, old man. Or perhaps you don't like to be called my dear fellow and old man too cool. Please don't think it too familiar. Here, on the sofa." Raskolnikov sat down, keeping his eyes fixed on him. In our domain. The apologies for familiarity, the French phrase "too cool," were all characteristic signs. He held out both hands to me, but he did not give me one. He drew it back in time. Struck him suspiciously. Both were watching each other, but when their eyes met, quick as lightning they looked away. "I brought you this paper. About the watch. Here it is. Is it all right, or shall I copy it again?" "What? A paper? Yes, don't be uneasy, it's all right," Porfiri Petrovitch said, as though in haste, and after he had said it, he took the paper and looked at it. "Yes, it's all right, nothing more is needed," he declared with the same rapidity, and he laid the paper on the table. A minute later, when he was talking of something else, he took it from the table and put it on his bureau. "I believe you said yesterday you would like to question me, formally, about my acquaintance with the murdered woman." Raskolnikov was beginning again. Why did I put in "I believe"? Passed through his mind in a flash. Why am I so uneasy at having put in that "I believe"? Came in a second flash. And he suddenly felt that his uneasiness at the mere contact with Porfiri, at the first words, at the first looks, had grown in an instant to monstrous proportions, and that this was fearfully dangerous. His nerves were quivering, his emotion was increasing. It's bad, I shall say too much again." Yes, there's no hurry, muttered Porfiri Petrovitch, moving to and fro about the table, without any apparent aim, as it were making dashes towards the window, the bureau, and the table, at one moment avoiding Raskolnikov's suspicious glance, then again standing still and looking him straight in the face. His fat, round little figure looked very strange, like a ball rolling from one side to the other and rebounding back. "We've plenty of time. You smoke? Have you your own? Here, a cigarette," he went on, offering his visitor a cigarette. "You know, I am receiving you here, but my own quarters are through there, you know, my government quarters. But I am living outside for the time. I had to have some repairs done here. It's almost finished now. Government quarters, you know, are a capital thing. What do you think?" "Yes, a capital thing," answered Raskolnikov, looking at him almost ironically. "A capital thing, repeated Porfiri Petrovitch, as though he had just thought of something quite different. "Yes, a capital thing," he almost shouted at last, suddenly staring at Raskolnikov and stopping short 2 steps from him. This stupid repetition, was too incongruous in its ineptitude with the serious, brooding, and enigmatic glance he turned upon his visitor. But this stirred Raskolnikov's spleen more than ever, and he couldn't resist an ironical and rather incautious challenge. "Tell me, please," he asked suddenly, looking almost insolently at him and taking a kind of pleasure in his own insolence. "I believe it's a sort of legal rule, a sort of legal tradition for all investigating lawyers to begin their attack from afar, with a trivial, or at least an irrelevant subject, so as to encourage, or rather to divert, the man they are cross-examining, to disarm his caution, and then, all at once, to give him an unexpected knock-down blow with some fatal question. Isn't that so? It's a sacred tradition, mentioned, I fancy, in all the manuals of the art." "Yes. Yes. Why, do you imagine that was why I spoke about government quarters, eh?" And as he said this, Porfiri Petrovitch screwed up his eyes and winked. A good-humoured, crafty look passed over his face. The wrinkles on his forehead were smoothed out, his eyes contracted, his features broadened, and he suddenly went off into a nervous, prolonged laugh, shaking all over and looking Raskolnikov straight in the face. The latter forced himself to laugh, too. But when Porfiri, seeing that he was laughing, broke into such a guffaw that he turned almost crimson, Raskolnikov's repulsion overcame all precaution. He left off laughing, scowled, and stared with hatred at Porfiri, keeping his eyes fixed on him while his intentionally prolonged laughter lasted. There was lack of precaution on both sides, however, for Porfiri Petrovitch seemed to be laughing in his visitor's face, and to be very little disturbed at the annoyance with which the visitor received it. The latter fact was very significant in Raskolnikov's eyes. He saw that Porfiri Petrovitch had not been embarrassed just before either, but that he, Raskolnikov, had perhaps fallen into a trap. That there must be something, some motive here unknown to him. That perhaps everything was in readiness, and in another moment would break upon him. He went straight to the point at once, rose from his seat, and took his cap. "Porfiri Petrovitch," he began resolutely, though with considerable irritation, "yesterday you expressed a desire that I should come to you for some inquiries." He laid special stress on the word inquiries. "I have come, and if you have anything to ask me, ask it. And if not, allow me to withdraw. I have no time to spare. I have to be at the funeral of that man who was run over, of whom you know also," he added, feeling angry at once at having made this addition, and more irritated at his anger. "I am sick of it all, do you hear? And have long been. It's partly what made me ill. In short," he shouted, feeling that the phrase about his illness was still more out of place, "in short, kindly examine me or let me go at once. And if you must examine me, do so in the proper form. I will not allow you to do so otherwise, and so, meanwhile, goodbye, as we have evidently nothing to keep us now." "Good heavens! What do you mean? What shall I question you about?" cackled Porfiri Petrovitch with a change of tone, instantly leaving off laughing. "Please, don't disturb yourself." He began fidgeting from place to place, and fussily making Raskolnikov sit down. "There's no hurry, it's all nonsense. Oh, no, I'm very glad you've come to see me at last. I look upon you simply as a visitor. And as for my confounded laughter, please excuse it, Rodion Romanovitch." "Rodion Romanovitch, that is your name?" "It's my nerves. You tickled me so with your witty observation. I assure you, sometimes I shake with laughter like an india-rubber ball for half an hour at a time. I'm often afraid of an attack of paralysis. Do sit down, please, do, or I shall think you are angry." Raskolnikov did not speak. He listened, watching him, still frowning angrily. He did sit down, but still held his cap. "I must tell you one thing about myself, my dear Rodion Romanovitch," Porfiri Petrovitch continued, moving about the room, and again avoiding his visitor's eyes. "You see, I am a bachelor, a man of no consequence, and not used to society. Besides, I have nothing before me. I am set. I am running to seed, and have you noticed, Rodion Romanovitch, that in our Petersburg circles, if two clever men meet, who are not intimate but respect each other, like you and me, it takes them half an hour before they can find a subject for conversation. They are dumb. They sit opposite each other and feel awkward. Everyone has subjects of conversation. Ladies, for instance. People in high society always have their subjects of conversation. C'est de rigueur. But people of the middle sort like us, thinking people, that is, are always tongue-tied and awkward. What is the reason of it? Whether it is the lack of public interest, or whether it is we are so honest we don't want to deceive one another, I don't know. What do you think? Do put down your cap. It looks as if you were just going. It makes me uncomfortable. I am so delighted." Raskolnikov put down his cap, and continued listening in silence, with a serious, frowning face to the vague and empty chatter of Porfiri Petrovitch. Does he really want to distract my attention with his silly babble? "I can't offer you coffee here, but why not spend 5 minutes with a friend?" Porfiri pattered on. "And you know all these official duties. Please don't mind my running up and down. Excuse it, my dear fellow. I am very much afraid of offending you, but exercise is absolutely indispensable for me. I'm always sitting, and so glad to be moving about for 5 minutes. I suffer from my sedentary life. I always intend to join a gymnasium. They say that officials of all ranks, even privy councillors, may be seen skipping gaily there. There you have it, modern science. Yes, but as for my duties here, inquiries and all such formalities— You mentioned inquiries yourself just now. I assure you these interrogations are sometimes more embarrassing for the interrogator than for the interrogated. You made the observation yourself just now, very aptly and wittily." Raskolnikov had made no observation of the kind. "One gets into a muddle, a regular muddle. One keeps harping on the same note like a drum. There is to be a reform, and we shall be called by a different name at least. And as for our legal tradition, as you so wittily called it, I thoroughly agree with you. Every prisoner on trial, even the rudest peasant, knows that they begin by disarming him with irrelevant questions, as you so happily put it, and then deal him a knock-down blow. Your felicitous comparison. So, you really imagined that I meant by government quarters— You are an ironical person. Come, I won't go on. By the way, yes, one word leads to another. You spoke of formality just now, apropos of the inquiry, you know. But what's the use of formality? In many cases it's nonsense. Sometimes one has a friendly chat and gets a good deal more out of it. One can always fall back on formality, allow me to assure you. And after all, what does it amount to? An examining lawyer cannot be bounded by formality at every step. The work of investigation is, so to speak, a free art in its own way. Porfiri Petrovitch took breath a moment. He had simply babbled on, uttering empty phrases. letting slip a few enigmatic words and again reverting to incoherence. He was almost running about the room, moving his fat little legs quicker and quicker, looking at the ground, with his right hand behind his back, while with his left making gesticulations that were extraordinarily incongruous with his words. Raskolnikov suddenly noticed that as he ran about the room he seemed twice to stop for a moment near the door as though he were listening. Is he expecting anything? "You are certainly quite right about it," Porfiry began gaily, looking with extraordinary simplicity at Raskolnikov, which startled him and instantly put him on his guard. "Certainly quite right in laughing so wittily at our legal forms. Some of these elaborate psychological methods are exceedingly ridiculous, and perhaps useless, if one adheres too closely to the forms. Yes, I am talking of forms again. Well, if I recognize, or more strictly speaking, if I suspect someone or other to be a criminal, in any case entrusted to me— You're reading for the law, of course, Rodion Romanovich." "Yes, I was." "Well, then, it is a precedent for you for the future, though don't suppose I should venture to instruct you after the articles you publish about crime. No, I simply make bold to state it by way of fact. If I took this man or that for a criminal, why, I ask, should I worry him prematurely, even though I had evidence against him? In one case I may be bound, for instance, to arrest a man at once, but another may be in quite a different position, you know, so why shouldn't I let him walk about the town a bit?" "But I see you don't quite understand. So I'll give you a clear example. If I put him in prison too soon, I may very likely give him, so to speak, moral support. You're laughing?" Raskolnikov had no idea of laughing. He was sitting with compressed lips, his feverish eyes fixed on Porfiry Petrovitch's. "Yes, that is the case. With some types especially, for men are so different. You say evidence. Well, there may be evidence. But evidence, you know, can generally be taken two ways. I am an examining lawyer, and a weak man, I confess it. I should like to make a proof, so to say, mathematically clear. I should like to make a chain of evidence such as 2 × 2 are 4. It ought to be a direct, irrefutable proof. And if I shut him up too soon, even though I might be convinced he was the man, I should very likely be depriving myself of the means of getting further evidence against him. And how? By giving him, so to speak, a definite position. I shall put him out of suspense and set his mind at rest, so that he will retreat into his shell. They say that at Sevastopol, soon after Alma, the clever people were in a terrible fright that the enemy would attack openly and take Sevastopol at once. But when they saw that the enemy preferred a regular siege, they were delighted, I am told, and reassured, for the thing would drag on for 2 months at least. You're laughing. You don't believe me again. Of course, you're right, too. You're right. You're right, these are all special cases, I admit. But you must observe this, my dear Rodion Romanovich. The general case, the case for which all legal forms and rules are intended, for which they are calculated and laid down in books, does not exist at all. For the reason that every case, every crime, for instance, so soon as it actually occurs, at once becomes a thoroughly special case, and sometimes a case unlike any that's gone before. Very comic cases of that sort sometimes occur. If I leave one man quite alone, if I don't touch him and don't worry him, but let him know, or at least suspect every moment, that I know all about it, and am watching him day and night. And if he is in continual suspicion and terror, he'll be bound to lose his head. He'll come of himself, or maybe do something which will make it as plain as 2 × 2 = 4. It's delightful. It may be so with a simple peasant, but with one of our sort, an intelligent man, cultivated on a certain side, it's a dead certainty. For, my dear fellow, it's a very important matter to know on what side a man is cultivated. And then there are nerves. There are nerves. You have overlooked them. Why, they are all sick, nervous, and irritable. And then how they all suffer from spleen. That, I assure you, is a regular gold mine for us. And it's no anxiety to me, his running about the town free. Let him walk about for a bit. I know well enough that I've caught him, and that he won't escape me. Where could he escape to? Abroad, perhaps? A Pole will escape abroad, but not here, especially as I am watching, and have taken measures. Will he escape into the depths of the country, perhaps? But you know, peasants live there, real, rude Russian peasants. A modern, cultivated man would prefer prison to living with such strangers as our peasants. But that's all nonsense, and on the surface. It's not merely that he has nowhere to run to. He is psychologically unable to escape me. What an expression! Through a law of nature, he can't escape me if he had anywhere to go. Have you seen a butterfly round a candle? That's how he will keep circling and circling round me. Freedom will lose its attractions. He'll begin to brood. He'll weave a tangle round himself. He'll worry himself to death. What's more, he will provide me with a mathematical proof, if I only give him long enough interval. And he'll keep circling round me, getting nearer and nearer, and then flop! He'll fly straight into my mouth, and I'll swallow him, and that will be very amusing. You don't believe me?
Raskolnikov made no reply. He sat pale and motionless, still gazing with the same intensity into Porfiry's face. It's a lesson, he thought, turning cold. This is beyond the cat playing with a mouse like yesterday. He can't be showing off his power with no motive, prompting me. He's far too clever for that. He must have another object. What is it? It's all nonsense, my friend. You are pretending to scare me. You've no proofs, and the man I saw had no real existence. You simply want to make me lose my head, to work me up beforehand and so to crush me. But you are wrong. You won't do it. But why give me such a hint? Is he counting on my shattered nerves? No, my friend, you are wrong. You won't do it, even though you have some trap for me. Let's see what you have in store for me. And he braced himself to face a terrible and unknown ordeal. At times he longed to fall on Porfiry and strangle him. This anger was what he dreaded from the beginning. He felt that his parched lips were flecked with foam, his heart was throbbing. But he was still determined not to speak till the right moment. He realized that this was the best policy in his position, because instead of saying too much, he would be irritating his enemy by his silence and provoking him into speaking too freely. Anyhow, this was what he hoped for.
"No, I see you don't believe me. You think I am playing a harmless joke on you,"
Porphyry began again, getting more and more lively, chuckling at every instant, and again pacing round the room.
"And to be sure you're right. God has given me a figure that can awaken none but comic ideas in other people. A buffoon. But let me tell you, and I repeat it, excuse an old man, my dear Rodion Romanovitch, you are a man still young, so to say, in your first youth, and so you put intellect above everything, like all young people. Playful wit and abstract arguments fascinate you, and that's for all the world like the old Austrian Hofkriegsrat, as far as I can judge of military matters, that is. On paper they'd beaten Napoleon and taken him prisoner, and there in their study they worked it all out in the cleverest fashion. But look you, General Mack surrendered, with all his army. I see, Rodion Romanovitch, you are laughing at a civilian like me taking examples out of military history. But I can't help it. It's my weakness. I am fond of military science, and I am ever so fond of reading all military histories. I've certainly missed my proper career. I ought to have been in the army. Upon my word, I ought. I shouldn't have been a Napoleon, but I might have been a major. Well, I'll tell you the whole truth, my dear fellow, about this special case. I mean, actual fact, and a man's temperament, my dear sir, are weighty matters, and it's astonishing how they sometimes deceive the sharpest calculation. I, listen to an old man, am speaking seriously, Rodion Romanovitch." As he said this, Porphyry Petrovitch, who was scarcely 35, actually seemed to have grown old. Even his voice changed, and he seemed to shrink together. "Moreover, I am a candid man. Am I a candid man or not? What do you say? I fancy I really am. I tell you these things for nothing, and don't even expect a reward for it. Well, to proceed. Wit, in my opinion, is a splendid thing. It is, so to say, an adornment of nature, and a consolation of life. And what tricks it can play! So that it sometimes is hard for a poor examining lawyer to know where he is, especially when he is liable to be carried away by his own fancy, too, for you know he is a man after all. But the poor fellow is saved by the criminal's temperament. Worse luck for him. But young people carried away by their own wit don't think of that when they overstep all obstacles, as you wittily and cleverly expressed it yesterday. He will lie. That is, the man who is a special case, the incognito, and he will lie well, in the cleverest fashion. You might think he would triumph and enjoy the fruits of his wit. But at the most interesting, the most flagrant moment, he will faint. Of course there may be illness and a stuffy room as well, but anyway, he's given us the idea. He lied incomparably, but he didn't reckon on his temperament. That's what betrays him. Another time he will be carried away by his playful wit into making fun of the man who suspects him. He will turn pale, as it were, on purpose to mislead. But his paleness will be too natural, too much like the real thing. Again, he has given us an idea. Though his questioner may be deceived at first, he will think differently next day if he is not a fool, and of course it is like that at every step. He puts himself forward where he is not wanted, speaks continually when he ought to keep silent, brings in all sorts of allegorical allusions, comes and asks, why didn't you take me long ago? And that can happen, you know, with the cleverest man, the psychologist, the literary man. The temperament reflects everything like a mirror. Gaze into it, and admire what you see. But why are you so pale, Rodion Romanovich? Is the room stuffy? Shall I open the window?
"No, don't trouble, please," cried Raskolnikov, and he suddenly broke into a laugh. "Please, don't trouble." Porfiry stood facing him, paused a moment, and suddenly he too laughed. Raskolnikov got up from the sofa, abruptly checking his hysterical laughter. "Porfiry Petrovitch," he began, speaking loudly and distinctly, though his legs trembled and he could scarcely stand. "I see clearly at last that you actually suspect me of murdering that old woman and her sister Lizaveta. Let me tell you for my part that I am sick of this. If you find that you have a right to prosecute me legally, to arrest me, then prosecute me, arrest me. But I will not let myself be jeered at to my face and worried." His lips trembled, his eyes glowed with fury, and he could not restrain his voice. "I won't allow it," he shouted, bringing his fist down on the table. "Do you hear that, Porfiry Petrovitch? I won't allow it." "Good heavens! What does it mean?" cried Porfiry Petrovitch, apparently quite frightened. "Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, what is the matter with you?" "I won't allow it," Raskolnikov shouted again. "Hush, my dear man. They'll hear and come in. Just think, what could we say to them?" Porfiry Petrovitch whispered in horror, bringing his face close to Raskolnikov's. "I won't allow it, I won't allow it," Raskolnikov repeated mechanically, but he too spoke in a sudden whisper. Porfiry turned quickly and ran to open the window. "Some fresh air. And you must have some water, my dear fellow. You're ill." And he was running to the door to call for some, when he found a decanter of water in the corner. "Come, drink a little," he whispered, rushing up to him with the decanter. "It will be sure to do you good." Porfiry Petrovitch's alarm and sympathy were so natural that Raskolnikov was silent and began looking at him with wild curiosity. He didn't take the water, however. "Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, you'll drive yourself out of your mind, I assure you. Have some water. Do drink a little." He forced him to take the glass. Raskolnikov raised it mechanically to his lips, but set it on the table again with disgust. "Yes, you've had a little attack. You'll bring back your illness again, my dear fellow," Porfiry Petrovitch cackled with friendly sympathy, though he still looked rather disconcerted. "Good heavens, you must take more care of yourself. Dmitri Prokofitch was here, came to see me yesterday. I know, I've a nasty, ironical temper. But what they made of it! Good heavens, he came yesterday after you'd been. We dined, and he talked and talked away, and I could only throw up my hands in despair. Did he come from you? But do sit down, for mercy's sake, sit down." "No, not from me. But I knew he went to you, and why he went," Raskolnikov answered sharply. "You knew?" "I knew. What of it?" "Why, this, Rodion Romanovich, that I know more than that about you. I know about everything. I know how you went to take a flat at night when it was dark, and how you rang the bell and asked about the blood, so that the workman and the porter did not know what to make of it. Yes, I understand your state of mind at that time. But you'll drive yourself mad like that, upon my word. You'll lose your head. You're full of generous indignation at the wrongs you've received, first from destiny, and then from the police officers. And so
You rush from one thing to another to force them to speak out and make an end of it all because you are sick of all this suspicion and foolishness. That's so, isn't it? I have guessed how you feel, haven't I? Only in that way you'll lose your head, and Razumikhin's too. He's too good a man for such a position, you must know that. You are ill, and he is good, and your illness is infectious for him. I'll tell you about it when you are more yourself. But do sit down, for goodness sake. Please rest. You look shocking. Do sit down. Raskolnikov sat down. He no longer shivered. He was hot all over. In amazement he listened with strained attention to Porfiri Petrovitch, who still seemed frightened as he looked after him with friendly solicitude. But he didn't believe a word he said, though he felt a strange inclination to believe. Porfiri's unexpected words about the flat had utterly overwhelmed him. How can it be? He knows about the flat, then, he thought suddenly, and he tells it me himself. Yes, in our legal practice there was a case almost exactly similar, a case of morbid psychology. Porfiri went on quickly. A man confessed to murder, and how he kept it up. It was a regular hallucination. He brought forward facts. He imposed upon every one. And why? He had been partly, but only partly, unintentionally, the cause of a murder, and when he knew that, he had given the murderers the opportunity. He sank into dejection. It got on his mind and turned his brain. He began imagining things, and he persuaded himself that he was the murderer. But at last the High Court of Appeals went into it, and the poor fellow was acquitted, and put under proper care. Thanks to the Court of Appeals. Tut-tut-tut. Why, my dear fellow, you may drive yourself into delirium if you have the impulse to work upon your nerves, to go ringing bells at night and asking about blood. I've studied all this morbid psychology in my practice. A man is sometimes tempted to jump out of a window or from a belfry. Just the same with bell-ringing. It's all illness, Rodion Romanovich. You have begun to neglect your illness. You should consult an experienced doctor. What's the good of that fat fellow? You are light-headed. You were delirious when you did all this. For a moment Raskolnikov felt everything going round. Is it possible? Is it possible, flashed through his mind, that he is still lying? He can't be. He can't be. He rejected that idea, feeling to what a degree of fury it might drive him, feeling that that fury might drive him mad. I was not delirious. I knew what I was doing, he cried, straining every faculty to penetrate Porfiri's game. I was quite myself, do you hear? Yes, I hear and understand. You said yesterday you were not delirious. You were particularly emphatic about it. I understand all you can tell me. Ah, listen, Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow. If you were actually a criminal, or were somehow mixed up in this damnable business, would you insist that you were not delirious, but in full possession of your faculties? And so emphatically and persistently? Would it be possible? Quite impossible to my thinking. If you had anything on your conscience, you certainly ought to insist that you were delirious. That's so, isn't it? There was a note of slyness in this inquiry. Raskolnikov drew back on the sofa as Porfiri bent over him and stared in silent perplexity at him. Another thing about Razumikhin. You certainly ought to have said that he came of his own accord, to have concealed your part in it. But you don't conceal it. You lay stress on his coming at your instigation."
Raskolnikov had not done so. A chill went down his back. "You keep telling lies," he said slowly and weakly, twisting his lips into a sickly smile. "You are trying again to show that you know all my game, that you know all I shall say beforehand," he said, conscious himself that he was not weighing his words as he ought. "You want to frighten me, or you are simply laughing at me." He still stared at him as he said this, and again there was a light of intense hatred in his eyes. "You keep lying," he said. "You know perfectly well that the best policy for the criminal is to tell the truth as nearly as possible, to conceal as little as possible. I don't believe you." "What a wily person you are," Porfiry tittered. "There's no catching you. You've a perfect monomania. So, you don't believe me. But still you do believe me. You believe a quarter. I'll soon make you believe the whole, because I have a sincere liking for you, and generally wish you good." Raskolnikov's lips trembled. "Yes, I do," went on Porfiry, touching Raskolnikov's arm genially. "You must take care of your illness. Besides, your mother and sister are here now. You must think of them. You must soothe and comfort them, and you do nothing but frighten them." "What has that to do with you? How do you know it? What concern is it of yours? You are keeping a watch on me, and want to let me know it." "Good heavens! Why, I learned it all from you yourself. You don't notice that in your excitement you tell me and others everything. From Razumichin, too, I learned a number of interesting details yesterday. No, you interrupted me, but I must tell you that for all your wit, your suspiciousness makes you lose the common-sense view of things. To return to bell-ringing, for instance, I, an examining lawyer, have betrayed a precious thing like that, a real fact, for it is a fact worth having, and you see nothing in it. Why, if I had the slightest suspicion of you, should I have acted like that? No. I should first have disarmed your suspicions and not let you see I knew of that fact, should have diverted your attention and suddenly have dealt you a knock-down blow, your expression, saying, 'And what were you doing, sir, pray, at 10 or nearly 11 at the murdered woman's flat, and why did you ring the bell, and why did you ask about blood? And why did you invite the porters to go with you to the police station, to the lieutenant?' That's how I ought to have acted, if I had a grain of suspicion of you. I ought to have taken your evidence in due form, searched your lodging, and perhaps have arrested you too. So I have no suspicion of you, since I have not done that. But you can't look at it normally, and you see nothing, I say again." Raskolnikov started so that Porfiry Petrovitch could not fail to perceive it. "You are lying all the while," he cried. "I don't know your object, but you are lying. You didn't speak like that just now, and I can't be mistaken." "I am lying?" Porfiry repeated, apparently incensed, but preserving a good-humoured and ironical face, as though he were not in the least concerned at Raskolnikov's opinion of him. "I am lying? But how did I treat you just now, I, the examining lawyer? Prompting you and giving you every means for your defence. Illness, I said, delirium, injury, melancholy, and the police offers and all the rest of it. Ah, though, indeed, all those psychological means of defence are not very reliable and cut both ways. Illness, delirium, I don't remember, that's all right, but why, my good sir, in your illness and in your delirium, were you haunted by just those delusions and not by any others?
There may have been others, eh? Raskolnikov looked haughtily and contemptuously at him. "Briefly," he said loudly and imperiously, rising to his feet and in so doing pushing Porfiry back a little. "Briefly, I want to know, do you acknowledge me perfectly free from suspicion or not? Tell me, Porfiry Petrovitch, tell me once for all, and make haste." "What a business I'm having with you!" cried Porfiry with a perfectly good-humoured, sly, and composed face. "And why do you want to know? Why do you want to know so much, since they haven't begun to worry you? Why, you are like a child asking for matches. And why are you so uneasy? Why do you force yourself upon us, eh? I repeat," Raskolnikov cried furiously, "that I can't put up with it." "With what? Uncertainty?" interrupted Porfiry. "Don't jeer at me. I won't have it. I tell you I won't have it. I can't and I won't. Do you hear? Do you hear?" he shouted, bringing his fist down on the table again. "Hush! Hush! They'll overhear. I warn you, seriously, take care of yourself. I am not joking," Porfiry whispered. But this time there was not the look of old womanish good nature and alarm in his face. Now he was peremptory, stern, frowning, and for once laying aside all mystification. But this was only for an instant. Raskolnikov, bewildered, suddenly fell into actual frenzy, but, strange to say, he again obeyed the command to speak quietly, though he was in a perfect paroxysm of fury.
This ends Disc 13. Crime and Punishment, Disc 14.
"I will not allow myself to be tortured," he whispered, instantly recognizing with hatred that he could not help obeying the command, and driven to even greater fury by the thought. "Arrest me, search me, but kindly act in due form, and don't play with me. Don't dare." "Don't worry about the form," Porfiry interrupted with the same sly smile, as it were, gloating with enjoyment over Raskolnikov. "I invited you to see me quite in a friendly way." "I don't want your friendship, and I spit on it, do you hear? And here I take my cap and go. What will you say now, if you mean to arrest me?" He took up his cap and went to the door. "And won't you see my little surprise?" chuckled Porfiry, again taking him by the arm and stopping him at the door. He seemed to become more playful and good-humoured, which maddened Raskolnikov. "What surprise?" he asked, standing still and looking at Porfiry in alarm. "My little surprise. It's sitting there, behind the door." He pointed to the locked door. "I locked him in that he should not escape." "What is it? Where? What?" Raskolnikov walked to the door and would have opened it, but it was locked. "It's locked. Here is the key." And he brought a key out of his pocket. "You are lying," roared Raskolnikov without restraint. "You lie, you damned Punchinello!" And he rushed at Porfiry, who retreated to the other door, not at all alarmed. "I understand it all. You are lying and mocking so that I may betray myself to you." "Why, you couldn't betray yourself any further, my dear Rodion Romanovitch. You are in a passion. Don't shout, I shall call the clerks." "You are lying. Call the clerks. You knew I was ill and tried to work me into a frenzy to make me betray myself. That was your object. Produce your facts." "I understand it all. You've no evidence. You have only wretched, rubbishy suspicions like Zamyetov's. You knew my character. You wanted to drive me to fury and then to knock me down with priests and deputies. Are you waiting for them, eh? What are you waiting for? Where are they? Produce them." "Why, deputies, my good man. What things people will imagine. And to do so would not be acting in form, as you say. You don't know the business, my dear fellow. And there's no escaping form, as you see," Porfiry muttered, listening at the door through which a noise could be heard.
"Ah, they're coming," cried Raskolnikov. "You've sent for them. You expected them. Well, produce them all, your deputies, your witnesses, what you like. I am ready."
But at this moment a strange incident occurred, something so unexpected that neither Raskolnikov nor Porfiri Petrovitch could have looked for such a conclusion to their interview. Chapter 6. When he remembered the scene afterwards, this is how Raskolnikov saw it. The noise behind the door increased, and suddenly the door was opened a little.
"What is it?" cried Porfiri Petrovitch, annoyed. "Why, I gave orders—"
For an instant there was no answer, but it was evident that there were several persons at the door, and that they were apparently pushing somebody back.
"What is it?"
Porfiri Petrovitch repeated uneasily.
"The prisoner Nikolai has been brought," someone answered. "He is not wanted. Take him away. Let him wait. What's he doing here? How irregular!" cried Porfiri, rushing to the door.
"But he—" began the same voice, and suddenly ceased. 2 seconds, not more, were spent in actual struggle. Then someone gave a violent shove, and then a man, very pale, strode into the room. This man's appearance was at first sight very strange. He stared straight before him as though seeing nothing. There was a determined gleam in his eyes. At the same time there was a deathly pallor in his face, as though he were being led to the scaffold. His white lips were faintly twitching. He was dressed like a workman, and was of medium height, very young, slim, his hair cut in a round crop, with thin spare features. The man whom he had thrust back followed him into the room, and succeeded in seizing him by the shoulder. He was a warder, but Nikolai pulled his arm away. Several persons crowded inquisitively into the doorway. Some of them tried to get in. All this took place almost instantaneously.
"Go away, it's too soon. Wait till you are sent for. Why have you brought him so soon?"
Porfiri Petrovitch muttered, extremely annoyed, and, as it were, thrown off guard. But Nikolai suddenly knelt down.
"What's the matter?" cried Porfiri, surprised.
"I am guilty. Mine is the sin. I am the murderer," Nikolai articulated suddenly, rather breathless, but speaking fairly loudly. For 10 seconds there was silence, as though all had been struck dumb. Even the warder stepped back, mechanically retreated to the door, and stood immovable.
"What is it?"
cried Porfiri Petrovitch, recovering from his momentary stupefaction.
"I am the murderer,"
repeated Nikolai after a brief pause.
"What? What? Whom did you kill?"
Porfiri Petrovitch was obviously bewildered. Nikolai again was silent for a moment.
"Alyona Ivanovna and her sister Lizaveta Ivanovna I killed with an axe. Darkness came over me,"
he added suddenly, and was again silent. He still remained on his knees. Porfiri Petrovitch stood for some moments as though meditating, but suddenly roused himself and waved back the uninvited spectators. They instantly vanished and closed the door. Then he looked towards Raskolnikov, who was standing in the corner staring wildly at Nikolai, and moved towards him, but stopped short, looked from Nikolai to Raskolnikov, and then again at Nikolai, and, seeming unable to restrain himself, darted at the latter.
"You're in too great a hurry," he shouted at him, almost angrily. "I didn't ask you what came over you. Speak, did you kill them?"
"I am the murderer."
"I want to give evidence," Nikolai pronounced.
"Ah,
what did you kill them with?"
"An axe. I had it ready."
"Ah, he is in a hurry. Alone?"
Nikolai did not understand the question.
"Did you do it alone?"
"Yes, alone.
And Mitka is not guilty and had no share in it." "Don't be in a hurry about Mitka. Ah, how was it you ran downstairs like that at the time? The porters met you both."
"It was to put them off the scent.
I ran after Mitka,"
Nikolai replied hurriedly, as though he had prepared the answer.
"I knew it,"
cried Porfiri with vexation.
It's not his own tale he is telling," he muttered as though to himself, and suddenly his eyes rested on Raskolnikov again. He was apparently so taken up with Nikolai that for a moment he had forgotten Raskolnikov. He was a little taken aback. "My dear Rodion Romanovitch, excuse me." He flew up to him. "This won't do. I'm afraid you must go. It's no good your staying. I will... You see, what a surprise! Goodbye." And taking him by the arm, he showed him to the door. "I suppose you didn't expect it," said Raskolnikov, who, though he had not yet fully grasped the situation, had regained his courage. "You did not expect it either, my friend. See how your hand is trembling. You're trembling too, Porfiri Petrovitch." "Yes, I am. I didn't expect it." They were already at the door. Porfiri was impatient for Raskolnikov to be gone. "And your little surprise, aren't you going to show it to me?" Raskolnikov said sarcastically. "Why, his teeth are chattering as he asks. You are an ironical person. Come, till we meet." "I believe we can say goodbye." "That's in God's hands," muttered Porfiri, with an unnatural smile. As he walked through the office, Raskolnikov noticed that many people were looking at him. Among them he saw the 2 porters from that house, whom he had invited that night to the police station. They stood there waiting. But he was no sooner on the stairs than he heard the voice of Porfiri Petrovitch behind him. Turning round, he saw the latter running after him out of breath. "One word, Rodion Romanovitch. As to all the rest, it's in God's hands, but as a matter of form, there are some questions I shall have to ask you. So we shall meet again, shan't we?" And Porfiri stood still, facing him with a smile. "Shan't we?" he added again. He seemed to want to say something more, but could not speak out. "You must forgive me, Porfiri Petrovitch, for what has just passed. I lost my temper," began Raskolnikov, who had so far regained his courage that he felt irresistibly inclined to display his coolness. "Don't mention it, Porfiri replied almost gleefully. "I myself, too, I have a wicked temper, I admit it. But we shall meet again. If it's God's will, we may see a great deal of one another." "And we'll get to know each other through and through?" added Raskolnikov. "Yes, know each other through and through," assented Porfiri Petrovitch, and he screwed up his eyes, looking earnestly at Raskolnikov. "Now you're going to a birthday party?" "To a funeral." "Of course, the funeral. Take care of yourself. And get well." "I don't know what to wish you," said Raskolnikov, who had begun to descend the stairs, but looked back again. "I should like to wish you success, but your office is such a comical one." "Why comical?" Porfiri Petrovitch had turned to go, but he seemed to prick up his ears at this. "Why, how you must have been torturing and harassing that poor Nikolai psychologically, after your fashion, till he confessed. You must have been at him day and night, proving to him that he was the murderer. And now that he has confessed, you'll begin vivisecting him again. You are lying, you'll say. You are not the murderer. You can't be. It's not your own tale you are telling. You must admit it's a comical business." "You noticed, then, that I said to Nikolai just now that it was not his own tale he was telling?" "How could I help noticing it?" "You are quick-witted. You notice everything. You've really a playful mind, and you always fasten on the comic side. They say that was the marked characteristic of Gogol among the writers." "Yes, of Gogol." "Yes, of Gogol. I shall look forward to meeting you."
"So shall I." Raskolnikov walked straight home.
He was so muddled and bewildered that on getting home he sat for a quarter of an hour on the sofa, trying to collect his thoughts. He didn't attempt to think about Nikolai. He was stupefied. He felt that his confession was something inexplicable, amazing, something beyond his understanding. But Nikolai's confession was an actual fact. The consequences of this fact were clear to him at once. Its falsehood could not fail to be discovered. And then they would be after him again. Till then, at least, he was free and must do something for himself, for the danger was imminent. But how imminent? His position gradually became clear to him. Remembering, sketchily, the main outlines of his recent scene with Porphyry, he could not help shuddering again with horror. Of course, he didn't yet know all Porphyry's aims. He couldn't see into all his calculations, but he had already partly shown his hand. And no one knew better than Raskolnikov how terrible Porphyry's lead had been for him. A little more, and he might have given himself away completely, circumstantially. Knowing his nervous temperament, and from the first glance seeing through him, Porphyry, though playing a bold game, was bound to win. There's no denying that Raskolnikov had compromised himself seriously. But no facts had come to light as yet. There was nothing positive. But was he taking a true view of the position? Wasn't he mistaken? What had Porphyry been trying to get at? Had he really some surprise prepared for him? And what was it? Had he really been expecting something or not? How would they have parted if it had not been for the unexpected appearance of Nikolai? Porphyry had shown almost all his cards. Of course, he had risked something in showing them, and if he had really had anything up his sleeve, Raskolnikov reflected, he would have shown that too. What was that surprise? Was it a joke? Had it meant anything? Could it have concealed anything like a fact, a piece of positive evidence? His yesterday's visitor. What had become of him? Where was he today? If Porphyry really had any evidence, it must be connected with him. He sat on the sofa with his elbows on his knees and his face hidden in his hands. He was still shivering nervously. At last he got up, took his cap, thought a minute, and went to the door. He had a sort of presentiment that, for today at least, he might consider himself out of danger. He had a sudden sense almost of joy. He wanted to make haste to Katerina Ivanovna's. He would be too late for the funeral, of course, but he would be in time for the memorial dinner, and there at once he would see Sonya. He stood still, thought a moment, and a suffering smile came for a moment onto his lips. Today, he repeated to himself. Yes, today. So it must be. But as he was about to open the door, it began opening of itself. He started and moved back. The door opened gently and slowly, and there, suddenly, appeared a figure, yesterday's visitor, from underground. The man stood in the doorway, looked at Raskolnikov without speaking, and took a step forward into the room. He was exactly the same as yesterday, the same figure, the same dress. But there was a great change in his face. He looked dejected, and sighed deeply. If he had only put his hand up to his cheek and leaned his head on one side, he would have looked exactly like a peasant woman. "What do you want?" asked Raskolnikov, numb with terror. The man was still silent, but suddenly he bowed down almost to the ground, touching it with his finger. "What is it?" cried Raskolnikov. "I have sinned."
the man articulated softly. "How?" "By evil thoughts." They looked at one another. "I was vexed when you came, perhaps in drink, and bade the porters go to the police station and asked about the blood. I was vexed that they let you go and took you for drunken. I was so vexed that I lost my sleep, and remembering the address we came here yesterday and asked for you." "Who came?" Raskolnikov interrupted, instantly beginning to recollect. "I did. I wronged you." "Then you came from that house?" "I was standing at the gate with them. Don't you remember? We have carried on our trade in that house for years past. We cure and prepare hides. We take work home. Most of all, I was vexed." And the whole scene of the day before yesterday in the gateway came clearly before Raskolnikov's mind. He recollected that there had been several people there besides the porters, women among them. He remembered one voice had suggested taking him straight to the police station. He couldn't recall the face of the speaker, and even now he didn't recognize it, but he remembered that he had turned round and made him some answer. So this was the solution of yesterday's horror. The most awful thought was that he had been actually almost lost, had almost done for himself on account of such a trivial circumstance. So this man could tell nothing except his asking about the flat and the bloodstains. So Porphyry, too, had nothing but that delirium, no facts but this psychology which cuts both ways, nothing positive. So if no more facts come to light, and they must not, then what can they do to him? How can they convict him, even if they arrest him? And Porphyry, then, had only just heard about the flat and had not known about it before. "Was it you who told Porphyry that I'd been there?" he cried, struck by a sudden idea. "What Porphyry?" "The head of the detective department." "Yes. The porters did not go there, but I went." "Today?" "I got there 2 minutes before you. And I heard it all, how he worried you." "Where? What? When?" "Why, in the next room. I was sitting there all the time." "What? Why, then, you were the surprise. But how could it happen? Upon my word." "I saw that the porters did not want to do what I said," began the man. "For it's too late," said they, "and maybe he'll be angry that we did not come at the time. I was vexed, and I lost my sleep, and I began making inquiries. And finding out yesterday where to go, I went today. The first time I went, he wasn't there. When I came an hour later, he couldn't see me. I went the third time, and they showed me in. I informed him of everything just as it happened, and he began skipping about the room and punching himself on the chest. What do you scoundrels mean by it? If I'd known about it, I should have arrested him. Then he ran out, called somebody, and began talking to him in the corner. Then he turned to me, scolding and questioning me. He scolded me a great deal, and I told him everything. And I told him that you didn't dare to say a word in answer to me yesterday, and that you didn't recognize me. And he fell to running about again, and kept hitting himself on the chest and getting angry and running about, and when you were announced, he told me to go into the next room. "Sit there a bit," he said. "Don't move, whatever you may hear." And he set a chair there for me and locked me in. "Perhaps," he said, "I may call you." And when Nikolai'd been brought, he let me out as soon as you were gone. "I shall send for you again and question you," he said. "And did he question Nikolai while you were there?" "He got rid of me as he did of you before he spoke to Nikolai." The man stood still, and again suddenly bowed down, touching the ground with his finger. "Forgive me for my evil thoughts and my slander." "May God forgive you," answered Raskolnikov. and as he said this, the man bowed down again, but not to the ground, turned slowly and went out of the room. It all cuts both ways. Now it all cuts both ways, repeated Raskolnikov, and he went out more confident than ever. Now we'll make a fight for it, he said with a malicious smile as he went down the stairs. His malice was aimed at himself. With shame and contempt, he recollected his cowardice. Part 5. Chapter 1. The morning that followed the fateful interview with Dunya and her mother brought sobering influences to bear on Pyotr Petrovitch. Intensely unpleasant as it was, he was forced, little by little, to accept as a fact beyond recall what had seemed to him only the day before fantastic and incredible. The black snake of wounded vanity had been gnawing at his heart all night. When he got out of bed, Pyotr Petrovitch immediately looked in the looking-glass. He was afraid that he had jaundice. However, his health seemed unimpaired so far, and looking at his noble, clear-skinned countenance, which had grown fattish of late, Pyotr Petrovitch for an instant was positively comforted in the conviction that he would find another bride, and perhaps even a better one. But, coming back to the sense of his present position, he turned aside and spat vigorously, which excited a sarcastic smile in Andrei Semyonovitch Lebeziatnikov, the young friend with whom he was staying. That smile Pyotr Petrovitch noticed, and at once set it down against his young friend's account. He had set down a good many points against him of late. His anger was redoubled when he reflected that he ought not to have told Andrei Semyonovitch about the result of yesterday's interview. That was the second mistake he had made in temper through impulsiveness and irritability. Moreover, all that morning, one unpleasantness followed another. He even found a hitch awaiting him in his legal case in the Senate. He was particularly irritated by the owner of the flat which had been taken in view of his approaching marriage and was being redecorated at his own expense. The owner, a rich German tradesman, would not entertain the idea of breaking the contract which had just been signed and insisted on the full forfeit money, though Pyotr Petrovitch would be giving him back the flat practically redecorated. In the same way, the upholsterers refused to return a single rouble of the installment paid for the furniture purchased but not yet delivered to the flat. "Am I to get married simply for the sake of the furniture?" Pyotr Petrovitch ground his teeth, and at the same time once more he had a gleam of desperate hope. "Can all that be really so irrevocably over? Is it no use to make another effort?" The thought of Dunya sent a voluptuous pang through his heart. He endured anguish at that moment, and if it had been possible to slay Raskolnikov instantly by wishing it, Pyotr Petrovitch would promptly have uttered the wish. "It was my mistake, too, not to have given them money," he thought as he returned dejectedly to Lebeziatnikov's room. "And why on earth was I such a Jew? It was false economy. I meant to keep them without a penny so that they should turn to me as their providence. And look at them. Phew! If I'd spent some 1,500 roubles on them for the trousseau and presents, on knick-knacks, dressing-cases, jewellery, materials, and all that sort of trash from Knopf's and the English shop, my position would have been better and stronger.
They could not have refused me so easily. They are the sort of people that would feel bound to return money and presents if they broke it off. And they would find it hard to do it, and their consciences would prick them. How can we dismiss a man who has hitherto been so generous and delicate? I have made a blunder. And grinding his teeth again, Pyotr Petrovitch called himself a fool. But not aloud, of course. He returned home, twice as irritated and angry as before. The preparations for the funeral dinner at Katerina Ivanovna's excited his curiosity as he passed. He had heard about it the day before. He fancied, indeed, that he had been invited, but, absorbed in his own cares, he had paid no attention. Inquiring of Madame Lippevechsel, who was busy laying the table while Katerina Ivanovna was away at the cemetery, he heard that the entertainment was to be a great affair, that all the lodgers had been invited, among them some who had not known the dead man, that even Andrei Semyonovitch Lebeziatnikov was invited in spite of his previous quarrel with Katerina Ivanovna, that he, Pyotr Petrovitch, was not only invited, but was eagerly expected, as he was the most important of the lodgers. Amalia Ivanovna herself had been invited with great ceremony in spite of the recent unpleasantness, and so she was very busy with preparations, and was taking a positive pleasure in them. She was moreover dressed up to the nines, all in new black silk, and she was proud of it. All this suggested an idea to Pyotr Petrovitch, and he went into his room, or rather Lebeziatnikov's, somewhat thoughtful. He had learned that Raskolnikov was to be one of the guests. Andrei Semyonovitch had been at home all the morning. The attitude of Pyotr Petrovitch to this gentleman was strange, though perhaps natural. Pyotr Petrovitch had despised and hated him from the day he came to stay with him, and at the same time he seemed somewhat afraid of him. He had not come to stay with him on his arrival in Petersburg simply from parsimony, though that had been perhaps his chief object. He had heard of Andrei Semyonovitch, who had once been his ward, as a leading young progressive who was taking an important part in certain interesting circles, the doings of which were a legend in the provinces. It had impressed Pyotr Petrovitch. These powerful, omniscient circles, who despised everyone, and held everyone up to ridicule, had long inspired in him a peculiar but quite vague alarm. He had not, of course, been able to form even an approximate idea of what they meant. He, like everyone, had heard that there were, especially in Petersburg, progressives of some sort, nihilists and so on, and, like many people, he exaggerated and distorted the significance of those words to an absurd degree. What for many years past he had feared more than anything was being held up to ridicule, and this was the chief ground for his continual uneasiness at the thought of transferring his business to Petersburg. He was afraid of this, as little children are sometimes panic-stricken. Some years before, when he was just entering on his own career, he had come upon 2 cases in which rather important personages in the province, patrons of his, had been cruelly exposed. One instance had ended in great scandal for the person attacked, and the other had very nearly ended in serious trouble. For this reason, Pyotr Petrovitch intended to go into the subject as soon as he reached Petersburg, and, if necessary, to anticipate contingencies by seeking the favor of our younger generation. He relied on Andrei Semyonovitch for this, and before his visit to Raskolnikov he had succeeded in picking up some current phrases. He soon discovered that Andrei Semyonovitch was a commonplace simpleton, but that by no means reassured Pyotr Petrovitch. Even if he had been certain that all the progressives were fools like him, it would not have allayed his uneasiness. All the doctrines, the ideas, the systems with which Andrei Semyonovitch pestered him had no interest for him. He had his own object. He simply wanted to find out at once what was happening here. Had these people any power or not? Had he anything to fear from them? Would they expose any enterprise of his? And what precisely was now the goal of their attacks? Could he somehow make up to them and get round them if they really were powerful? Was this the thing to do or not? Couldn't he gain something through them? In fact, hundreds of questions presented themselves. Andrei Semyonovitch was an anemic, scrofulous little man, with strangely flaxen mutton-chop whiskers of which he was very proud. He was a clerk, and had almost always something wrong with his eyes. He was rather soft-hearted, but self-confident, and sometimes extremely conceited in speech, which had an absurd effect, incongruous with his little figure. He was one of the lodgers most respected by Amalia Ivanovna, for he didn't get drunk, and paid regularly for his lodgings. Andrei Semyonovitch really was rather stupid. He attached himself to the cause of progress and our younger generation from enthusiasm. He was one of the numerous and varied legion of dullards, of half-animate abortions, conceited, half-educated coxcombs, who attach themselves to the idea most in fashion only to vulgarize it, and who caricature every cause they serve, however sincerely. Though Lebeziatnikov was so good-natured, he too was beginning to dislike Pyotr Petrovitch. This happened on both sides unconsciously. However simple Andrei Semyonovitch might be, he began to see that Pyotr Petrovitch was duping him and secretly despising him, and that he was not the right sort of man. He had tried expounding to him the system of Fourier and the Darwinian theory, but of late Pyotr Petrovitch began to listen too sarcastically, and even to be rude. The fact was, he had begun instinctively to guess that Lebeziatnikov was not merely a commonplace simpleton, but perhaps a liar too, and that he had no connections of any consequence even in his own circle, but had simply picked things up third-hand, and that very likely he did not even know much about his own work of propaganda, for he was in too great a muddle. A fine person he would be to hold anyone up to ridicule. It must be noted, by the way, that Pyotr Petrovitch had, during those 10 days, eagerly accepted the strangest praise from Andrei Semyonovitch. He had not protested, for instance, when Andrei Semyonovitch belauded him for being ready to contribute to the establishment of the new commune, or to abstain from christening his future children, or to acquiesce if Dunya were to take a lover a month after marriage, and so on. Pyotr Petrovitch so enjoyed hearing his own praises that he didn't disdain even such virtues when they were attributed to him. Pyotr Petrovitch had had occasion that morning to realize some 5% bonds, and now he sat down to the table and counted over bundles of notes. Andrei Semyonovitch, who hardly ever had any money, walked about the room, pretending to himself to look at all those banknotes with indifference and even contempt. Nothing would have convinced Pyotr Petrovitch that Andrei Semyonovitch could really look on the money unmoved, and the latter, on his side, kept thinking bitterly that Pyotr Petrovitch was capable of entertaining such an idea about him, and was, perhaps, glad of the opportunity of teasing his young friend by reminding him of his inferiority, and the great difference between them. He found him incredibly inattentive and irritable, though he, Andrei Semyonovitch, began enlarging on his favourite subject, the foundation of a new special commune. The brief remarks that dropped from Pyotr Petrovitch between the clicking of the beads on the counting frame betrayed unmistakable and discourteous irony. But the humane Andrei Semyonovitch ascribed Pyotr Petrovitch's ill humour to his recent breach with Dunya, and he was burning with impatience to discourse on that theme. He had something progressive to say on the subject which might console his worthy friend, and could not fail to promote his development.
"There is some sort of festivity being prepared at the widow's, isn't there?"
Pyotr Petrovitch asked suddenly, interrupting Andrei Semyonovitch at the most interesting passage.
"Why, don't you know? Why, I was telling you last night what I think about all such ceremonies. And she invited you too, I heard. You were talking to her yesterday."
"I should never have expected that beggarly fool would have spent on this feast all the money she got from that other fool, Raskolnikov. I was surprised just now as I came through at the preparations there, the wines. Several people are invited. It's beyond everything," continued Pyotr Petrovitch, who seemed to have some object in pursuing the conversation.
"What, you say I am asked too? When was that? I don't remember. But I shan't go. Why should I? I only said a word to her in passing yesterday of the possibility of her obtaining a year's salary as a destitute widow of a government clerk. I suppose she has invited me on that account, hasn't she?
"I don't intend to go either," said Lebeziatnikov.
"I should think not. After giving her a thrashing, you might well hesitate."
"Who thrashed? Whom?" cried Lebeziatnikov, flustered and blushing.
"Why, you thrashed Katerina Ivanovna a month ago. I heard so yesterday. So that's what your convictions amount to. And the woman question, too, wasn't quite sound."
And Pyotr Petrovitch, as though comforted, went back to clicking his beads. "It's all slander and nonsense," cried Lebeziatnikov, who was always afraid of allusions to the subject. "It was not like that at all. It was quite different. You've heard it wrong. It's a libel. I was simply defending myself. She rushed at me first with her nails. She pulled out all my whiskers. It's permissible for anyone, I should hope, to defend himself. And I never allow anyone to use violence to me on principle, for it's an act of despotism. What was I to do? I simply pushed her back."
"Ha, ha, ha!"
Luzhin went on laughing maliciously. "You keep on like that because you are out of humour yourself. But that's nonsense, and it has nothing whatever to do with the woman question. You don't understand. I used to think, indeed, that if women are equal to men in all respects, even in strength, as is maintained now, there ought to be equality in that too. Of course, I reflected afterwards that such a question ought not really to arise, for there ought not to be fighting, and in the future society fighting is unthinkable, and that it would be a queer thing to seek for equality in fighting. I am not so stupid. Though, of course, there is fighting. There won't be later, but at present there is. Confound it, how muddled one gets with you! It's not on that account that I am not going. I am not going on principle, not to take part in the revolting convention of memorial dinners. That's why. Though, of course, one might go to laugh at it. I am sorry there won't be any priests at it. I should certainly go if there were."
"Then you would sit down at another man's table and insult it and those who invited you, eh?"
"Certainly not insult, but protest. I should do it with a good cause, I might indirectly assist the cause of enlightenment and propaganda. It's a duty of every man to work for enlightenment and propaganda, and the more harshly, perhaps, the better. I might drop a seed, an idea, and something might grow up from that seed. How should I be insulting them? They might be offended at first, but afterwards they'd see I'd done them a service. You know, Terebyeva, who is in the community now, was blamed because when she left her family and gave herself, she wrote to her father and mother that she wouldn't go on living conventionally and was entering on a free marriage, and it was said that that was too harsh, that she might have spared them and have written more kindly. I think that's all nonsense, and there's no need of softness. On the contrary, what's wanted is protest. Varyans had been married 7 years. She abandoned her 2 children. She told her husband straight out in a letter, "I have realized that I cannot be happy with you. I can never forgive you that you have deceived me by concealing from me that there is another organization of society by means of the communities. I have only lately learned it from a great-hearted man to whom I have given myself, and with whom I am establishing a community. I speak plainly because I consider it dishonest to deceive you. Do as you think best. Do not hope to get me back. You are too late. I hope you will be happy." That's how letters like that ought to be written. Is that Terebyeva the one you said had made a 3rd free marriage? No, it's only the 2nd, really. But what if it were the 4th? What if it were the 15th? That's all nonsense. And if ever I regretted the death of my father and mother, it is now, and I sometimes think, if my parents were living, what a protest I would have aimed at them. I would have done something on purpose. I would have shown them. I would have astonished them. I am really sorry there is no one.
To surprise. Well, be that as you will, Pyotr Petrovitch interrupted. But tell me this. Do you know the dead man's daughter, the delicate-looking little thing? It's true what they say about her, isn't it?
What of it? I think, that is, it is my own personal conviction, that this is the normal condition of women. Why not? I mean, distinguons. In our present society, it is not altogether normal because it is compulsory, but in the future society, it will be perfectly normal, because it will be voluntary. Even as it is, she was quite right. She was suffering, and that was her asset, so to speak, her capital, which she had a perfect right to dispose of. Of course, in the future society there will be no need of assets. But her part will have another significance, rational and in harmony with her environment. As to Sofya Semyonovna, personally, I regard her action as a vigorous protest against the organization of society, and I respect her deeply for it. I rejoice, indeed, when I look at her. I was told that you got her turned out of these lodgings. Lebeziatnikov was enraged. "That's another slander," he yelled. "It was not so at all. That was all Katerina Ivanovna's invention, for she did not understand. And I never made love to Sofya Semyonovna. I was simply developing her, entirely disinterestedly, trying to rouse her to protest. All I wanted was her protest, and Sofya Semyonovna could not have remained here anyway."
Have you asked her to join your community?
You keep on laughing, and very inappropriately. Allow me to tell you. You don't understand. There is no such role in a community. The community is established that there should be no such roles. In a community, such a role is essentially transformed, and what is stupid here is sensible there. What, under present conditions, is unnatural becomes perfectly natural in the community. It all depends on the environment. It's all the environment, and man himself is nothing. And I am on good terms with Sofya Semyonovna to this day, which is a proof that she never regarded me as having wronged her. I am trying now to attract her to the community, but on quite a different footing." "What are you laughing at? We are trying to establish a community of our own, a special one, on a broader basis. We have gone further in our convictions. We reject more. And meanwhile I'm still developing Sofya Semyonovna. She has a beautiful, beautiful character."
"And you take advantage of her fine character, eh?"
"Ha, ha! No, oh no, on the contrary." "Oh, on the contrary.
A queer thing to say."
"Believe me, why should I disguise it? In fact, I feel it strange myself how timid, chaste, and modest she is with me."
"And you, of course, are developing her, trying to prove to her that all that modesty is nonsense?"
"Not at all, not at all. How coarsely, how stupidly, excuse me saying so, you misunderstand the word development. Good heavens, how crude you still are. We are striving for the freedom of women, and you have only one idea in your head. Setting aside the general question of chastity and feminine modesty as useless in themselves and indeed prejudices. I fully accept her chastity with me, because that's for her to decide. Of course, if she were to tell me herself that she wanted me, I should think myself very lucky, because I like the girl very much. But as it is, no one has ever treated her more courteously than I, with more respect for her dignity. I wait in hopes. That's all."
"You had much better make her a present of something. I bet you never thought of that."
"You don't understand, as I've told you already. Of course she is in such a position, but it's another question, quite another question. You simply despise her. Seeing a fact which you mistakenly consider deserving of contempt, you refuse to take a humane view of a fellow creature. You don't know what a character she is. I am only sorry that of late she has quite given up reading and borrowing books. I used to lend them to her. I am sorry, too, that with all the energy and resolution in protesting, which she has already shown once, she has little self-reliance, little, so to say, independence, so as to break free from certain prejudices and certain foolish ideas. Yet she thoroughly understands some questions. For instance, about kissing of hands, that is, that it's an insult to a woman for a man to kiss her hand, because it's a sign of inequality. We had a debate about it, and I described it to her. She listened attentively to an account of the workmen's associations in France, too. Now I am explaining the question of coming into the room in the future society."
"And what's that, pray?"
"We had a debate lately on the question, has a member of the community the right to enter another member's room, whether man or woman, at any time? And we decided that he has."
"It might be at an inconvenient moment."
Lebeziatnikov was really angry.
"You are always thinking of something unpleasant," he cried with aversion. "Phew! How vexed I am that when I was expounding our system I referred prematurely to the question of personal privacy. It's always a stumbling block to people like you. They turn it into ridicule before they understand it. And how proud they are of it, too. Phew! I've often maintained that that question should not be approached by a novice till he has a firm faith in the system. And tell me, please, what do you find so shameful even in cesspools? I should be the first to be ready to clean out any cesspool you like. And it's not a question of self-sacrifice, it's simply work, honourable, useful work, which is as good as any other and much better than the work of a Raphael and a Pushkin, because it is more useful."
"And more honourable." "More honourable."
What do you mean by more honourable? I don't understand such expressions to describe human activity. More honourable, nobler, all those are old-fashioned prejudices which I reject. Everything which is of use to mankind is honourable. I only understand one word, useful. You can snigger as much as you like, but that's so.
Pyotr Petrovitch laughed heartily. He had finished counting the money and was putting it away. But some of the notes he left on the table. The cesspool question had already been a subject of dispute between them. What was absurd was that it made Lebeziatnikov really angry, while it amused Luzhin, and at that moment he particularly wanted to anger his young friend.
"It's your ill luck yesterday that makes you so ill-humoured and annoying,"
blurted out Lebeziatnikov, who, in spite of his independence and his protests, did not venture to oppose Pyotr Petrovitch, and still behaved to him with some of the respect habitual in earlier years.
"You'd better tell me this," Pyotr Petrovitch interrupted with haughty displeasure. "Can you, or rather are you really friendly enough with that young person to ask her to step in here for a minute? I think they've all come back from the cemetery. I hear the sound of steps. I want to see her, that young person."
"What for?" Lebeziatnikov asked with surprise.
"Oh, I want to. I am leaving here today or tomorrow, and therefore I wanted to speak to her about... However, you may be present during the interview. It's better you should be, indeed, for there's no knowing what you might imagine."
"I shan't imagine anything. I only asked, and if you've anything to say to her, nothing is easier than to call her in. I'll go directly, and you may be sure I won't be in your way."
5 minutes later, Lebeziatnikov came in with Sonya. She came in very much surprised and overcome with shyness as usual. She was always shy in such circumstances, and was always afraid of new people. She had been as a child, and was even more so now. Pyotr Petrovitch met her politely and affably, but with a certain shade of bantering familiarity which, in his opinion, was suitable for a man of his respectability and weight in dealing with a creature so young and so interesting as she. He hastened to reassure her, and made her sit down facing him at the table. Sonya sat down, looked about her, at Lebeziatnikov, at the notes lying on the table, and then again at Pyotr Petrovitch, and her eyes remained riveted on him. Lebeziatnikov was moving to the door. Pyotr Petrovitch signed to Sonya to remain seated, and stopped Lebeziatnikov.
"Is Raskolnikov in there? Has he come?"
he asked him in a whisper.
"Raskolnikov? Yes." "Why? Yes, he is there. I saw him just come in. Why?"
"Well, I particularly beg you to remain here with us, and not to leave me alone with this young woman. I only want a few words with her, but God knows what they may make of it. I shouldn't like Raskolnikov to repeat anything. You understand what I mean?"
"I understand." Lebeziatnikov saw the point. "Yes, you are right. Of course, I am convinced personally that you have no reason to be uneasy, but still you are right. Certainly I'll stay. I'll stand here at the window and not be in your way. I think you are right."
Pyotr Petrovitch returned to the sofa, sat down opposite Sonya, looked attentively at her, and assumed an extremely dignified, even severe expression, as much as to say, "Don't you make any mistake, madam." Sonya was overwhelmed with embarrassment.
In the first place, Sofya Semyonovna, will you make my excuses to your respected mamma?" "That's right, isn't it? Katerina Ivanovna stands in the place of a mother to you?" Pyotr Petrovitch began with great dignity, though affably. It was evident that his intentions were friendly. "Quite so, yes. The place of a mother," Sonya answered timidly and hurriedly. "Then will you make my apologies to her? Through inevitable circumstances I am forced to be absent and shall not be at the dinner in spite of your mamma's kind invitation." "Yes, I'll tell her at once." And Sonya hastily jumped up from her seat. "Wait, that's not all." Pyotr Petrovitch detained her, smiling at her simplicity and ignorance of good manners. "And you know me little, my dear Sofya Semyonovna, if you suppose I would have ventured to trouble a person like you for a matter of so little consequence, affecting myself only. I have another object." Sonya sat down hurriedly. Her eyes rested again for an instant on the grey and rainbow-coloured notes that remained on the table, but she quickly looked away and fixed her eyes on Pyotr Petrovitch. She felt it horribly indecorous, especially for her, to look at another person's money. She stared at the gold eyeglass which Pyotr Petrovitch held in his left hand, and at the massive and extremely handsome ring with a yellow stone on his middle finger. But suddenly she looked away, and, not knowing where to turn, ended by staring Pyotr Petrovitch again straight in the face. After a pause of still greater dignity, he continued, "I chanced yesterday in passing to exchange a couple of words with Katerina Ivanovna, poor woman. That was sufficient to enable me to ascertain that she is in a position preternatural, if one may so express it." "Yes, preternatural," Sonya hurriedly assented. "Or it would be simpler and more comprehensible to say ill." "Yes, simpler and more comprehensible. Yes, ill." "Quite so. So then, from a feeling of humanity and, so to speak, compassion, I should be glad to be of service to her in any way, foreseeing her unfortunate position. I believe the whole of this poverty-stricken family depends now entirely on you." "Allow me to ask," Sonya rose to her feet, "did you say something to her yesterday of the possibility of a pension? Because she told me you had undertaken to get her one. Was that true?" "Not in the slightest. And indeed it's an absurdity. I merely hinted at her obtaining temporary assistance as the widow of an official who had died in the service. If only she has patronage. But apparently your late parent had not served his full term, and had not indeed been in the service at all of late. In fact, if there could be any hope, it would be very ephemeral, because there would be no claim for assistance in that case. Far from it. And she is dreaming of a pension already. A clever lady." "Yes, she is. For she is credulous and good-hearted, and she believes everything from the goodness of her heart, and she is like that. Yes, you must excuse her," said Sonya, and again she got up to go. "But you haven't heard what I have to say." "No, I haven't heard," muttered Sonya. "Then sit down." She was terribly confused. She sat down again a third time. "Seeing her position with her unfortunate little ones, I should be glad, as I have said before, so far as lies in my power, to be of service. That is, so far as is in my power, not more." One might, for instance, get up a subscription for her, or a lottery, something of the sort, such as is always arranged in such cases by friends or even outsiders desirous of assisting people. It was of that I intended to speak to you. It might be done."
"Yes, yes, God will repay you for it," faltered Sonya, gazing intently at Pyotr Petrovitch.
"It might be, but we will talk of it later. We might begin it today. We will talk it over this evening and lay the foundation, so to speak. Come to me at 7 o'clock. Mr. Lebeziatnikov, I hope, will assist us, but there is one circumstance of which I ought to warn you beforehand, and for which I venture to trouble you, Sofya Semyonovna, to come here. In my opinion, money cannot be, indeed, it's unsafe to put it into Katerina Ivanovna's own hands. The dinner today is a proof of that. Though she has not, so to speak, a crust of bread for tomorrow, and, well, boots or shoes or anything, she has bought today Jamaica rum, and even, I believe, Madeira, and coffee. I saw it as I passed through. Tomorrow it will all fall upon you again. They won't have a crust of bread. It's absurd, really. And so, to my thinking, a subscription ought to be raised so that the unhappy widow should not know of the money, but only you, for instance. Am I right?"
"I don't know. This is only today. Once in her life she was so anxious to do honor, to celebrate the memory. And she is very sensible, but just as you think, and I shall be very, very... They will all be, and God will reward, and the orphans."
Sonya burst into tears. "Very well, then, keep it in mind. And now, will you accept, for the benefit of your relation, the small sum that I am able to spare from me personally? I am very anxious that my name should not be mentioned in connection with it here. Having, so to speak, anxieties of my own, I cannot do more." And Pyotr Petrovitch held out to Sonya a 10-ruble note, carefully unfolded. Sonya took it, flushed crimson, jumped up, muttered something, and began taking leave. Pyotr Petrovitch accompanied her ceremoniously to the door. She got out of the room at last, agitated and distressed, and returned to Katerina Ivanovna overwhelmed with confusion. All this time Lebeziatnikov had stood at the window or walked about the room, anxious not to interrupt the conversation. When Sonya had gone, he walked up to Pyotr Petrovitch and solemnly held out his hand. "I heard and saw everything," he said, laying stress on the last verb. "That is honorable, I mean to say. It's humane. You wanted to avoid gratitude, I saw. And although I cannot, I confess, in principle, sympathize with private charity, for it not only fails to eradicate the evil, but even promotes it, yet I must admit that I saw your action with pleasure. Yes, yes, I like it." "It's all nonsense," muttered Pyotr Petrovitch, somewhat disconcerted, looking carefully at Lebeziatnikov. "No, it's not nonsense. A man who has suffered distress and annoyance as you did yesterday, and who yet can sympathize with the misery of others, such a man, even though he is making a social mistake, is still deserving of respect. I did not expect it, indeed, of you, Pyotr Petrovitch, especially as according to your ideas. Ah, what a drawback your ideas are to you! How distressed you are, for instance, by your ill luck yesterday!" cried the simple-hearted Lebeziatnikov, who felt a return of affection for Pyotr Petrovitch. "And what do you want with marriage, with legal marriage, my dear, noble Pyotr Petrovitch? Why do you cling to this legality of marriage? Well, you may beat me if you like, but I am glad, positively glad it hasn't come off, that you are free, that you are not quite lost for humanity. You see, I've spoken my mind. Because I don't want in your free marriage to be made a fool of, and to bring up another man's children. That's why I want legal marriage, Luzhin replied in order to make some answer. He seemed preoccupied by something. Children? You referred to children. Lebeziatnikov started off like a war horse at the trumpet call. Children are a social question, and a question of first importance, I agree. But the question of children has another solution. Some refuse to have children altogether because they suggest the institution of the family. We'll speak of children later. But now, as to the question of honor, I confess that's my weak point. That horrid military Pushkin expression is unthinkable in the dictionary of the future. What does it mean, indeed? It's nonsense. There will be no deception in a free marriage. That is only the natural consequence of a legal marriage. So to say, it's corrective, a protest, so that indeed it's not humiliating. And if I ever to suppose an absurdity were to be legally married, I should be positively glad of it. I should say to my wife, "My dear, hitherto I have loved you. Now I respect you, for you've shown you can protest. You laugh. That's because you are incapable of getting away from prejudices. Confound it all! I understand now where the unpleasantness is of being deceived in a legal marriage, but it's simply a despicable consequence of a despicable position in which both are humiliated. When the deception is open, as in a free marriage, then it does not exist. It's unthinkable. Your wife will only prove how she respects you by considering you incapable of opposing her happiness and avenging yourself on her for her new husband. Damn it all! I sometimes dream, if I were to be married, if I were to marry, legally or not, it's just the same. I should present my wife with a lover if she had not found one for herself. My dear, I should say, I love you. But even more than that, I desire you to respect me. See? Am I not right? Pyotr Petrovitch sniggered as he listened, but without much merriment. He hardly heard it, indeed. He was preoccupied with something else, and even Lebeziatnikov at last noticed it. Pyotr Petrovitch seemed excited, and rubbed his hands. Lebeziatnikov remembered all this, and reflected upon it afterwards. Chapter 2. It would be difficult to explain exactly what could have originated the idea of that senseless dinner in Katerina Ivanovna's disordered brain. Nearly 10 of the 20 roubles given by Raskolnikov for Marmeladov's funeral were wasted upon it. Possibly Katerina Ivanovna felt obliged to honor the memory of the deceased suitably, that all the lodgers, and still more Amalia Ivanovna, might know that he was in no way their inferior and perhaps very much their superior, and that no one had the right to turn up his nose at him. Perhaps the chief element was that peculiar poor man's pride, which compels many poor people to spend their last savings on some traditional social ceremony simply in order to do like other people, and not to be looked down upon. It is very probable, too, that Katerina Ivanovna longed on this occasion, at the moment when she seemed to be abandoned by everyone, to show those wretched, contemptible lodgers that she knew how to do things, how to entertain, and that she had been brought up in a genteel, she might almost say aristocratic, colonel's family, and had not been meant for sweeping floors and washing the children's rags at night. Even the poorest and most broken-spirited people are sometimes liable to these paroxysms of pride and vanity which take the form of an irresistible nervous craving. And Katerina Ivanovna was not broken-spirited. She might have been killed by circumstance, but her spirit could not have been broken. That is, she could not have been intimidated. Her will could not be crushed. Moreover, Sonya had said with good reason that her mind was unhinged. She could not be said to be insane, but for a year past she had been so harassed that her mind might well be overstrained. The later stages of consumption are apt, doctors tell us, to affect the intellect.
This ends Disc 14. Crime and Punishment, Disc 15.
There was no great variety of wines, nor was there Madeira, but wine there was. There was vodka, rum, and Lisbon wine, all of the poorest quality, but in sufficient quantity. Besides the traditional rice and honey, there were 3 or 4 dishes, one of which consisted of pancakes, all prepared in Amalia Ivanovna's kitchen. 2 samovars were boiling, that tea and punch might be offered after dinner. Katerina Ivanovna had herself seen to purchasing the provisions with the help of one of the lodgers, an unfortunate little Pole, who had somehow been stranded at Madame Lippevechsel's. He promptly put himself at Katerina Ivanovna's disposal, and had been all that morning, and all the day before, running about as fast as his legs could carry him, and very anxious that everyone should be aware of it. For every trifle he ran to Katerina Ivanovna, even hunting her out at the bazaar, at every instant called her Pani. She was heartily sick of him before the end, though she had declared at first that she could not have got on without this serviceable and magnanimous man. It was one of Katerina Ivanovna's characteristics to paint everyone she met in the most glowing colours. Her praises were so exaggerated as sometimes to be embarrassing. She would invent various circumstances to the credit of her new acquaintance, and quite genuinely believe in their reality. Then, all of a sudden, she would be disillusioned, and would rudely and contemptuously repulse the person she had only a few hours before been literally adoring. She was naturally of a gay, lively, and peace-loving disposition, but from continual failures and misfortunes she had come to desire so keenly that all should live in peace and joy, and should not dare to break the peace, that the slightest jar, the smallest disaster, reduced her almost to frenzy, and she would pass in an instant from the brightest hopes and fancies to cursing her fate and raving and knocking her head against the wall. Amalia Ivanovna, too, suddenly acquired extraordinary importance in Katerina Ivanovna's eyes, and was treated by her with extraordinary respect, probably only because Amalia Ivanovna had thrown herself heart and soul into the preparations. She had undertaken to lay the table, to provide the linen, crockery, etc., and to cook the dishes in her kitchen, and Katerina Ivanovna had left it all in her hands, and gone herself to the cemetery. Everything had been well done. Even the tablecloth was nearly clean. The crockery, knives, forks, and glasses were, of course, of all shapes and patterns, lent by different lodgers, but the table was properly laid at the time fixed, and Amalia Ivanovna, feeling she had done her work well, had put on a black silk dress and a cap with new mourning ribbons, and met the returning party with some pride. This pride, though justifiable, displeased Katerina Ivanovna for some reason, as though the table could not have been laid except by Amalia Ivanovna. She disliked the cap with new ribbons, too. Could she be stuck up, the stupid German, because she was mistress of the house and had consented as a favour to help her poor lodgers? As a favour, fancy that! Katerina Ivanovna's father, who had been a colonel and almost a governor, had sometimes had the table set for 40 persons, and then anyone like Amalia Ivanovna, or rather Ludvigovna, would not have been allowed into the kitchen. Katerina Ivanovna, however, put off expressing her feelings for the time, and contented herself with treating her coldly, though she decided inwardly that she would certainly have to put Amalia Ivanovna down and set her in her proper place, for goodness only knew what she was fancying herself. Katerina Ivanovna was irritated, too, by the fact that hardly any of the lodgers invited had come to the funeral, except the Pole, who had just managed to run into the cemetery, while to the memorial dinner the poorest and most insignificant of them had turned up, the wretched creatures, many of them not quite sober. The older and more respectable of them all, as if by common consent, stayed away. Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin, for instance, who might be said to be the most respectable of all the lodgers, did not appear, though Katerina Ivanovna had the evening before told all the world, that is, Amalia Ivanovna, Polyenka, Sonya, and the Pole, that he was the most generous, noble-hearted man, with a large property and vast connections, who had been a friend of her first husband's, and a guest in her father's house, and that he had promised to use all his influence to secure her a considerable pension. It must be noted that when Katerina Ivanovna exalted anyone's connections and fortune, it was without any ulterior motive, quite disinterestedly, for the mere pleasure of adding to the consequence of the person praised. Probably taking his cue from Luzhin, that contemptible wretch Lebeziatnikov had not turned up either. What did he fancy himself? He was only asked out of kindness, and because he was sharing the same room with Pyotr Petrovitch, and was a friend of his, so that it would have been awkward not to invite him. Among those who failed to appear were the genteel lady and her old maidish daughter, who had only been lodgers in the house for the last fortnight, but had several times complained of the noise and uproar in Katerina Ivanovna's room, especially when Marmeladov had come back drunk. Katerina Ivanovna heard this from Amalia Ivanovna, who, quarrelling with Katerina Ivanovna and threatening to turn the whole family out of doors, had shouted at her that they were not worth the foot of the honourable lodgers whom they were disturbing. Katerina Ivanovna determined now to invite this lady and her daughter, whose foot she was not worth, and who had turned away haughtily when she casually met them, so that they might know that she was more noble in her thoughts and feelings and did not harbour malice, and might see that she was not accustomed to her way of living. She had proposed to make this clear to them at dinner with allusions to her late father's governorship, and also at the same time to hint that it was exceedingly stupid of them to turn away on meeting her. The fat colonel major, he was really a discharged officer of low rank, was also absent, but it appeared that he had been not himself for the last 2 days. The party consisted of the Pole, a wretched-looking clerk with a spotty face and a greasy coat, who had not a word to say for himself, and smelt abominably, a deaf and almost blind old man who had once been in the post-office, and who had been from immemorial ages maintained by someone at Amalia Ivanovna's. A retired clerk of the commissariat department came, too. He was drunk, had a loud and most unseemly laugh, and only, fancy, was without a waistcoat. One of the visitors sat straight down to the table without even greeting Katerina Ivanovna. Finally, one person, having no suit, appeared in his dressing-gown, but this was too much, and the efforts of Amalia Ivanovna and the Pole succeeded in removing him. The Pole brought with him, however, 2 other Poles who did not live at Amalia Ivanovna's and whom no one had seen here before. All this irritated Katerina Ivanovna intensely. For whom had they made all these preparations, then? To make room for the visitors, the children had not even been laid for at the table, but the two little ones were sitting on a bench in the furthest corner with their dinner laid on a box, while Polyanka, as a big girl, had to look after them, feed them, and keep their noses wiped like well-bred children's. Katerina Ivanovna, in fact, could hardly help meeting her guests with increased dignity and even haughtiness. She stared at some of them with special severity, and loftily invited them to take their seats. Rushing to the conclusion that Amalia Ivanovna must be responsible for those who were absent, she began treating her with extreme nonchalance, which the latter promptly observed and resented. Such a beginning was no good omen for the end. All were seated at last. Raskolnikov came in almost at the moment of their return from the cemetery. Katerina Ivanovna was greatly delighted to see him, in the first place because he was the one educated visitor, and, as everyone knew, was in 2 years to take a professorship in the university, and secondly because he immediately and respectfully apologized for having been unable to be at the funeral. She positively pounced upon him and made him sit on her left hand. Amalia Ivanovna was on her right. In spite of her continual anxiety that the dishes should be passed round correctly, and that everyone should taste them, in spite of the agonizing cough which interrupted her every minute and seemed to have grown worse during the last few days, she hastened to pour out in a half-whisper to Raskolnikov all her suppressed feelings and her just indignation at the failure of the dinner, interspersing her remarks with lively and uncontrollable laughter at the expense of her visitors, and especially of her landlady. "It's all that cuckoo's fault. You know whom I mean? Her. Katerina Ivanovna nodded towards the landlady. "Look at her. She's making round eyes. She feels that we are talking about her, and can't understand. The owl! And what does she put on that cap for? Have you noticed that she wants everyone to consider that she is patronizing me and doing me an honor by being here? I asked her like a sensible woman to invite people, especially those who knew my late husband. And look at the set of fools she has brought. The sweeps. Look at that one with the spotty face. And those wretched Poles. Not one of them has ever poked his nose in here. I've never set eyes on them. What have they come here for, I ask you? There they sit in a row. Hey, Pan! She cried suddenly to one of them. Have you tasted the pancakes? Take some more. Have some beer. Won't you have some vodka? Look, he's jumped up and is making his bows. They must be quite starved, poor things. Never mind, let them eat. They don't make a noise anyway, though I'm really afraid for our landlady's silver spoons. Amalia Ivanovna, she addressed her suddenly, almost aloud. If your spoons should happen to be stolen, I won't be responsible. I warn you. She laughed, turning to Raskolnikov, and again nodding towards the landlady in high glee at her sally. She didn't understand. She didn't understand again. Look how she sits with her mouth open. An owl. A real owl. An owl in new ribbons. Here her laugh turned again to an insufferable fit of coughing that lasted 5 minutes. Drops of perspiration stood out on her forehead, and her handkerchief was stained with blood. She showed Raskolnikov the blood in silence, and as soon as she could get her breath, began whispering to him again with extreme animation and a hectic flush on her cheeks. Do you know, I gave her the most delicate instructions, so to speak, for inviting that lady and her daughter, you understand of whom I am speaking. It needed the utmost delicacy, the greatest nicety. But she has managed things so that fool, that conceited baggage, that provincial nonentity, simply because she is the widow of a major and has come to try and get a pension and to fray out her skirts in the government offices, because at 50 she paints her face, everybody knows it. A creature like that did not think fit to come, and has not even answered the invitation, which the most ordinary good manners required. I can't understand why Pyotr Petrovitch has not come. But where's Sonya? Where has she gone? Ah, there she is at last. What is it? Sonya, where have you been? It's odd that even at your father's funeral you should be so unpunctual. Rodion Romanovitch, make room for her beside you. That's your place, Sonya. Take what you like. Have some of the cold entree with jelly, that's the best. They'll bring the pancakes directly. Have they given the children some? Polyenka, have you got everything? That's all right. Be a good girl, Lida, and Kolya, don't fidget with your feet. Sit like a little gentleman. What are you saying, Sonya? Sonya hastened to give her Pyotr Petrovitch's apologies, trying to speak loud enough for everyone to hear, and carefully choosing the most respectful phrases, which she attributed to Pyotr Petrovitch. She added that Pyotr Petrovitch had particularly told her to say that, as soon as he possibly could, he would come immediately to discuss business alone with her, and to consider what could be done for her, etc., etc. Sonya knew that this would comfort Katerina Ivanovna, would flatter her, and gratify her pride. She sat down beside Raskolnikov. She made him a hurried bow, glancing curiously at him. But for the rest of the time she seemed to avoid looking at him or speaking to him. She seemed absent-minded, though she kept looking at Katerina Ivanovna, trying to please her. Neither she nor Katerina Ivanovna had been able to get mourning. Sonya was wearing dark brown, and Katerina Ivanovna had on her only dress, a dark, striped cotton one. The message from Pyotr Petrovitch was very successful. Listening to Sonya with dignity, Katerina Ivanovna inquired with equal dignity how Pyotr Petrovitch was, then at once whispered almost aloud to Raskolnikov that it certainly would have been strange for a man of Pyotr Petrovitch's position and standing to find himself in such extraordinary company, in spite of his devotion to her family and his old friendship with her father. That's why I am so grateful to you, Rodion Romanovitch, that you have not disdained my hospitality, even in such surroundings, she added, almost aloud. But I am sure that it was only your special affection for my poor husband that has made you keep your promise. Then, once more with pride and dignity, she scanned her visitors, and suddenly inquired aloud across the table of the deaf man, "Wouldn't he have some more meat, and had he been given some wine?" The old man made no answer, and for a long while could not understand what he was asked, though his neighbours amused themselves by poking and shaking him. He simply gazed about him with his mouth open, which only increased the general mirth. "What an imbecile! Look, look! Why was he brought? But as to Pyotr Petrovitch, I always had confidence in him," Katerina Ivanovna continued. "And of course he is not like—" With an extremely stern face she addressed Amalia Ivanovna so sharply and loudly that the latter was quite disconcerted. "Not like your dressed-up draggle-tails, whom my father would not have taken as cooks into his kitchen, and my late husband would have done them honour if he had invited them in the goodness of his heart."
"Yes, he was fond of drink, he was fond of it, he did drink," cried the commissariat clerk, gulping down his 12th glass of vodka.
"My late husband certainly had that weakness, and everyone knows it." Katerina Ivanovna attacked him at once. "But he was a kind and honourable man who loved and respected his family. The worst of it was his good nature made him trust all sorts of disreputable people. and he drank with fellows who were not worth the sole of his shoe. Would you believe it, Rodion Romanovich? They found a gingerbread rooster in his pocket. He was dead drunk, but he did not forget the children."
"A rooster? Did you say a rooster?"
shouted the commissariat clerk. Katerina Ivanovna did not vouchsafe a reply. She sighed, lost in thought. "No doubt you think, like everyone, that I was too severe with him," she went on, addressing Raskolnikov. "But that's not so. He respected me. He respected me very much. He was a kind-hearted man. And how sorry I was for him sometimes. He would sit in a corner and look at me. I used to feel so sorry for him. I used to want to be kind to him, and then would think to myself, be kind to him, and he will drink again. It was only by severity that you could keep him within bounds."
"Yes, he used to get his hair pulled pretty often," roared the commissariat clerk again, swallowing another glass of vodka.
"Some fools would be the better for a good drubbing, as well as having their hair pulled. I am not talking of my late husband now." Katerina Ivanovna snapped at him. The flush on her cheeks grew more and more marked. Her chest heaved. In another minute she would have been ready to make a scene. Many of the visitors were sniggering, evidently delighted. They began poking the commissariat clerk and whispering something to him. They were evidently trying to egg him on.
"Allow me to ask, what are you alluding to?" began the clerk. "That is to say, about whom did you say just now? But I don't care. That's nonsense. Widow, I forgive you. Pass."
And he took another drink of vodka. Raskolnikov sat in silence, listening with disgust. He only ate from politeness, just tasting the food that Katerina Ivanovna was continually putting on his plate, to avoid hurting her feelings. He watched Sonya intently. But Sonya became more and more anxious and distressed. She too foresaw that the dinner would not end peaceably, and saw with terror Katerina Ivanovna's growing irritation. She knew that she, Sonya, was the chief reason for the genteel lady's contemptuous treatment of Katerina Ivanovna's invitation. She had heard from Amalia Ivanovna that the mother was positively offended at the invitation, and had asked the question, how could she let her daughter sit down beside that young person? Sonya had a feeling that Katerina Ivanovna had already heard this, and an insult to Sonya meant more to Katerina Ivanovna than an insult to herself, her children, or her father. Sonya knew that Katerina Ivanovna would not be satisfied now till she had shown those draggle-tails that they were both. To make matters worse, someone passed Sonya from the other end of the table a plate with 2 hearts pierced with an arrow, cut out of black bread. Katerina Ivanovna flushed crimson, and at once said aloud across the table that the man who sent it was a drunken ass. Amalia Ivanovna was foreseeing something amiss, and at the same time deeply wounded by Katerina Ivanovna's haughtiness, and to restore the good humour of the company and raise herself in their esteem, she began, apropos of nothing, telling a story about an acquaintance of hers, Karl from the chemist's, who was driving one night in a cab, and that the cabman wanted him to kill, and Karl very much begged him not to kill, and wept and clasped hands, and frightened and from fear pierced his heart. Though Katerina Ivanovna smiled, she observed at once that Amalia Ivanovna ought not to tell anecdotes in Russian. The latter was still more offended, and she retorted that her Vater aus Berlin was a very important man, and always went with his hands in pockets. Katerina Ivanovna could not restrain herself, and laughed so much that Amalia Ivanovna lost patience and could scarcely control herself. "Listen to the owl,"
Katerina Ivanovna whispered at once, her good humour almost restored. She meant to say he kept his hands in his pockets, but she said he put his hands in people's pockets. And have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, that all these Petersburg foreigners, the Germans especially, are all stupider than we? Can you fancy any one of us telling how Karl from the chemist's pierced his heart from fear, and that the idiot, instead of punishing the cabman, clasped his hands and wept, and much begged? Ah, the fool! And you know, she fancies it's very touching, and does not suspect how stupid she is. To my thinking, that drunken commissariat clerk is a great deal cleverer. Anyway, one can see that he has addled his brains with drink, but, you know, these foreigners are always so well behaved and serious. Look how she sits, glaring. She is angry. Regaining her good humour, Katerina Ivanovna began at once telling Raskolnikov that when she had obtained her pension, she intended to open a school for the daughters of gentlemen in her native town, T. This was the first time she had spoken to him of the project, and she launched out into the most alluring details. It suddenly appeared that Katerina Ivanovna had in her hands the very certificate of honour of which Marmeladov had spoken to Raskolnikov in the tavern, when he told him that Katerina Ivanovna, his wife, had danced the shawl dance before the governor and other great personages on leaving school. This certificate of honour was obviously intended now to prove Katerina Ivanovna's right to open a boarding school. But she had armed herself with it, chiefly with the object of overwhelming those two stuck-up draggle-tails if they came to the dinner, and proving incontestably that Katerina Ivanovna was of the most noble, she might even say aristocratic, family, a colonel's daughter, and was far superior to certain adventuresses who have been so much to the fore of late. The certificate of honour immediately passed into the hands of the drunken guests, and Katerina Ivanovna did not try to retain it, for it actually contained the statement en toutes lettres that her father was of the rank of a major, and also a companion of an order, so that she really was almost the daughter of a colonel. Warming up, Katerina Ivanovna proceeded to enlarge on the peaceful and happy life they would lead in T, on the gymnasium teachers whom she would engage to give lessons in her boarding school, one a most respectable old Frenchman, one Mongo, who had taught Katerina Ivanovna herself in old days, and was still living in T, and would no doubt teach in her school on moderate terms. Next she spoke of Sonya, who would go with her to T and help her in all her plans. At this, someone at the further end of the table gave a sudden guffaw. Though Katerina Ivanovna tried to appear to be disdainfully unaware of it, she raised her voice and began at once speaking with conviction of Sonya's undoubted ability to assist her, of her gentleness, patience, devotion, generosity, and good education, tapping Sonya on the cheek and kissing her warmly twice. Sonya flushed crimson, and Katerina Ivanovna suddenly burst into tears, immediately observing that she was nervous and silly, that she was too much upset, that it was time to finish, and as the dinner was over, it was time to hand round the tea. At that moment, Amalia Ivanovna, deeply aggrieved at taking no part in the conversation, and not being listened to, made one last effort, and with secret misgivings ventured on an exceedingly deep and weighty observation that in the future boarding school she would have to pay particular attention to die Wäsche, and that there certainly must be a good dame to look after the linen, and secondly, that the young ladies must not novels at night read. Katerina Ivanovna, who certainly was upset and very tired,
as well as heartily sick of the dinner, at once cut short Amalia Ivanovna, saying she knew nothing about it and was talking nonsense, that it was the business of the laundry-maid and not of the directress of a high-class boarding school to look after die Wäsche, and as for novel reading, that was simply rudeness, and she begged her to be silent. Amalia Ivanovna, fired up and getting angry, observed that she only meant her good, and that she had meant her very good, and that it was long since she had paid her gold for the lodgings. Katerina Ivanovna at once set her down, saying that it was a lie to say she wished her good, because only yesterday, when her dead husband was lying on the table, she had worried her about the lodgings. To this Amalia Ivanovna very appropriately observed that she had invited those ladies, but those ladies had not come, because those ladies are ladies, and cannot come to a lady who is not a lady. Katerina Ivanovna at once pointed out to her that as she was a slut, she could not judge what made one really a lady. Amalia Ivanovna at once declared that her Vater aus Berlin was a very, very important man, and both hands in pockets went, and always used to say, "Poof, poof," and she leaped up from the table to represent her father, sticking her hands in her pockets, puffing her cheeks, and uttering vague sounds resembling "poof, poof," amid loud laughter from all the lodgers, who purposely encouraged Amalia Ivanovna, hoping for a fight. But this was too much for Katerina Ivanovna, and she at once declared, so that all could hear, that Amalia Ivanovna probably never had a father, but was simply a drunken Petersburg Finn, and had certainly once been a cook, and probably something worse. Amalia Ivanovna turned as red as a lobster, and squealed that perhaps Katerina Ivanovna never had a father, but she had a Vater aus Berlin, and that he wore a long coat and always said "poof, poof, poof." Katerina Ivanovna observed contemptuously that all knew what her family was, and that on that very certificate of honor it was stated in print that her father was a colonel, while Amalia Ivanovna's father, if she really had one, was probably some Finnish milkman, but that probably she never had a father at all, since it was still uncertain whether her name was Amalia Ivanovna or Amalia Ludvigovna. At this, Amalia Ivanovna lashed to fury, struck the table with her fist, and shrieked that she was Amalia Ivanovna, and not Ludvigovna, that her Vater was named Johann, and that he was a burgomeister, and that Katerina Ivanovna's Vater was quite never a burgomeister. Katerina Ivanovna rose from her chair, and with a stern and apparently calm voice, though she was pale and her chest was heaving, observed that if she dared for one moment to set her contemptible wretch of a father on a level with her papa, she, Katerina Ivanovna, would tear her cap off her head and trample it underfoot. Amalia Ivanovna ran about the room, shouting at the top of her voice that she was mistress of the house, and that Katerina Ivanovna should leave the lodgings that minute. Then she rushed for some reason to collect the silver spoons from the table. There was a great outcry and uproar. The children began crying. Sonya ran to restrain Katerina Ivanovna, but when Amalia Ivanovna shouted something about the yellow ticket, Katerina Ivanovna pushed Sonya away and rushed at the landlady to carry out her threat. At that minute the door opened, and Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin appeared on the threshold. He stood scanning the party with severe and vigilant eyes. Katerina Ivanovna rushed to him. Chapter 3. "Pyotr Petrovitch," she cried, "protect me. You at least.
Make this foolish woman understand that she can't behave like this to a lady in misfortune. That there is a law for such things. I'll go to the Governor-General himself. She shall answer for it. Remembering my father's hospitality, protect these orphans."
"Allow me, madame. Allow me." Fyodor Petrovitch waved her off. "Your papa, as you are well aware, I had not the honour of knowing." Someone laughed aloud. "And I do not intend to take part in your everlasting squabbles with Amalia Ivanovna. I have come here to speak of my own affairs. And I want to have a word with your stepdaughter, Sofia Ivanovna, I think it is. Allow me to pass." Fyodor Petrovitch, edging by her, went to the opposite corner where Sonya was. Katerina Ivanovna remained standing where she was, as though thunderstruck. She couldn't understand how Pyotr Petrovitch could deny having enjoyed her father's hospitality. Though she had invented it herself, she believed in it firmly by this time. She was struck, too, by the businesslike, dry, and even contemptuously menacing tone of Pyotr Petrovitch. All the clamour gradually died away at his entrance. Not only was this serious businessman strikingly incongruous with the rest of the party, but it was evident, too, that he had come upon some matter of consequence, that some exceptional cause must have brought him, and that, therefore, something was going to happen. Raskolnikov, standing beside Sonya, moved aside to let him pass. Pyotr Petrovitch didn't seem to notice him. A minute later, Lebeziatnikov, too, appeared in the doorway. He didn't come in, but stood still, listening, with marked interest, almost wonder, and seemed for a time perplexed. "Excuse me for possibly interrupting you, but it's a matter of some importance," Pyotr Petrovitch observed, addressing the company generally. "I am glad indeed to find other persons present. Amalia Ivanovna, I humbly beg you, as mistress of the house, to pay careful attention to what I have to say to Sofya Ivanovna. Sofya Ivanovna," he went on, addressing Sonya, who was very much surprised and already alarmed, "immediately after your visit, I found that 100-ruble note was missing from my table, in the room of my friend, Mr. Lebeziatnikov. If in any way whatever you know, and will tell us where it is now, I assure you on my word of honour, and call all present to witness, that the matter shall end there. In the opposite case, I shall be compelled to have recourse to very serious measures, and then you must blame yourself." Complete silence reigned in the room. Even the crying children were still. Sonya stood deadly pale, staring at Luzhin and unable to say a word. She seemed not to understand. Some seconds passed. "Well, how is it to be, then?" asked Luzhin, looking intently at her. "I don't know. I know nothing about it," Sonya articulated faintly at last. "No? You know nothing?" Luzhin repeated, and again he paused for some seconds. "Think a moment, mademoiselle," he began severely, but still, as it were, admonishing her. "Reflect. I am prepared to give you time for consideration. Kindly observe this. If I were not so entirely convinced, I should not, you may be sure, with my experience, venture to accuse you so directly. Seeing that for such direct accusation before witnesses, if false or even mistaken, I should myself in a certain sense be made responsible, I am aware of that. This morning
I changed, for my own purposes, several 5% securities for the sum of approximately 3,000 roubles. The account is noted down in my pocketbook. On my return home I proceeded to count the money, as Mr. Lebeziatnikov will bear witness, and after counting 2,300 roubles, I put the rest in my pocketbook in my coat pocket. About 500 roubles remained on the table, and among them 3 notes of 100 roubles each. At that moment you entered, at my invitation, and all the time you were present you were exceedingly embarrassed, so that 3 times you jumped up in the middle of the conversation and tried to make off. Mr. Lebeziatnikov can bear witness to this. You yourself, mademoiselle, probably will not refuse to confirm my statement that I invited you through Mr. Lebeziatnikov solely in order to discuss with you the hopeless and destitute position of your relative, Katerina Ivanovna, whose dinner I was unable to attend, and the advisability of getting up something of the nature of a subscription, lottery or the like, for her benefit. You thanked me, and even shed tears. I describe all this as it took place, primarily to recall it to your mind, and secondly to show you that not the slightest detail has escaped my recollection. Then I took a 10-rouble note from the table, and handed it to you by way of first instalment on my part for the benefit of your relative. Mr. Lebeziatnikov saw all this. Then I accompanied you to the door, you being still in the same state of embarrassment, after which, being left alone with Mr. Lebeziatnikov, I talked to him for 10 minutes. Then Mr. Lebeziatnikov went out, and I returned to the table with the money lying on it, intending to count it and to put it aside, as I proposed doing before. To my surprise, 100-rouble note had disappeared. Kindly consider the position. Mr. Lebeziatnikov I cannot suspect. I am ashamed to allude to such a supposition. I cannot have made a mistake in my reckoning, for the minute before your entrance I had finished my accounts and found the total correct. You will admit that, recollecting your embarrassment, your eagerness to get away, and the fact that you kept your hands for some time on the table, and taking into consideration your social position and the habits associated with it, I was, so to say, with horror and positively against my will, compelled to entertain a suspicion, a cruel but justifiable suspicion. I will add further and repeat that in spite of my positive conviction, I realize that I run a certain risk in making this accusation. But as you see, I could not let it pass. I have taken action, and I will tell you why. Solely, madam, solely owing to your black ingratitude. Why, I invite you for the benefit of your destitute relative. I present you with my donation of 10 roubles, and you on the spot repay me for all that with such an action. It is too bad. You need a lesson. Reflect. Moreover, like a true friend, I beg you, and you could have no better friend at this moment, think what you are doing. Otherwise I shall be immovable. Well, what do you say? I have taken nothing, Sonya whispered in terror. You gave me 10 roubles. Here it is, take it. Sonya pulled her handkerchief out of her pocket, untied a corner of it, took out the 10-rouble note, and gave it to Luzhin. And the 100 roubles you do not confess to taking? He insisted reproachfully, not taking the note. Sonya looked about her. All were looking at her with such awful, stern, ironical, hostile eyes. She looked at Raskolnikov. He stood against the wall, with his arms crossed, looking at her with glowing eyes. "Good God!" broke from Sonya. "Amalia Ivanovna, we shall have to send word to the police
and therefore I humbly beg you meanwhile to send for the house porter," Luzhin said softly and even kindly.
"Gott der Barmherzige! I knew she was the thief," cried Amalia Ivanovna, throwing up her hands.
"You knew it?" Luzhin caught her up. "Then I suppose you had some reason before this for thinking so. I beg you, worthy Amalia Ivanovna, to remember your words which have been uttered before witnesses." There was a buzz of loud conversation on all sides. All were in movement.
"What?" cried Katerina Ivanovna, suddenly realizing the position, and she rushed at Luzhin. "What? You accuse her of stealing? Sonya? Ah, the wretches! The wretches!" And running to Sonya, she flung her wasted arms round her and held her as in a vice. "Sonya, how dared you take 10 roubles from him? Foolish girl! Give it to me. Give me the 10 roubles at once. Here!" And snatching the note from Sonya, Katerina Ivanovna crumpled it up and flung it straight into Luzhin's face. It hit him in the eye and fell on the ground. Amalia Ivanovna hastened to pick it up. Pyotr Petrovitch lost his temper.
"Hold that mad woman!" he shouted. At that moment several other persons besides Lebeziatnikov appeared in the doorway, among them the 2 ladies.
"What? Mad? Am I mad? Idiot!" shrieked Katerina Ivanovna. "You are an idiot yourself, pettifogging lawyer, base man. Sonya, take his money. Sonya, a thief. Why, she'd give away her last penny." And Katerina Ivanovna broke into hysterical laughter. "Did you ever see such an idiot?" She turned from side to side. "And you too," she suddenly saw the landlady. "And you too, sausage-eater. You declare that she is a thief, you trashy Prussian hen's leg in a crinoline. She hasn't been out of this room. She came straight from you, you wretch, and sat down beside me. Everyone saw her. She sat here by Rodion Romanovitch. Search her. Since she's not left the room, the money would have to be on her. Search her, search her. But if you don't find it, then excuse me, my dear fellow, you'll answer for it. I'll go to our sovereign, to our gracious Tsar himself, and throw myself at his feet, today, this minute. I am alone in the world. They would let me in. Do you think they wouldn't? You're wrong. I will get in. I will get in. You counted on her meekness. You relied upon that. But I am not so submissive, let me tell you. You've gone too far yourself. Search her, search her." And Katerina Ivanovna, in a frenzy, shook Luzhin and dragged him towards Sonya. "I am ready. I'll be responsible. But calm yourself, madam, calm yourself. I see that you are not so submissive. Well, but as to that," Luzhin muttered, "that ought to be before the police. Though indeed there are witnesses enough as it is. I am ready, but in any case it's difficult for a man, on account of her sex. But with the help of Amalia Ivanovna, though of course it's not the way to do things. How is it to be done?" "As you will. Let anyone who likes search her," cried Katerina Ivanovna. "Sonya, turn out your pockets. See. Look, monster, the pocket is empty. Here was her handkerchief. Here is the other pocket. Look. Do you see? Do you see?" And Katerina Ivanovna turned, or rather snatched, both pockets, inside out. But from the right pocket a piece of paper flew out, and describing a parabola in the air, fell at Luzhin's feet. Everyone saw it. Several cried out. Pyotr Petrovitch stooped down, picked up the paper in 2 fingers, lifted it where all could see it, and opened it. It was 100-ruble note, folded in 8. Pyotr Petrovitch held up the note, showing it to everyone. "Thief! Out of my lodging! Police! Police!" yelled Amalia Ivanovna. "They must to Siberia be sent.
Away!" Exclamations arose on all sides. Raskolnikov was silent, keeping his eyes fixed on Sonya, except for an occasional rapid glance at Luzhin. Sonya stood still as though unconscious. She was hardly able to feel surprise. Suddenly the colour rushed to her cheeks. She uttered a cry and hid her face in her hands. "No, it wasn't. I didn't take it. I know nothing about it," she cried with a heart-rending wail, and she ran to Katerina Ivanovna, who clasped her tightly in her arms, as though she would shelter her from all the world. "Sonya, Sonya, I don't believe it. You see, I don't believe it," she cried in the face of the obvious fact, swaying her to and fro in her arms like a baby, kissing her face continually, then snatching at her hands and kissing them too. "You took it. How stupid these people are! Oh, dear, you are fools! Fools!" she cried, addressing the whole room. "You don't know what a heart she has, what a girl she is. She'd take it. She'd sell her last rag. She'd go barefoot to help you if you needed it. That's what she is. She has the yellow passport because my children were starving. She sold herself for us. Oh, husband, do you see what a memorial dinner for you? Merciful heavens! Defend her! Why are you all standing still? Rodion Romanovitch, why don't you stand up for her? Do you believe it too? You are not worth her little finger, all of you together. Good God, defend her now, at least." The wail of the poor, consumptive, helpless woman seemed to produce a great effect on her audience. The agonized, wasted, consumptive face, the parched, blood-stained lips, the hoarse voice, the tears unrestrained as a child's, the trustful, childish, and yet despairing prayer for help, were so piteous that everyone seemed to feel for her. Pyotr Petrovitch, at any rate, was at once moved to compassion. Madame, this incident does not reflect upon you," he cried impressively. "No one would take upon himself to accuse you of being an instigator or even an accomplice in it, especially as you have proved her guilt by turning out her pockets, showing that you had no previous idea of it. I am most ready to show compassion, if poverty, so to speak, drove Sofya Semyonovna to it. But why did you refuse to confess, mademoiselle? Were you afraid of the disgrace? The first step? You lost your head, perhaps. One can quite understand it. But how could you have lowered yourself to such an action? Gentlemen," he addressed the whole company, "gentlemen, compassionate, and so to say, commiserating these people, I am ready to overlook it even now in spite of the personal insult lavished upon me. And may this disgrace be a lesson to you for the future," he said, addressing Sonya, "and I will carry the matter no further. Enough." Pyotr Petrovitch stole a glance at Raskolnikov. Their eyes met, and the fire in Raskolnikov's seemed ready to reduce him to ashes. Meanwhile, Katerina Ivanovna apparently heard nothing. She was kissing and hugging Sonya like a madwoman. The children, too, were embracing Sonya on all sides, and Polyenka, though she did not fully understand what was wrong, was drowned in tears and shaking with sobs, as she hid her pretty little face, swollen with weeping, on Sonya's shoulder. "How vile!" a loud voice cried suddenly in the doorway. Pyotr Petrovitch looked round quickly. "What vileness?" Lebeziatnikov repeated, staring him straight in the face. Pyotr Petrovitch gave a positive start. All noticed it,
and recalled it afterwards. Lebeziatnikov strode into the room.
"And you dare to call me as witness?" he said, going up to Pyotr Petrovitch.
"What do you mean? What are you talking about?" muttered Luzhin.
"I mean that you are a slanderer. That's what my words mean,"
Lebeziatnikov said hotly, looking sternly at him with his short-sighted eyes. He was extremely angry. Raskolnikov gazed intently at him, as though seizing and weighing each word. Again there was a silence. Pyotr Petrovitch indeed seemed almost dumbfounded for the first moment. "If you mean that for me," he began, stammering. "But what's the matter with you? Are you out of your mind?"
"I'm in my mind, but you are a scoundrel. Ah, how vile! I have heard everything. I kept waiting on purpose to understand it, for I must own even now it is not quite logical. What you have done it all for I can't understand."
"Why, what have I done then? Give over talking in your nonsensical riddles, or maybe you are drunk."
"You may be a drunkard, perhaps, vile man, but I am not. I never touch vodka, for it's against my convictions. Would you believe it? He himself, with his own hands, gave Sofya Semyonovna that 100-ruble note. I saw it. I was a witness. I'll take my oath. He did it. He," repeated Lebeziatnikov, addressing all.
"Are you crazy, milksop?" squealed Luzhin. "She is herself before you. She herself here declared just now before everyone that I gave her only 10 rubles. How could I have given it to her?"
"I saw it. I saw it," Lebeziatnikov repeated. "And although it is against my principles, I am ready this very minute to take any oath you like before the court, for I saw how you slipped it in her pocket. Only like a fool I thought you did it out of kindness. When you were saying good-bye to her at the door, while you held her hand in one hand, with the other, the left, you slipped the note into her pocket. I saw it. I saw it."
Luzhin turned pale. "What lies!" he cried impudently. "Why, how could you, standing by the window, see the note? You imagined it with your short-sighted eyes. You are raving."
"No, I didn't imagine it. And though I was standing some way off, I saw it all. And though it certainly would be hard to distinguish a note from the window, that's true, I knew for certain that it was a 100-ruble note, because when you were going to give Sofya Semyonovna 10 rubles, you took up from the table a 100-ruble note. I saw it because I was standing near then, and an idea struck me at once, so that I did not forget you had it in your hand. You folded it and kept it in your hand all the time. I didn't think of it again until, when you were getting up, you changed it from your right hand to your left and nearly dropped it. I noticed it because the same idea struck me again, that you meant to do her a kindness without my seeing. You can fancy how I watched you, and I saw how you succeeded in slipping it into her pocket. I saw it. I saw it. I'll take my oath."
Lebeziatnikov was almost breathless. Exclamations arose on all hands, chiefly expressive of wonder, but some were menacing in tone. They all crowded round Pyotr Petrovitch. Katerina Ivanovna flew to Lebeziatnikov. "I was mistaken in you. Protect her. You are the only one to take her part. She is an orphan. God has sent you." Katerina Ivanovna, hardly knowing what she was doing, sank on her knees before him. "A pack of nonsense!" yelled Luzhin, roused to fury. "It's all nonsense you've been talking. An idea struck you. You didn't think. You noticed. What does it amount to? So I gave it to her on the sly on purpose? What for? With what object? What have I to do with this?"
"What for? That's what I can't understand. But that what I am telling you is the fact. That's certain. So far from my being mistaken, you infamous, criminal man, I remember how, on account of it, a question occurred to me at once, just when I was thanking you and pressing your hand. What made you put it secretly in her pocket? Why you did it secretly, I mean. Could it be simply to conceal it from me, knowing that my convictions are opposed to yours and that I do not approve of private benevolence, which effects no radical cure? Well, I decided that you really were ashamed of giving such a large sum before me. Perhaps, too, I thought, he wants to give her a surprise when she finds a whole 100-ruble note in her pocket. For I know some benevolent people are very fond of decking out their charitable actions in that way. Then the idea struck me, too, that you wanted to test her, to see whether, when she found it, she would come to thank you. Then, too, that you wanted to avoid thanks, and that, as the saying is, your right hand should not know, something of that sort, in fact. I thought of so many possibilities that I put off considering it, but still thought it indelicate to show you I knew your secret. But another idea struck me again, that Sofya Semyonovna might easily lose the money before she noticed it. That was why I decided to come in here to call her out of the room, and to tell her that you put 100 rubles in her pocket. But on my way I went first to Madame Kobylatnikov's to take them the general treatise on the positive method, and especially to recommend Pidery's article, and also Wagner's. Then I come on here, and what a state of things I find! Now, could I have all these ideas and reflections if I had not seen you put the 100-ruble note in her pocket?
When Lebeziatnikov finished his long-winded harangue, with the logical deduction at the end, he was quite tired, and the perspiration streamed from his face. He could not, alas, even express himself correctly in Russian, though he knew no other language, so that he was quite exhausted, almost emaciated after this heroic exploit. But his speech produced a powerful effect. He had spoken with such vehemence, with such conviction, that everyone obviously believed him. Fyodor Petrovitch felt that things were going badly with him.
"What is it to do with me if silly ideas did occur to you?" he shouted. "That's no evidence. You may have dreamt it, that's all. And I tell you, you are lying, sir. You are lying and slandering from some spite against me, simply from pique, because I did not agree with your free-thinking, godless social propositions."
But this retort did not benefit Pyotr Petrovitch. Murmurs of disapproval were heard on all sides.
"Ah, that's your line now, is it?" cried Lebeziatnikov. "That's nonsense. Call the police and I'll take my oath. There's only one thing I can't understand. What made him risk such a contemptible action? Oh, pitiful, despicable man!"
"I can explain why he risked such an action, and if necessary I too will swear to it," Raskolnikov said at last in a firm voice, and he stepped forward. He appeared to be firm and composed. Everyone felt clearly, from the very look of him, that he really knew about it, and that the mystery would be solved. "Now I can explain it all to myself," said Raskolnikov, addressing Lebeziatnikov. "From the very beginning of the business I suspected that there was some scoundrelly intrigue at the bottom of it. I began to suspect it from some special circumstances known to me only, which I will explain at once to everyone. They account for everything. Your valuable evidence has finally made everything clear to me. I beg all to listen. This gentleman," he pointed to Luzhin, "was recently engaged to be married to a young lady, my sister, Avdotya Romanovna Raskolnikov. But coming to Petersburg he quarrelled with me the day before yesterday at our first meeting, and I drove him out of my room. I have 2 witnesses to prove it. He is a very spiteful man. The day before yesterday I didn't know that he was staying here in your room, and that consequently on the very day we quarrelled, the day before yesterday, he saw me give Katerina Ivanovna some money for the funeral, as a friend of the late Mr. Marmeladov. He at once wrote a note to my mother, and informed her that I had given away all my money not to Katerina Ivanovna, but to Sofya Semyonovna, and referred
in a most contemptible way to the character of Sofya Semyonovna, that is, hinted at the character of my attitude to Sofya Semyonovna. All this, you understand, was with the object of dividing me from my mother and sister, by insinuating that I was squandering on unworthy objects the money which they had sent me and which was all they had. Yesterday evening, before my mother and sister and in his presence, I declared that I had given the money to Katerina Ivanovna for the funeral and not to Sofya Semyonovna, and that I had no acquaintance with Sofya Semyonovna and had never seen her before, indeed. At the same time I added that he, Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin, with all his virtues, was not worth Sofya Semyonovna's little finger, though he spoke so ill of her. To his question, would I let Sofya Semyonovna sit down beside my sister, I answered that I had already done so that day. Irritated that my mother and sister were unwilling to quarrel with me at his insinuations, he gradually began being unpardonably rude to them. A final rupture took place, and he was turned out of the house. All this happened yesterday evening. Now I beg your special attention. Consider. If he had now succeeded in proving that Sofya Semyonovna was a thief, he would have shown to my mother and sister that he was almost right in his suspicions, that he had reason to be angry at my putting my sister on a level with Sofya Semyonovna, that, in attacking me, he was protecting and preserving the honor of my sister, his betrothed. In fact, he might even, through all this, have been able to estrange me from my family, and no doubt he hoped to be restored to favor with them. To say nothing of revenging himself on me personally, for he has grounds for supposing that the honor and happiness of Sofya Semyonovna are very precious to me. That was what he was working for. That's how I understand it. That's the whole reason for it, and there can be no other. It was like this, or somewhat like this, that Raskolnikov wound up his speech, which was followed very attentively, though often interrupted by exclamations from his audience. But in spite of interruptions, he spoke clearly, calmly, exactly, firmly. His decisive voice, his tone of conviction, and his stern face made a great impression on everyone.
Yes, that's it, Lebeziatnikov assented gleefully. That must be it, for he asked me, as soon as Sofya Semyonovna came into our room, whether you were here, whether I had seen you among Katerina Ivanovna's guests. He called me aside to the window and asked me in secret. It was essential for him that you should be here. That's it.
Luzhin smiled contemptuously and did not speak. But he was very pale. He seemed to be deliberating on some means of escape. Perhaps he would have been glad to give up everything and get away, but at the moment this was scarcely possible. It would have implied admitting the truth of the accusations brought against him. Moreover, the company, which had already been excited by drink, was now too much stirred to allow it. The commissariat clerk, though indeed he had not grasped the whole position, was shouting louder than anyone, and was making some suggestions very unpleasant to Luzhin. But not all those present were drunk. Lodgers came in from all the rooms. The three Poles were tremendously excited, and were continually shouting at him, "The pan is a lajak," and muttering threats in Polish. Sonya had been listening with strained attention, though she too seemed unable to grasp it all. She seemed as though she had just returned to consciousness. She didn't take her eyes off Raskolnikov, feeling that all her safety lay in him. Katerina Ivanovna breathed hard and painfully, and seemed fearfully exhausted. Amalia Ivanovna stood looking more stupid than anyone, with her mouth wide open, unable to make out what had happened. She only saw that Pyotr Petrovitch had somehow come to grief.
Raskolnikov was attempting to speak again, but they did not let him. Everyone was crowding round Luzhin with threats and shouts of abuse. But Pyotr Petrovitch was not intimidated. Seeing that his accusation of Sonya had completely failed, he had recourse to insolence.
"Allow me, gentlemen, allow me. Don't squeeze, let me pass," he said, making his way through the crowd. "And no threats, if you please. I assure you it will be useless. You will gain nothing by it. On the contrary, you'll have to answer, gentlemen, for violently obstructing the course of justice. The thief has been more than unmasked, and I shall prosecute. Our judges are not so blind and not so drunk, and will not believe the testimony of two notorious infidels, agitators, and atheists, who accuse me from motives of personal revenge which they are foolish enough to admit. Yes, allow me to pass."
"Don't let me find a trace of you in my room. Kindly leave at once, and everything is at an end between us. When I think of the trouble I've been taking, the way I've been expounding, all this fortnight—"
"I told you myself today that I was going when you tried to keep me. Now I will simply add that you are a fool. I advise you to see a doctor for your brains and your short sight. Let me pass, gentlemen."
He forced his way through. But the commissariat clerk was unwilling to let him off so easily. He picked up a glass from the table, brandished it in the air, and flung it at Pyotr Petrovitch, but the glass flew straight at Amalia Ivanovna. She screamed, and the clerk, overbalancing, fell heavily under the table. Pyotr Petrovitch made his way to his room, and half an hour later had left the house. Sonya, timid by nature, had felt before that day that she could be ill-treated more easily than anyone, and that she could be wronged with impunity. Yet till that moment she had fancied that she might escape misfortune by care, gentleness, and submissiveness before everyone. Her disappointment was too great. She could, of course, bear with patience and almost without murmur anything, even this. But for the first minute she felt it too bitter. In spite of her triumph and her justification, when her first terror and stupefaction had passed and she could understand it all clearly, the feeling of her helplessness and of the wrong done to her made her heart throb with anguish, and she was overcome with hysterical weeping. At last, unable to bear any more, she rushed out of the room and ran home, almost immediately after Luzhin's departure. When amidst loud laughter the glass flew at Amalia Ivanovna, it was more than the landlady could endure. With a shriek she rushed like a fury at Katerina Ivanovna, considering her to blame for everything. "Out of my lodgings at once! Quick march!" And with these words she began snatching up everything she could lay her hands on that belonged to Katerina Ivanovna, and throwing it on the floor. Katerina Ivanovna, pale, almost fainting, and gasping for breath, jumped up from the bed where she had sunk in exhaustion and darted at Amalia Ivanovna. But the battle was too unequal. The landlady waved her away like a feather. "What? As though that godless calumny was not enough. This vile creature attacks me. What? On the day of my husband's funeral I am turned out of my lodgings. After eating my bread and salt, she turns me into the street with my orphans. Where am I to go?" wailed the poor woman, sobbing and gasping. "Good God!" she cried with flashing eyes. "Is there no justice upon earth? Whom should you protect if not us orphans? We shall see. There is law and justice on earth. There is. I will find it. Wait a bit, godless creature. Polyenka, stay with the children. I'll come back. Wait for me, if you have to wait in the street. We will see whether there is justice on earth." And throwing over her head that green shawl which Marmeladov had mentioned to Raskolnikov, Katerina Ivanovna squeezed her way through the disorderly and drunken crowd of lodgers who still filled the room, and, wailing and tearful, she ran into the street, with a vague intention of going at once somewhere to find justice.
This ends Disc 15. Crime and Punishment, Disc 16.
Polyenka, with the two little ones in her arms, crouched, terrified, on the trunk in the corner of the room where she waited trembling for her mother to come back. Amalia Ivanovna raged about the room, shrieking, lamenting, and throwing everything she came across on the floor. The lodgers talked incoherently. Some commented to the best of their ability on what had happened, others quarrelled and swore at one another, while others struck up a song. "Now it's time for me to go," thought Raskolnikov. "Well, Sofya Semyonovna, we shall see what you'll say now." And he set off in the direction of Sonya's lodgings. Chapter 4. Raskolnikov had been a vigorous and active champion of Sonya against Luzhin, although he had such a load of horror and anguish in his own heart. But having gone through so much in the morning, he found a sort of relief in a change of sensations, apart from the strong personal feeling which impelled him to defend Sonya. He was agitated, too, especially at some moments, by the thought of his approaching interview with Sonya. He had to tell her who had killed Lizaveta. He knew the terrible suffering it would be to him and, as it were, brushed away the thought of it. So when he cried as he left Katerina Ivanovna's, "Well, Sofya Semyonovna, we shall see what you'll say now," he was still superficially excited, still vigorous and defiant from his triumph over Luzhin. But strange to say, by the time he reached Sonya's lodging, he felt a sudden impotence and fear. He stood still in hesitation at the door, asking himself the strange question, "Must I tell her who killed Lizaveta?" It was a strange question, because he felt at the very time not only that he could not help telling her, but also that he could not put off the telling. He didn't yet know why it must be so, he only felt it, and the agonizing sense of his impotence before the inevitable almost crushed him. To cut short his hesitation and suffering, he quickly opened the door and looked at Sonya from the doorway. She was sitting with her elbows on the table and her face in her hands, but seeing Raskolnikov she got up at once and came to meet him, as though she were expecting him. "What would have become of me but for you?" she said quickly, meeting him in the middle of the room. Evidently she was in haste to say this to him. It was what she had been waiting for. Raskolnikov went to the table and sat down on the chair from which she had only just risen. She stood facing him, 2 steps away, just as she had done the day before. "Well, Sonya," he said, and felt that his voice was trembling. "It was all due to your social position and the habits associated with it. Did you understand that just now?" Her face showed her distress. "Only don't talk to me as you did yesterday," she interrupted him. "Please don't begin it. There is misery enough without that." She made haste to smile, afraid that he might not like the reproach. "I was silly to come away from there. What is happening there now? I wanted to go back directly, but I kept thinking that you would come." He told her that Amalia Ivanovna was turning them out of their lodging, and that Katerina Ivanovna had run off somewhere to seek justice. "My God!" cried Sonya. "Let's go at once!" And she snatched up her cape. "It's everlastingly the same thing," said Raskolnikov irritably. "You've no thought except for them. Stay a little with me." "But Katerina Ivanovna—" "You won't lose Katerina Ivanovna, you may be sure. She'll come to you herself since she has run out," he added peevishly. "If she doesn't find you here, you'll be blamed for it. Sonya sat down in painful suspense. Raskolnikov was silent, gazing at the floor and deliberating. "This time, Luzhin did not want to prosecute you," he began, not looking at Sonya. "But if he had wanted to, if it had suited his plans, he would have sent you to prison if it had not been for Lebeziatnikov and me, eh?" "Yes," she assented in a faint voice. "Yes," she repeated, preoccupied and distressed. "But I might easily not have been there. And it was quite an accident, Lebeziatnikov's turning up." Sonya was silent. "And if you'd gone to prison, what then? Do you remember what I said yesterday?" Again she did not answer. He waited. "I thought you would cry out again. Don't speak of it. Leave off." Raskolnikov gave a laugh, but rather a forced one. "What, silence again?" he asked a minute later. "We must talk about something, you know. It would be interesting for me to know how you would decide a certain problem, as Lebeziatnikov would say." He was beginning to lose the thread. "No, really, I am serious. Imagine, Sonya, that you had known all Luzhin's intentions beforehand, known, that is, for a fact, that they would be the ruin of Katerina Ivanovna and the children, and yourself thrown in, since you don't count yourself for anything, Polyenka too, for she'll go the same way. Well, if suddenly it all depended on your decision whether he or they should go on living, that is, whether Luzhin should go on living and doing wicked things, or Katerina Ivanovna should die. How would you decide which of them was to die, I ask you?" Sonya looked uneasily at him. There was something peculiar in this hesitating question, which seemed approaching something in a roundabout way. "I felt that you were going to ask some question like that," she said, looking inquisitively at him. "I dare say you did. But how is it to be answered?" "Why do you ask about what could not happen?" said Sonya reluctantly. "Then it would be better for Luzhin to go on living and doing wicked things? You haven't dared to decide even that." "But I can't know the divine providence." "And why do you ask what can't be answered? What's the use of such foolish questions? How could it happen that it should depend on my decision? Who has made me a judge to decide who is to live and who is not to live?"
"Oh, if the divine providence is to be mixed up in it, there's no doing anything," Raskolnikov grumbled morosely.
"You'd better say straight out what you want," Sonya cried in distress. "You're leading up to something again. Can you have come simply to torture me?"
She couldn't control herself, and began crying bitterly. He looked at her in gloomy misery. 5 minutes passed. "Of course you are right, Sonya," he said softly at last. He was suddenly changed. His tone of assumed arrogance and helpless defiance was gone. Even his voice was suddenly weak. "I told you yesterday that I was not coming to ask forgiveness, and almost the first thing I've said is to ask forgiveness. I said that about Luzhin and Providence for my own sake. I was asking forgiveness, Sonya." He tried to smile, but there was something helpless and incomplete in his pale smile. He bowed his head and hid his face in his hands. And suddenly a strange, surprising sensation of a sort of bitter hatred for Sonya passed through his heart. As if he were surprised and frightened by this sensation, he raised his head and looked intently at her. But he met her uneasy and painfully anxious eyes fixed on him, There was love in them. His hatred vanished like a phantom. It was not the real feeling. He had taken the one feeling for the other. It only meant that the time had come. He hid his face in his hands again and bowed his head. Suddenly he turned pale, got up from his chair, looked at Sonya, and without uttering a word, sat down mechanically on her bed. His sensations that moment were terribly like the moment when he had stood over the old woman with the axe in his hand and felt that he must not lose another minute. "What's the matter?" asked Sonya, dreadfully frightened. He couldn't utter a word. This was not at all the way he had intended to tell, and he didn't understand what was happening to him now. She went up to him softly, sat down on the bed beside him, and waited, not taking her eyes off him. Her heart throbbed and sank. It was unendurable. He turned his deadly pale face to her. His lips worked, helplessly struggling to utter something. A pang of terror passed through Sonya's heart. "What's the matter?" she repeated, drawing a little away from him. "Nothing, Sonya, don't be frightened. It's nonsense. It really is nonsense, if you think of it," he muttered, like a man in delirium. "Why, have I come to torture you?" he added suddenly, looking at her. "Why, really? I keep asking myself that question, Sonya." He had perhaps been asking himself that question a quarter of an hour before, but now he spoke helplessly, hardly knowing what he said, and feeling a continual tremor all over. "Oh, how you are suffering," she muttered in distress, looking intently at him. "It's all nonsense. Listen, Sonya." He suddenly smiled, a pale, helpless smile for 2 seconds. "You remember what I meant to tell you yesterday?" Sonya waited uneasily. "I said as I went away that perhaps I was saying goodbye forever, but that if I came today I would tell you who killed Lizaveta." She began trembling all over. "Well, here I've come to tell you." "Then you really meant it yesterday?" she whispered with difficulty. "How do you know?" she asked quickly, as though suddenly regaining her reason. Sonya's face grew paler and paler, and she breathed painfully. "I know." She paused a minute. "Have they found him?" she asked timidly. "No." "Then how do you know about it?" she asked again, hardly audibly, and again after a minute's pause. He turned to her and looked very intently at her. "Guess," he said, with the same distorted, helpless smile. A shudder passed over her. "But why do you frighten me like this?" she said, smiling like a child. "I must be a great friend of his, since I know," Raskolnikov went on, still gazing into her face, as though he couldn't turn his eyes away. "He did not mean to kill that Lizaveta. He killed her accidentally. He meant to kill the old woman when she was alone, and he went there. And then Lizaveta came in. He killed her too." Another awful moment passed. Both still gazed at one another. "You can't guess, then?" he asked suddenly, feeling as though he were flinging himself down from a steeple. "No," whispered Sonya. "Take a good look." As soon as he had said this again, the same familiar sensation froze his heart. He looked at her, and all at once seemed to see in her face the face of Lizaveta. He remembered clearly the expression in Lizaveta's face when he approached her with the axe, and she stepped back to the wall, putting out her hand with childish terror in her face, looking as little children do when they begin to be frightened of something, looking intently and uneasily at what frightens them, shrinking back and holding out their little hands on the point of crying. Almost the same thing happened now to Sonya. With the same helplessness and the same terror, she looked at him for a while, and, suddenly putting out her left hand, pressed her fingers faintly against his breast, and slowly began to get up from the bed, moving further from him, and keeping her eyes fixed even more immovably on him. Her terror infected him. The same fear showed itself on his face. In the same way he stared at her, and almost with the same childish smile. "Have you guessed?" he whispered at last. "Good God!" broke in an awful wail from her bosom. She sank helplessly on the bed with her face in the pillows. But a moment later she got up, moved quickly to him, seized both his hands, and, gripping them tight in her thin fingers, began looking into his face again with the same intent stare. In this last desperate look, she tried to look into him and catch some last hope. But there was no hope. There was no doubt remaining. It was all true. Later on, indeed, when she recalled that moment, she thought it strange and wondered why she had seen at once that there was no doubt. She couldn't have said, for instance, that she had foreseen something of the sort. And yet now, as soon as he told her, she suddenly fancied that she had really foreseen this very thing. "Stop, Sonya, enough, don't torture me," he begged her miserably. It was not at all like this, he had thought of telling her. But this is how it happened. She jumped up, seeming not to know what she was doing, and, wringing her hands, walked into the middle of the room, but quickly went back and sat down again beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. All of a sudden, she started as though she had been stabbed, uttered a cry, and fell on her knees before him, she didn't know why. "What have you done? What have you done to yourself?" she said in despair, and jumping up, she flung herself on his neck, threw her arms round him, and held him tight. Raskolnikov drew back and looked at her with a mournful smile. "You are a strange girl, Sonya. You kiss me and hug me when I tell you about that. You don't think what you are doing. There is no one in the whole world now so unhappy as you," she cried, in a frenzy, not hearing what he said, and she suddenly broke into violent, hysterical weeping. a feeling long unfamiliar to him, flooded his heart and softened it at once. He didn't struggle against it. 2 tears started into his eyes and hung on his eyelashes. "Then you won't leave me, Sonya?" he said, looking at her almost with hope. "No, never, nowhere," cried Sonya. "I will follow you everywhere. Oh, my God, oh, how miserable I am! Why didn't I know you before? Why didn't you come before? Oh, dear!" "Here I have come." "Yes, now. What's to be done now?" Together, she repeated, as it were unconsciously, and she hugged him again. "I'll follow you to Siberia." He recoiled at this, and the same hostile, almost haughty smile came to his lips. "Perhaps I don't want to go to Siberia yet, Sonya," he said. Sonya looked at him quickly. Again, after her first passionate, agonizing sympathy for the unhappy man, the terrible idea of the murder overwhelmed her. In his changed tone, she seemed to hear the murderer speaking. She looked at him bewildered. She knew nothing as yet, why, how, with what object it had been. Now all these questions rushed at once into her mind, and again she could not believe it. He is a murderer. Could it be true? "What's the meaning of it? Where am I?" she said in complete bewilderment, as though still unable to recover herself. "How could you, a man like you, how could you bring yourself to it? What does it mean?" "Oh, well, to plunder." "Let me be, Sonya," he answered wearily, almost with vexation. Sonya stood as though struck dumb, but suddenly she cried, "You were hungry. It was to help your mother, yes?" "No, Sonya, no," he muttered, turning away and hanging his head. "I was not so hungry. I certainly did want to help my mother, but that's not the real thing either. Don't torture me, Sonya." Sonya clasped her hands. Could it all be true? Good God, what a truth! Who could believe it? And how could you give away your last farthing and yet rob and murder? Ah, she cried suddenly, that money you gave Katerina Ivanovna. That money! Can that money— "No, Sonya," he broke in hurriedly. "That money was not it. Don't worry yourself. That money my mother sent me, and it came when I was ill, the day I gave it to you. Razumikhin saw it. He received it for me. That money was mine, my own." Sonya listened to him in bewilderment, and did her utmost to comprehend. "And that money— I don't even know, really, whether there was any money," he added softly, as though reflecting. "I took a purse off her neck, made of chamois leather. A purse stuffed full of something. But I didn't look in it. I suppose I hadn't time. And the things, chains and trinkets, I buried under a stone with the purse next morning in a yard off the V Prospect. They're all there now." Sonya strained every nerve to listen. "Then why, you said you did it to rob, but you took nothing?" she asked quickly, catching at a straw. "I don't know. I haven't yet decided whether to take that money or not," he said, musing again, and seeming to wake up with a start, he gave a brief, ironical smile. "Ah, what silly stuff I'm talking, huh?" The thought flashed through Sonya's mind. Wasn't he mad? But she dismissed it at once. No, it was something else. She could make nothing of it, nothing. "Do you know, Sonya," he said suddenly with conviction, "let me tell you, if I'd simply killed because I was hungry," laying stress on every word and looking enigmatically but sincerely at her, "I should be happy now. You must believe that. What would it matter to you," he cried a moment later with a sort of despair, "what would it matter to you if I were to confess that I did wrong? What do you gain by such a stupid triumph over me? Ah, Sonya, was it for that I've come to you today?" Again Sonya tried to say something, but didn't speak. "I asked you to go with me yesterday because you are all I have left." "Go where?" asked Sonya timidly. "Not to steal and not to murder. Don't be anxious," he smiled bitterly. "We are so different. And you know, Sonya, it's only now, only this moment, that I understand where I asked you to go with me yesterday. Yesterday, when I said it, I didn't know where. I asked you for one thing. I came to you for one thing, not to leave me. You won't leave me, Sonya." She squeezed his hand. "And why did I tell her? Why did I let her know?" he cried a minute later in despair, looking with infinite anguish at her. "Here you expect an explanation from me, Sonya. You are sitting and waiting for it, I see that. But what can I tell you? You won't understand and will only suffer misery on my account. Well, you are crying and embracing me again. Why do you do it? Because I couldn't bear my burden and have come to throw it on another. You suffer too, and I shall feel better. And can you love such a mean wretch?" "But aren't you suffering too?" cried Sonya. Again a wave of the same feeling surged into his heart, and again for an instant softened it. "Sonya, I have a bad heart. Take note of that. It may explain a great deal. I have come because I am bad. There are men who wouldn't have come, but I am a coward, and a mean wretch. But never mind, that's not the point. I must speak now, but I don't know how to begin." He paused and sank into thought. "Ugh, we are so different," he cried again. "We are not alike. And why did I come? I shall never forgive myself that." No, it was a good thing you came," cried Sonya. "It's better I should know, far better." He looked at her with anguish. "What if it were really that?" he said, as though reaching a conclusion. "Yes, that's what it was. I wanted to become a Napoleon. That is why I killed her. Do you understand now?" "No," Sonya whispered naively and timidly. "Only speak, speak. I shall understand. I shall understand in myself," she kept begging him. "You'll understand? Very well. We shall see." He paused, and was for some time lost in meditation. "It was like this. I asked myself one day this question. What if Napoleon, for instance, had happened to be in my place, and if he had not had Toulon, nor Egypt, nor the passage of Mont Blanc to begin his career with, but instead of all those picturesque and monumental things, there had simply been some ridiculous old hag, a pawnbroker, who had to be murdered too to get money from her trunk, for his career, you understand. Well, would he have brought himself to that, if there had been no other means? Wouldn't he have felt a pang at its being so far from monumental and sinful too? Well, I must tell you that I worried myself fearfully over that question, so that I was awfully ashamed when I guessed at last, all of a sudden somehow, that it would not have given him the least pang, that it would not even have struck him that it was not monumental, that he would not have seen that there was anything in it to pause over, and that, if he had had no other way, he would have strangled her in a minute without thinking about it. Well, I, too, left off thinking about it. Murdered her, following his example. And that's exactly how it was. Do you think it's funny? Yes, Sonya, the funniest thing of all is that perhaps that's just how it was. Sonya didn't think it at all funny. You had better tell me straight out, without examples, she begged, still more timidly and scarcely audibly. He turned to her, looked sadly at her, and took her hands. You are right again, Sonya. Of course that's all nonsense. It's almost all talk. You see, you know, of course, that my mother has scarcely anything. My sister happened to have a good education, and was condemned to drudge as a governess. All their hopes were centered on me. I was a student, but I couldn't keep myself at the university, and was forced for a time to leave it. Even if I had lingered on like that, in 10 or 12 years I might, with luck, hope to be some sort of teacher or clerk with a salary of 1,000 rubles. He repeated it as though it were a lesson. And by that time my mother would be worn out with grief and anxiety, and I could not succeed in keeping her in comfort, while my sister... well, my sister might well have fared worse. And it's a hard thing to pass everything by all one's life, to turn one's back upon everything, to forget one's mother and decorously accept the insults inflicted on one's sister. Why should one? When one has buried them to burden oneself with others, wife and children, and to leave them again without a farthing. So I resolved to gain possession of the old woman's money, and to use it for my first years without worrying my mother, to keep myself at the university, and for a little while after leaving it, and to do this all on a broad, thorough scale, so as to build up a completely new career and enter upon a new life of independence. Well, that's all. Well, of course, in killing the old woman I did wrong. Well, that's enough. He struggled to the end of his speech in exhaustion, and let his head sink. "Oh, that's not it! That's not it!" Sonya cried in distress. "How could one? No, that's not right, not right." "You see yourself that it's not right. But I've spoken truly. It's the truth." "As though that could be the truth! Good God!" "I've only killed a louse, Sonya. A useless, loathsome, harmful creature. A human being. A louse?" "I too know it wasn't a louse," he answered, looking strangely at her. "But I am talking nonsense, Sonya," he added. "I've been talking nonsense a long time. That's not it. You are right there. There were quite other causes for it. I haven't talked to anyone for so long, Sonya. My head aches dreadfully now." His eyes shone with feverish brilliance. He was almost delirious. An uneasy smile strayed on his lips. His terrible exhaustion could be seen through his excitement. Sonya saw how he was suffering. She too was growing dizzy. And he talked so strangely. It seemed somehow comprehensible, but yet... But how? Good God! And she wrung her hands in despair. "No, Sonya, that's not it," he began again suddenly, raising his head as though a new and sudden train of thought had struck, and as it were roused him. "That's not it. Better. Imagine, yes, it's certainly better, imagine that I am vain, envious, malicious, base, vindictive, and, well, perhaps with a tendency to insanity. Let's have it all out at once. They've talked of madness already, I noticed. I told you just now I couldn't keep myself at the university, but do you know that perhaps I might have done? My mother would have sent me what I needed for the fees, and I could have earned enough for clothes, boots, and food, no doubt. Lessons had turned up at 1/2 ruble, Razumichin works. But I turned sulky and wouldn't. Yes, sulkiness, that's the right word for it. I sat in my room, like a spider. You've been in my den, you've seen it. And do you know, Sonya, that low ceilings and tiny rooms cramp the soul and the mind? Oh, how I hated that garret. And yet I wouldn't go out of it. I wouldn't on purpose. I didn't go out for days together, and I wouldn't work. I wouldn't even eat. I just lay there, doing nothing. If Nastasia brought me anything, I ate it. If she didn't, I went all day without. I wouldn't ask on purpose from sulkiness. At night I had no light. I lay in the dark, and I wouldn't earn money for candles. I ought to have studied, but I sold my books, and the dust lies an inch thick on the notebooks on my table. I preferred lying still and thinking, and I kept thinking. And I had dreams all the time, strange dreams of all sorts, no need to describe. Only then I began to imagine that... No, that's not it. Again, I'm telling you wrong, you see. I kept asking myself then, why am I so stupid? And if others are stupid, and I know they are, didn't I want to be wiser? Then I saw, Sonya, that if one waits for everyone to get wiser, it will take too long. Afterwards, I understood that would never come to pass, that men won't change, and that nobody can alter it, and that it's not worth wasting effort over it. Yes, that's so. That's the law of their nature, Sonya. That's so. And I know now, Sonya, that whoever is strong in mind and spirit will have power over them. Anyone who is greatly daring has right on his side. He who despises most things will be a lawgiver among them. And he who dares most of all will be most in the right. So it has been till now, and so it will always be. A man must be blind not to see it. Though Raskolnikov looked at Sonya as he said this, he no longer cared whether she understood or not. The fever had complete hold of him. He was in a sort of gloomy ecstasy. He certainly had been too long without talking to anyone. Sonya felt that his gloomy creed had become his faith and code. Then I figured out, Sonya, he went on eagerly, that power is only given to the man who dares to stoop and pick it up. There is only one thing needful. One has only to dare. Then for the first time in my life an idea took shape in my mind, which no one had ever thought of before me, no one. I saw clear as daylight how strange it is that not a single person living in this mad world has had the daring to go straight for it all and send it flying to the devil. I wanted to dare, and I killed her. I only wanted to have the daring, Sonya. That was the whole cause of it. Oh. Hush, hush, cried Sonya, clasping her hands. You turned away from God, and God has smitten you, has given you over to the devil. Then, Sonya, when I used to lie there in the dark and all this became clear to me, was it a temptation of the devil, eh? Hush, don't laugh, blasphemer. You don't understand, you don't understand. Oh, God, he won't understand. Hush, Sonya, I am not laughing. I know myself that it was the devil leading me. Hush, Sonya, hush, he repeated with gloomy insistence.
I know it all. I have thought it all over, and whispered it all over to myself lying there in the dark. I've argued it all over with myself, every point of it, and I know it all. And how sick I was then of going over it all. I have kept wanting to forget it and make a new beginning, Sonya, and leave off thinking. And you don't suppose that I went into it headlong like a fool? I went into it like a wise man, and that was just my destruction. And you mustn't suppose that I didn't know, for instance, that if I began to question myself whether I had the right to gain power or not, the conclusion would follow that I didn't have the right. Or that if I asked myself whether a human being is a louse, it proved that it wasn't so for me, though it might be for a man who would go straight to his goal without asking questions. If I worried myself all those days, wondering whether Napoleon would have done it or not, I felt clearly, of course, that I wasn't Napoleon. I had to endure all the agony of that battle of ideas, Sonya, and I longed to throw it off. I wanted to murder without casuistry, to murder for my own sake, for myself alone. I didn't want to lie about it even to myself. It wasn't to help my mother I did the murder. That's nonsense. I didn't do the murder to gain wealth and power and to become a benefactor of mankind. Nonsense. I simply did it. I did the murder for myself alone. And whether I became a benefactor to others or spent my life like a spider catching men in my web and sucking the life out of men, I couldn't have cared at that moment. And it was not the money I wanted, Sonya, when I did it. It was not so much the money I wanted, but something else. I know it all now. Understand me. Perhaps I should never have committed a murder again. I wanted to find out something else. It was something else led me on. I wanted to find out then, and quickly, whether I was a louse like everybody else, or a man. Whether I can step over barriers or not. Whether I dare stoop to pick up or not. Whether I am a trembling creature, or whether I have the right to kill. Have the right to kill? Sonya clasped her hands. Ah, Sonya! He cried irritably, and seemed about to make some retort, but was contemptuously silent. Don't interrupt me, Sonya. I want to prove one thing only, that the devil led me on then, and he has shown me since that I had not the right to take that path, because I am just such a louse as all the rest. He was mocking me, and here I've come to you now. Welcome your guest. If I were not a louse, should I have come to you? Listen, when I went then to the old woman's, I only went to try. You may be sure of that. And you murdered her? But how did I murder her? Is that how men do murders? Do men go to commit a murder as I went then? I will tell you some day how I went. Did I murder the old woman? I murdered myself, not her. I crushed myself once for all, forever. But it was the devil that killed that old woman, not I. Enough, Sonya, enough. Let me be. He cried in a sudden spasm of agony. Let me be. He leaned his elbows on his knees and squeezed his head in his hands as in a vice. What suffering! A wail of anguish broke from Sonya. Well, what am I to do now? He asked, suddenly raising his head and looking at her with a face hideously distorted by despair. What are you to do? She cried, jumping up, and her eyes, that had been full of tears, suddenly began to shine. Stand up! She seized him by the shoulder. He got up, looking at her almost bewildered. Go at once, this very minute. Stand at the crossroads. Bow down
First kiss the earth which you have defiled, and then bow down to all the world and say to all men aloud, 'I am a murderer.' Then God will send you life again. Will you go? Will you go?" she asked him, trembling all over, snatching his 2 hands, squeezing them tight in hers and gazing at him with eyes full of fire. He was amazed at her sudden ecstasy. "You mean Siberia, Sonya?" "I must give myself up?" he asked gloomily. "Suffer and expiate your sin by it, that's what you must do." "No, I am not going to them, Sonya." "But how will you go on living? What will you live for?" cried Sonya. "How is it possible now? Why, how can you talk to your mother? Oh, what will become of them now?" "But what am I saying? You have abandoned your mother and your sister already." "He has abandoned them already? Oh, God!" she cried. "Why, he knows it all himself. How can he live by himself? What will become of you now?" "Don't be a child, Sonya," he said softly. "What wrong have I done them? Why should I go to them? What should I say to them? That's only a phantom. They destroy men by millions themselves and look on it as a virtue. They are knaves and scoundrels, Sonya. I'm not going to them. And what should I say to them? That I murdered her, but did not dare to take the money and hid it under a stone?" he added with a bitter smile. "Why, they would laugh at me, and would call me a fool for not getting it, a coward and a fool. They wouldn't understand, and they don't deserve to understand. Why should I go to them? I won't. Don't be a child, Sonya." "It will be too much for you to bear. Too much," she repeated, holding out her hands in despairing supplication. "Perhaps I've been unfair to myself," he observed gloomily, pondering. "Perhaps, after all, I am a man, and not a louse, and I've been in too great a hurry to condemn myself. I'll make another fight for it." A haughty smile appeared on his lips. "What a burden to bear! And your whole life. "I shall get used to it," he said grimly and thoughtfully. "Listen," he began a minute later. "Stop crying. It's time to talk of the facts. I've come to tell you that the police are after me, on my track." "Ah!" Sonya cried in terror. "Well, why do you cry out? You want me to go to Siberia, and now you're frightened? But let me tell you, I shall not give myself up. I shall make a struggle for it, and they won't do anything to me. They've no real evidence. Yesterday I was in great danger and believed I was lost, but today things are going better. All the facts they know can be explained 2 ways. That's to say, I can turn their accusations to my credit, do you understand? And I shall, for I've learnt my lesson. But they will certainly arrest me. If it had not been for something that happened, they would have done so today, for certain. Perhaps even now they will arrest me today. But that's no matter, Sonya. They'll let me out again, for there isn't any real proof against me, and there won't be. I give you my word for it. And they can't convict a man on what they have against me. Enough. I only tell you that you may know. I will try to manage somehow to put it to my mother and sister so that they won't be frightened. My sister's future is secure, however, now, I believe. And my mother's must be too. Well, that's all. Be careful, though. Will you come and see me in prison when I am there?" "Oh, I will. I will." They sat side by side, both mournful and dejected, as though they had been cast up by the tempest alone on some deserted shore. He looked at Sonya, and felt how great was her love for him. And strange to say, he felt it suddenly burdensome and painful to be so loved. Yes, it was a strange and awful sensation. On his way to see Sonya, he had felt that all his hopes rested on her. He expected to be rid of at least part of his suffering, and now, when all her heart turned towards him, he suddenly felt that he was immeasurably unhappier than before. "Sonya," he said, You'd better not come and see me when I am in prison." Sonya didn't answer. She was crying. Several minutes passed. "Have you a cross on you?" she asked, as though suddenly thinking of it. He didn't at first understand the question. "No, of course not. Here, take this one of cypress wood. I have another, a copper one that belonged to Lizaveta. I changed with Lizaveta. She gave me her cross and I gave her my little icon. I will wear Lizaveta's now and give you this. Take it. It's mine. It's mine, you know," she begged him. "We will go to suffer together, and together we will bear our cross." "Give it me," said Raskolnikov. He didn't want to hurt her feelings. But immediately he drew back the hand he held out for the cross. "Not now, Sonya. Better later," he added to comfort her. Yes, better," she repeated with conviction. "When you go to meet your suffering, then put it on. You will come to me. I'll put it on you. We will pray and go together." At that moment, someone knocked 3 times at the door.
"Sofya Semyonovna, may I come in?"
they heard in a very familiar and polite voice. Sonya rushed to the door in a fright. The flaxen head of Mr. Lebeziatnikov appeared at the door. Chapter 5. Lebeziatnikov looked perturbed.
"I've come to you, Sofya Semyonovna," he began. "Excuse me. I thought I should find you," he said, addressing Raskolnikov suddenly. "That is, I didn't mean anything of that sort. But I just thought—" "Katerina Ivanovna has gone out of her mind," he blurted out suddenly, turning from Raskolnikov to Sonya.
Sonya screamed.
"At least it seems so. But we don't know what to do, you see. She came back. She seems to have been turned out somewhere, perhaps beaten. So it seems, at least. She had run to your father's former chief. She didn't find him at home. He was dining at some other general's. Just imagine she rushed off there to the other generals, and imagine she was so persistent that she managed to get the chief to see her, had him fetched out from dinner, it seems. You can imagine what happened. She was turned out, of course, but according to her own story, she abused him and threw something at him. One may well believe it. How it is she wasn't taken up, I can't understand. Now she is telling everyone, including Amalia Ivanovna, but it's difficult to understand her. She is screaming and flinging herself about. Oh, yes, she shouts that since everyone has abandoned her, she will take the children and go into the street with a barrel organ, and the children will sing and dance, and she too, and collect money, and will go every day under the general's window, to let everyone see well-born children whose father was an official begging in the street. She keeps beating the children, and they are all crying. She is teaching Lida to sing My Village, the boy to dance, Polyanka the same. She is tearing up all the clothes and making them little caps like actors. She means to carry a tin basin and make it tinkle instead of music. She won't listen to anything. Imagine the state of things. It's beyond anything.
Lebeziatnikov would have gone on, but Sonya, who had heard him, almost breathless, snatched up her cloak and hat and ran out of the room, putting on her things as she went. Raskolnikov followed her, and Lebeziatnikov came after him.
"She has certainly gone mad," he said to Raskolnikov as they went out into the street. "I didn't want to frighten Sofya Semyonovna, so I said it seemed like it, but there isn't a doubt of it. They say that in consumption the tubercles sometimes occur in the brain. It's a pity I know nothing of medicine. I did try to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen."
"Did you talk to her about the tubercles?"
"Not precisely of the tubercles. Besides, she wouldn't have understood. But what I say is that if you convince a person logically that he has nothing to cry about, He'll stop crying. That's clear. Is it your conviction that he won't?"
"Life would be too easy if it were so," answered Raskolnikov.
Excuse me. Of course, it would be rather difficult for Katerina Ivanovna to understand, but do you know that in Paris they have been conducting serious experiments as to the possibility of curing the insane simply by logical argument? One professor there, a scientific man of standing, lately dead, believed in the possibility of such treatment. His idea was that there's nothing really wrong with the physical organism of the insane, and that insanity is, so to say, a logical mistake, an error of judgment, an incorrect view of things. He gradually showed the madman his error, and would you believe it, they say he was successful. But as he made use of douches too, how far success was due to that treatment remains uncertain. So it seems, at least.
Raskolnikov had long ceased to listen. Reaching the house where he lived, he nodded to Lebeziatnikov and went in at the gate. Lebeziatnikov woke up with a start, looked about him, and hurried on. Raskolnikov went into his little room and stood still in the middle of it. Why had he come back here? He looked at the yellow and tattered paper, at the dust, at his sofa. From the yard came a loud, continuous knocking. Someone seemed to be hammering. He went to the window, rose on tiptoe, and looked out into the yard for a long time with an air of absorbed attention. But the yard was empty, and he couldn't see who was hammering. In the house on the left, he saw some open windows. On the window-sills were pots of sickly-looking geraniums. Linen was hung out of the windows. He knew it all by heart. He turned away and sat down on the sofa. Never had he felt himself so fearfully alone. Yes, he felt once more that he would perhaps come to hate Sonya, now that he had made her more miserable. Why had he gone to her to beg for her tears? What need had he to poison her life? Oh, the meanness of it! "I will remain alone," he said resolutely, "and she shall not come to the prison." 5 minutes later, he raised his head with a strange smile. That was a strange thought. Perhaps it really would be better in Siberia, he thought suddenly. He could not have said how long he sat there with vague thoughts surging through his mind. All at once the door opened, and Dunya came in. At first she stood still and looked at him from the doorway just as he had done at Sonya. Then she came in and sat down in the same place as yesterday, on the chair facing him. He looked silently and almost vacantly at her. "Don't be angry, brother. I've only come for 1 minute," said Dunya. Her face looked thoughtful but not stern. Her eyes were bright and soft. He saw that she too had come to him with love. "Brother, now I know all. Dmitri Prokofitch has explained and told me everything. They are worrying and persecuting you through a stupid and contemptible suspicion. Dmitri Prokofitch told me that there is no danger and that you are wrong in looking upon it with such horror. I don't think so, and I fully understand how indignant you must be, and that indignation may have a permanent effect on you. That's what I am afraid of. As for your cutting yourself off from us, I don't judge you, I don't venture to judge you, and forgive me for having blamed you for it. I feel that I, too, if I had so great a trouble, should keep away from everyone. I shall tell Mother nothing of this, but I shall talk about you continually and shall tell her from you that you will come very soon. Don't worry about her. I will set her mind at rest. But don't you try her too much. Come once at least, Remember that she is your mother. And now I have come simply to say—" Dunya began to get up, "that if you should need me, or should need all my life or anything, call me and I'll come. Goodbye." She turned abruptly and went towards the door. "Dunya!" Raskolnikov stopped her and went towards her. "That Razumikhin, Dmitri Prokofyevich, is a very good fellow." Dunya flushed slightly. "Well?" she asked, waiting a moment. "He is competent, hard-working, honest, and capable of real love. Goodbye, Dunya." Dunya flushed crimson, then suddenly she took alarm. "But what does it mean, brother? Are we really parting forever, that you give me such a parting message?" "Never mind. Goodbye." He turned away and walked to the window. She stood a moment, looked at him uneasily, and went out troubled. No, he was not cold to her. There was an instant, the very last one, when he had longed to take her in his arms and say goodbye to her, and even to tell her. But he had not dared even to touch her hand. Afterwards she may shudder when she remembers that I embraced her, and will feel that I stole her kiss. And would she stand that test? He went on a few minutes later to himself. No, she wouldn't. Girls like that can't stand things, they never do. And he thought of Sonya. There was a breath of fresh air from the window. The daylight was fading. He took up his cap and went out. He could not, of course, and wouldn't consider how ill he was. But all this continual anxiety and agony of mind could not but affect him. And if he were not lying in high fever, it was perhaps just because this continual inner strain helped to keep him on his legs and in possession of his faculties. But this artificial excitement couldn't last long. He wandered aimlessly. The sun was setting. A special form of misery had begun to oppress him of late. There was nothing poignant, nothing acute about it, but there was a feeling of permanence, of eternity about it. It brought a foretaste of hopeless years of this cold, leaden misery, a foretaste of an eternity on a square yard of space. Towards evening this sensation usually began to weigh on him more heavily. With this idiotic, purely physical weakness, depending on the sunset or something, one can't help doing something stupid. You'll go to Dunya as well as to Sonya, he muttered bitterly. He heard his name called. He looked round. Lebeziatnikov rushed up to him. "Just imagine, I've been to your room looking for you. Just imagine she's carried out her plan and taken away the children. Sofya Semyonovna and I have had a job to find them. She is rapping on a frying pan and making the children dance. The children are crying. They keep stopping at the crossroads and in front of shops. There's a crowd of fools running after them. Come along." "And Sonya?" Raskolnikov asked anxiously, hurrying after Lebeziatnikov. "Simply frantic. That is, it's not Sofya Semyonovna's frantic, but Katerina Ivanovna, though Sofya Semyonovna's frantic too. But Katerina Ivanovna is absolutely frantic. I tell you, she is quite mad. They'll be taken to the police. You can imagine what an effect that will have. They are on the canal bank near the bridge now, not far from Sofya Semyonovna's, quite close." On the canal bank near the bridge, and not 2 houses away from the one where Sonya lodged, there was a crowd of people, consisting principally of gutter children. The hoarse, broken voice of Katerina Ivanovna could be heard from the bridge, and it certainly was a strange spectacle likely to attract a street crowd. Katerina Ivanovna, in her old dress with the green shawl, wearing a torn straw hat crushed in a hideous way on one side, was really frantic. She was exhausted and breathless. Her wasted, consumptive face looked more suffering than ever, and indeed out of doors in the sunshine a consumptive always looks worse than at home. But her excitement did not flag, and every moment her irritation grew more intense. She rushed at the children, shouted at them, coaxed them, told them before the crowd how to dance and what to sing, began explaining to them why it was necessary, and, driven to desperation by their not understanding, beat them. Then she would make a rush at the crowd. If she noticed any decently dressed person stopping to look, she immediately appealed to him to see what these children from a genteel, one may say aristocratic house, had been brought to. If she heard laughter or jeering in the crowd, she would rush at once at the scoffers and begin squabbling with them. Some people laughed, others shook their heads, but everyone felt curious at the sight of the madwoman with the frightened children. The frying pan of which Lebeziatnikov had spoken was not there. At least Raskolnikov didn't see it. But instead of rapping on the pan, Katerina Ivanovna began clapping her wasted hands, when she made Lida and Kolya dance and Polyenka sing. She too joined in the singing, but broke down at the second note with a fearful cough, which made her curse in despair and even shed tears. What made her most furious was the weeping and terror of Kolya and Lida. Some effort had been made to dress the children up as street singers are dressed. The boy had on a turban made of something red and white to look like a Turk. There had been no costume for Lida. She simply had a red knitted cap, or rather a nightcap that had belonged to Marmeladov, decorated with a broken piece of white ostrich feather, which had been Katerina Ivanovna's grandmother's and had been preserved as a family possession. Polyenka was in her everyday dress. She looked in timid perplexity at her mother, and kept at her side, hiding her tears. She dimly realized her mother's condition and looked uneasily about her. She was terribly frightened of the street and the crowd. Sonya followed Katerina Ivanovna, weeping and beseeching her to return home. But Katerina Ivanovna was not to be persuaded. "Leave off, Sonya! Leave off!" she shouted, speaking fast, panting and coughing. "You don't know what you ask. You are like a child. I've told you before that I am not coming back to that drunken German. Let everyone, let all Petersburg see the children begging in the streets, though their father was an honorable man who served all his life in truth and fidelity, and one may say died in the service." Katerina Ivanovna had by now invented this fantastic story and thoroughly believed it. "Let that wretch of a general see it. And you are silly, Sonya. What have we to eat? Tell me that. We have worried you enough. I won't go on so. Ah, Rodion Romanovitch, is that you?" she cried, seeing Raskolnikov and rushing up to him. "Explain to this silly girl, please, that nothing better could be done. Even organ grinders earn their living, and everyone will see at once that we are different, that we are an honorable and bereaved family reduced to beggary. And that general will lose his post, you'll see. We shall perform under his windows every day, and if the Tsar drives by, I'll fall on my knees, put the children before me, show them to him, and say, 'Defend us, Father.' He is the father of the fatherless. He is merciful. He'll protect us, you'll see, and that wretch of a general,
Lida, tenez-vous droit. Kolya, you'll dance again. Why are you whimpering again? What are you afraid of, stupid? Goodness, what am I to do with them, Rodion Romanovich? If you only knew how stupid they are. What's one to do with such children? And she, almost crying herself, which did not stop her uninterrupted rapid flow of talk, pointed to the crying children. Raskolnikov tried to persuade her to go home, and even said, hoping to work on her vanity, that it was unseemly for her to be wandering about the streets like an organ grinder, as she was intending to become the principal of a boarding school.
This ends Disc 16.